Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. Welcome, welcome, welcome back to Madrid. Here we see the beautiful Palacio de Santonia. This is day 2 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates, Chess.com's exclusive coverage. We'll continue, of course, throughout all 3 weeks, and the paintings inside the palace are about as hot as the weather outside, different type of hot. The chess was hot yesterday. We got our first view of the playing hall. Players, of course, will be filling in momentarily, and we will be here and watching them take their seats when that action happens. But right now, we're going to welcome you to the seats we have. Of course, we start all the way on my left here, the one and only Grandmaster Jan Ludwig Hammer from Norway, the one and only Almira Skripchenko, International Master, and we are here to bring you our coverage. Starting with you, Hammer, how are you feeling today for day 2?
Actually, I'm not feeling that great, Danny. I'm a little hot in this Madrid weather. It's 40 degrees outside. Have you noticed, Danny?
I have not stopped sweating all day.
Okay, I don't know what that's in freedom numbers, but it's caused some serious problems for me. So I'm just hoping to get through this day.
And it's muggy.
Yeah,
Almira, how are you dealing with the heat?
Well, I think that I started to tame the heat a little bit.
Okay.
I'm feeling a little bit better, but I'm feeling more like a chess player now. You know, I will tell you a small story of how does it go. I think everyone will relate to it, especially it's so hot, so you are waking up during the night and you want to drink some water, so I was trying to find it, you know. And I tried to go through my mirror. Literally, it was like going through the like Alice, you know. It was one of my favorite books. So I was like,
as someone who has run full steam into a glass door more times in his life than he's comfortable admitting on camera, I know the pain of that. It hurts when you fully go through something that you think is clear.
So I was going through the looking glass.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, looking in a mirror here, we're looking at the faces again. These gentlemen don't mind looking at a mirror when they see that beautiful face looking back at them. For those who may be just tuning in, where were you on day 1? But meet our participants once again. 8 amazing players from around the world. 2 from America. We see they faced off yesterday with Fabiano Caruana getting a win. Jan Nepomniachtchi of Russia got the victory with the black pieces over Liren. Hammer, looking at the faces here, what's one of the things you can say about just how strong this field is, how incredible these 8 players are?
I mean, this is the top tournament in chess. We're trying to find a challenger. And I think one of the best ways of illustrating how crazy good this field is by also mentioning some of the players who didn't qualify here to Madrid.
Who's on the top of your list of players that you feel deserves to be here? Maybe deserve is a hard word, but who are some names you think are watching this event high at home, right, and wishing they're here?
Well, from the top of my head, Levon Aronian, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I should also mention Anish Giri. Should I?
Fun fact, she didn't mention Anish Giri in the rehearsal, and I was going to call you out for that, Anish. So shout out to you, Anish, but I called Almira out. All right, we talked about the 8 players and saw them. Now let's look at where they stand in the standings. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana, of course, the only 2 victors from day 1. 4 players sitting at half a point, as those 2 boards were drawn respectively, giving all 4 players the 0.5. Liren and Hikaru Nakamura, of course, we know both suffered tough defeats. We'll see how they bounce back today. Hammer, your thoughts on the biggest takeaway from day 1?
Well, I mean, it has to be Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah.
The challenger who failed, but now he's back, and in the first round, with the black pieces, he beats the highest rated player in Liren. What a start for him.
Almira, your biggest.
Well, of course, this is a huge surprise. First of all, Liren almost never loses with white, so
Yeah.
it's a huge achievement. But I have to say that Fabi won a very fine strategical game against Hikaru Nakamura. It was a very complicated game, and it seemed that, at some point Hikaru could even play for an advantage. But at the end, it was a very fine technical win for Fabi.
Well, speaking of that fine technical performance by Fabiano Caruana, our own Dina Velenkaya caught up with Fabi after his victory.
No. You and Hikaru have the most head-to-head matchups amongst any of other 2 players here. Is that true that familiarity breeds contempt?
I didn't expect that question. Yeah, I was actually surprised. I saw the statistics, and we've played, 33 draws and 13 decisive games. So it's quite quite a lot of chess, but we haven't played too often recently, partially because of the pandemic, and after 2020, over-the-board tournament stopped a bit, and Hikaru became a bit less active. And we started playing a lot of rapid and blitz chess, especially online, but it almost doesn't feel familiar to play over-the-board chess against Hikaru, while in the past, every tournament we would play 1 game.
Getting back to the game, where was the point that you realized that you were actually playing for 2 results and were pretty safe?
Well, I was very pleased when he castled short, because I thought if he tries to put his king on the queen side either by king d7 or maybe by a waiting move like h4, then it's a very complicated position, and it's not entirely safe for white. Although I didn't think I was ever any worse, but after castle short, I just have a very pleasant small advantage, maybe even more than a small advantage, and it seemed like the advantage grew and grew. And then at some point I was worried that I was again, going to screw up a 1 game, because I had this clean win right before time control, move 40 with queen f4, and I didn't see it. And then after the time control, I saw it, but I tried to get back to it. But of course, Hikaru avoided it by playing bishop d7, and then it was super tough again to try to win this.
And let's say, when was the point that you knew that you were going to win anyway?
Well, I was just kind of shocked by queen h6. That was the moment when I was sure that white should be winning. I thought black could play queen g4, and then I was going to play queen e1 to keep the queens on. And I thought it should be winning, but it's still not easy. And after queen h6, I thought it looks terrible. Like after rook e1, he probably has to exchange his bishop for the knight, but that looks dead lost. So then I felt I was totally winning.
Would you have preferred to be facing your only countryman in later rounds, or let's say, was Hikaru a good opponent for round 1?
Well, I can say this with hindsight, based on the result. But I didn't really have any preference before the tournament. I also knew that I would play Hikaru. This is the standard system that the players from the same country play in the first and the 8th game, because of course, no player in the tournament would do this, but just in case of potential collusion, the countrymen don't ever face in a super critical game. So it wasn't even on my mind whether Hikaru was a preferable opponent for the first game or for later games, because
It's interesting, Almir, that the point that Dina asked Bobby was a point we've been talking a lot about. So now that you've beaten your countrymen, I guess you're not so worried about the pairings, but remind everybody why people from the same country play in the early rounds again.
Well, they play in the first round or in the earlier rounds because we are trying to avoid collusion, and of course we had some historical precedents,
Right.
and I think it's just fair to other players. It's
Right.
important, So, at the end of the tournament, so you wouldn't worry about different results.
Yeah.
Fischer,
On the
in
50th
Curacao,
anniversary
yes.
of the Fischer-Spassky match, we're speaking of Bobby Fischer, his accusations of collusion against the Russians. How would Fischer do in this field?
I mean, he would be one of the favorites, probably.
Really? It's a hot take, I think.
You think?
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of people who consider Fischer one of the top 3 players of all time.
Okay.
But you don't think he would be able to adjust to modern computers?
I think he would be, I guess, with time. Whether he would fit into this group of 8 elite is interesting. So I thought I'd throw a curveball at you. Speaking of this elite group of 8, let's remind everybody who may just be tuning in how the 8 players got here as we watch this video that explains the path each one of them took on their way here to Madrid. It is the most important tournament in chess. Taking place every 2 years, the candidates qualifies the victor to challenge the reigning world champion in a World Chess Championship title match. The 2022 candidates will feature 8 of the world's best chess players. They've all earned their spots through 2 years of fierce competition. They now head to Madrid, Spain, where everything will be settled over the board. One of those 8 spots is always reserved for the previous World Chess Championship challenger. Jan Nepomniachtchi would love nothing more than a second chance at the throne, but he has to get through 7 other great players in Madrid first. 2 spots went to the top finishers of the most prestigious open chess tournament in the world, the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss. Alireza Firouzja won the Grand Swiss, turned the heads of everyone in doing so, and has become the youngest player in history to cross the 2,800 ELO rating barrier. He would become the youngest World Chess Champion of all time should he win the candidates and ultimately the World Chess Championship match. Fabiano Caruana joined him, taking the other spot from the Grand Swiss. The US #1 and 3rd highest rated player in the history of our game is also the only person to never lose a classical chess game to Magnus Carlsen in a World Chess Championship match. 2 of the spots were claimed by the winners of the dramatic 2022 FIDE Grand Prix cycle. Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura is a former world #2, a blitz and bullet chess legend, and the most popular chess streamer in the world. He was joined by GM Richard Rapport. The Hungarian #1 is one of the most creative and dangerous minds in the game today, and nobody is looking forward to facing him in Madrid. FIDE awarded one of the 8 spots to the wildcard invite Grandmaster Teimour Radjabov. Raja missed the 2021 candidate cycle in consideration of COVID concerns. But as the oldest, most experienced player in the field, he's looking to use that knowledge and punch his ticket to the World Chess Championship title match. And finally, 2 spots go to the top 2 finishers of the world's largest knockout tournament, the absolutely grueling FIDE World Cup. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the Polish #1, punched his ticket by ousting none other than world champion Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals of that event. Duda would ultimately defeat Karyakin in the final to win the World Cup. However, Karyakin, due to suspension from play by FIDE, sees his spot go to China's #1, Grandmaster Ding Liren. Ding Liren takes the spot due to being the highest rated eligible player according to the May 2022 FIDE rating list. So that's how each of our 8 competitors earned their bids to Madrid. Inside the Palace of Santona, it's about who can sustain the mental endurance to secure the coveted slot as challenger for the world title. Well, we're not sure who that will be just yet. We do know this. We'll enjoy watching every minute of the candidates with the Chess.com community as we see how the most important tournament in chess plays out together. And that is how our 8 players got here to compete in the candidates. Let's remind everybody quickly what the candidates format is. It's a double round robin for those 8 players. That means you play each player twice, one with each color. The winner, of course, challenges the world champion, as has been talked about many times. If Carlsen were to decline the championship opportunity, the top 2 finishers in this event would compete. Of course, we'll remind everybody of the context behind that particular point as the day goes on again. It involves maybe one particular birthday boy we can get into. We have players coming into the hall, and so I think we'll tune in with them here and make sure that we capture those moments. How early do you want to get to the hall if you're playing an event like this, Hammer? Is it helpful to get the nerves out the earlier you sit down, or are you a last minute arrival?
Well, I went the Magnus Carlsen School of Chess, and he likes to get there at the very last moment. I would maybe calculate a bit more time, but like 7 minutes before would be optimal.
Okay, Almira?
Well, actually, I think there is a very nice historical example given by David Bronstein. You know, he was always coming to his game like 10 minutes in advance, and he sat there silently getting ready for the game. So I really like this approach, and I think that players have their own rituals. They stick to them. It's like whatever it takes, you know, to get into the playing mode.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. I think I was an early arrival to get myself in the meditative zone, if you will, but regardless of when you prefer to arrive to the game, we have the games to preview. So let's talk about the particular matchups that we see. By the way, shout out to chat. I saw Tipsy Ton agreeing with me that maybe Fischer would get smoked, but I think most people agreed with you, Hammer, that Fischer would be a favorite in this. So anyway, we'll keep an eye on you, chat, and we appreciate you playing along with that Bobby Fischer question. So let's play along with the field. Rapport versus Firouzja. Happy birthday to Alireza Firouzja. Almira, did you say you wanted to sing happy birthday? Was that what you said? Or not quite?
Well, I wanted, first of all, of course, to congratulate the birthday boy. I know how difficult it is to play on your birthday. And he's starting the tournament with 2 blacks. So this is also a very important test for him. And he's playing against Richard Rapport, who is also such a creative player. So, like, it would be a big bang today on the board. I expect nevertheless.
Right? Rapport versus Firouzja on his birthday. What about the next matchup of the 2 oldest players in the field, Nakamura versus Radjabov, Hammer?
Well, Nakamura has something to avenge. You know, these white games are precious. So he's going to want to put pressure on his opponent. But Radjabov is infamously difficult to beat. And the stats kind of showcase that even though Nakamura has the advantage in heads-up play, there are a lot of draws between them.
Well, of course, we have 2 other games to talk about as well. But before the action kicks off, we want to quickly remind everybody that they can head over to chess.com to cast their vote. I'm going to do it in real time. I'm actually going to go and predict a victory for the birthday boy with the black pieces in a wild slugfest versus Rapport. I think he holds on. I'm going to predict that Hikaru Nakamura bounces back, gets a victory with white. 2 decisive predictions so far. I'm going to leave this one last. Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Liren are going to get a draw. That's my vote. And then lastly, we have Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi. I'm going to shock the world here and also predict a draw. Just kidding. Leaders, I don't think this will be as spicy of a game as we want, and I think that the players in the early lead will be happy with a peaceful result. Remember, everybody, you can go to chess.com/events or just use the command vote. You'll get a direct link in chat no matter where you're watching from. Head over, cast your vote to take your piece in some cash prizes, some premium membership giveaways. We see a lot of people doing it. So far, about 1,300 votes cast. This is your chance. You can vote still up to about move 5, I think, allows. So even if the moves are played, don't miss your chance. And go ahead and do it. Here we've got Nepomniachtchi and Caruana. How many chances do you think he will take with the white pieces, Almira?
Well, actually, I disagree with you
I like that.
on the result, and if I may.
I love that.
And I really think that Jan will try to seize the momentum, and he will try to win with white, especially that, I've looked at their games, and Fabi has some issues in the opening, so I'm really curious, first of all, to see what's going to be his opening choice today. Jan Nepomniachtchi also chooses sometimes, like, it could be the Petrov, it could be the Italian game. So it's a very interesting game ahead of us.
Okay,
Nepomniachtchi does have a lot of preparation from his World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen. Now seems the opportune moment to use some of those weaponry he didn't get to use.
You know, that's a great point, Hammer, and I think that we forget sometimes how much preparation just never gets used in a match, right? And that you can see players winning games for years to come later for preparation from a previous World Championship match. As someone who was a second for Magnus Carlsen in 2013 in Chennai and 2014, how often did you see Magnus use prep in other tournaments that he didn't get to play against Vichy in both those matches?
Well, my biggest memory of that was when Magnus beat Vladimir Kramnik in the Norway Chess 2016 tournament, where Magnus used a novelty and a very strategic line that we had prepared for one of the World Championship matches.
Yeah.
And it just ended in a very clean win for Magnus. And he was so thrilled about it that he went into the Norway Chess Special confessional booth where you can talk about the game while it's going on.
Yeah.
And Magnus said, this is actually Hammer's idea. And so
I love that.
I was so proud.
Remember, everybody, you can vote. Those are the cash prizes. Just last second call out. This is your chance. If it reaches move 5, you don't get to vote in this round. So hurry. Go to chess.com, go.chess.com/FWC vote. We have E4 played. Notice Almira is pointing at me. I'm going to give her the mic here because she wants to point out that there was a troll that happened there.
Well, of course, first D4 was played.
Yeah, that's what I meant, that troll. He said D4 to the person, but he played E4.
So you see, the psychological war has started.
Yeah.
And we have to mention probably our last game with Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who is playing with the white pieces against Liren. And I think that, well, he's playing his second game with white. It's very important for him to score in this situation, I think, especially that Liren lost yesterday. So the first round is a clear indicator in what kind of form you are. So I'm not sure that Dingo's feeling well for the moment. So he still has to, to find the feel of the pieces, if I may say. So, and also recently, I think that Jan-Krzysztof Duda became a real Polish sweetheart, if I may say. Like everyone is following his games, and so everyone is supporting him. Yep. I think the whole country is behind him.
No, he really. It's not. I don't know if it's quite Carlsen Norway comparisons yet, but it really is. I can speak that we've had many contacts with lots of different major media outlets in Poland about covering Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And here's our bird's eye view. Just take a quick snapshot. These will be the 4 games we cover in great detail today. Something I instantly observe is that we have 2 Italians. The A5 variation employed by Liren versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda. We have an A6 approach by Fabi against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Hammer, what else jumps out to you as we look at all 4 games in progress?
Well, that was going to be my comment, Danny. Very interesting to see the same opening on 2 boards, and then ding, he chooses to go with the pawn 2 steps forward, whereas Fabiano Caruana settles for just 1 step. But the idea in both cases is to create an escape route for the bishop.
Yep.
And in fact, that's what Fabiano just did. Yep. If we go zoom in on
we'll dive into that game. Agreed. Let's keep going, Hammer. Not trying to interrupt, because I wanted, if you could, to maybe elaborate on the differences between Liren's A5.
Yes,
of course, as you said, it frees up a retreat for the bishop, but it also controls a little bit of White's eventual space expansion, whereas A6, a more flexible move, frees up the bishop, but doesn't prevent White from doing what he or she would like to do over here. So your thoughts on that?
This is a nuance in the Italian opening that is kind of all the rage at the moment. People haven't really settled on whether they think pushing the pawn once or twice is the better choice.
Yeah.
And that's why it's so interesting here to see Caruana with the black pieces going for a different variation than Liren, because these 2 are 2 of the top players in the event. They are famed for their openings, and they have different opinions on this nuance.
Yeah. Your thoughts, Almira, on we know how well Fabi is prepared in general. We talked a lot about it as White, but as Black, sitting down against someone who he knows, Fabi's also played a World Championship match. He knows Jan is bringing a lot of home cooking to the table, right? Is there some thoughts on why he would choose a more flexible approach with these A6 and H6 to avoid that prep?
Well, let's say for me it's a more classical approach.
Okay.
It's almost like a philosophical way, to choose.
Right.
I5, A5, A5.
I5 is also something you can say. It's a chip processor. Yeah.
So it's a modern approach in the Joko pianos. So I really like this setup because
Exactly.
What is going on?
That's exactly what I wanted to say, because it allows you to play H6 G5.
Yeah. Well, and did everyone see the shrug? He just went and brushed his shoulder off. Jan's like, all right, I ain't stressed about it. Although I'm a little surprised that you committed to the most aggressive option on the board.
And Fabiano, he plays this same G5 move that was Hikaru's downfall yesterday. So
Yeah.
he's saying kind of also to Hikaru, yeah, this didn't work for you, but when I play it, then I'm going to create an attack in a better fashion than you managed.
Well, and let's talk about, it is sort of an evolving idea that we have seen more and more modern Italians go this way for black, and that one of the things about h6, we think about it historically as guarding the g5 square, whether for the bishop or the knight. But the other idea we've seen, but it mostly occurs though, I'm so excited that I can't get the words out of my mouth. It usually occurs after h3, right? Because once the pawn is on h3, you have what's called an anchor. So when you advance g5 and g4, you're going to be forcing open lines. For someone to play g5 when there is no target yet, that's why Jan was surprised by this. And I don't know officially whether this is a novelty yet. It is not. So it's not a novelty, but clearly at this level, it has taken Jan by surprise because, again, you normally see it only once the pawn has touched the square. Your thoughts on the risks of this, Elira?
Well, this is so double-edged, but I'm not sure, because I'm pretty sure that some of the Jan seconds play this. Can we click on B4? Because I'm not sure if Peter Svidler or Nikita Vitugov played this game. Do we have access to the database?
Knight H7 maybe?
Yeah, we see you chat, by the way. We love you. It is funny. So, all right, well, go ahead, continue.
And usually I have my computer, so I'm not, because yesterday, for example, what happened in the game against Duda and Rapport, then later on, I cannot sleep, so I was watching the games, and actually Rapport played this move, bishop f4. So it's also very important to know the history, and if the player plays this variation with both colors, so he knows the nuances very well. And I cannot remember Fabiano playing this. So is this a surprise, real surprise for Jan?
And what aggression.
Yeah.
Incredible play from Fabiano. Trying to go for the 2 out of 2 score with the black pieces. I mean, we've seen some amazing aggression this tournament. Yep. Yesterday, it was Alireza Firouzja and Richard Rapport. And today it just continues. These players are willing to take a risk. I don't know if it's because they're concerned they're gonna, stroke out from the heat or whatever. They just
that's our concern. I got to get a lead now before I pass out in the back half of the tournament. For those wondering, so this has been played before. The main move for white is b4, which has been played the mass majority of the time. I think one of the main points is that if black plays aggressively with g4, you can bring the knight to this f5 square. So I'd be curious to see if b4 is played, whether Fabi goes for the main move that has been played here for kind of allowing a rather obvious idea, or whether he has something special in store for Jan. Everyone remembers how he started off the back half of the candidates with that huge win in novelty versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Okay, b4 is on the board, so we're going to find out very soon what Caruana has planned.
So probably he's testing his preparation. Well, I will use the break later on to check my analysis as well. But I also think that also shows, how performant Fabi is with white and black pieces. He's seizing any opportunity, any chance to, to win the game.
Wow, he plays a completely new move. Is that right, Danny?
Indeed.
Was that on the list?
It is. Knight g4 has never been played before, and now Jan really leans back, takes a sip of water, looks up, and says, I'm really glad this water's cold.
This is scary for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He could be facing an early defeat here. The line goes rook to e2, and Fabiano is going to sacrifice his knight for that white pawn. The rook will recapture, and then maybe pawn to g4. And I thought this was the sensible way of playing for Fabiano, because the difference between playing that pawn forward earlier and doing it now is that the black queen is controlling the square white's knight wanted to use. However, the engine is very unhappy with my suggestion, so I will go back and
I want to point out, because one of the main ideas is kind of instructive. It's this move d4, because once the rook is unpinned, now it's white who's threatening things like bishop takes f7 and all kinds of just crazy firepower coming out. So, okay, either way, what a fascinating game we are about to have in store, everyone. So if you had other plans on this Saturday, it's time to change the schedule, as they say, and stick with us Almira, what was the point you wanted to make right there?
Well, I just wanted, I totally agree that this sacrifice is in the air, but I wanted to do always the f6 square, because at rook e2 or rook f1, I wanted first to play queen f6, using, first of all, this opportunity, because the knight can no longer go to knight c3, knight d5. Usually, you don't have this opportunity very often. And then to sacrifice on f2 and play g4. You know, this sacrifice is, well, is always there. So, and maybe you're not allowing the immediate d4. I don't know, like.
I like it a lot. And again, Almira's point is, now when the capture happens in g4, it's not just that the knight can't go to h4, as Hammer said, but no matter where the knight goes, there's material being lost. So I just want to go for the most forcing. Okay, so rook e2. I don't want to go for the more forcing one. I want to do what Almira is doing. I want to do queen f6.
But
That's okay, Danny. I won't hold it against you.
I don't know, Hammer. I love the idea, but I think, you know, you're feeling a little hot here. We know in Madrid you might be getting a little too hot on the board here.
Yeah.
Can I try another line just, and then we can go to another game? Because I know that this is also a standard procedure, like queen f6. You can still go d4, and then I used it in one of my games, and you go e5 if you take. Is this possible?
This is a typical kind of thematic way to break open the center when your opponent's king has chosen not to castle. The main point is that on d takes e, for example, there's all kinds of weird stuff here, but like this is a move.
Oh, even this is a move, of course. There are a lot of tactical possibilities in this position, so I'm pretty sure that Fabi has it all analyzed.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that Jan Nepomniachtchi does.
Yeah.
We see him on the camera kind of agonizing right now. If he was very familiar with this position, he would have moved already.
Yeah.
And like, he's not going to take that risk to sacrifice one or even two pawns in the middle of the board when he knows Fabiano is not his opponent right now.
Right.
Jan's opponent is the chess engine.
Yeah.
And that is terrifying, because chess engine's got some game.
Chess engine's got some game. I love it. No, it is really important that we appreciate that. Jan is going to really be careful here, because as Hammer just said, right, you're not just playing the person across, but you're playing their seconds, maybe multiple seconds. You're playing everyone's favorite second these days, which is an Alpha Zero Leela plugged into a super jet engine computer and whatever it pumps out. This is
very scary.
Well, this is a valid hypothesis, but as Jan Ludwig, he loves to say, could this also be sort of a psychological display?
Right.
But, well, actually he knows the variation, he's just trying to remember it, and not playing instantly might actually induce Fabi, you know, to think that he is on the top.
I don't know. I speculate all the time on things, and I'm often wrong. But no, it's okay. I will say this to your point, right? Obviously, regardless of the hype and the excitement, we see a novelty on the board. We know we're in for a fight. This is what we pay for. White is still fine. Like, objectively, the computer says white should be fine here. And again, probably rook e2 or rook f1 are both playable. This idea of d4 is certainly a thematic way to change the structure and block the bishop. If Jan figures it out, it's not like he's losing here, but it's still very scary.
But or can we try to play d4 immediately? Then?
Right away?
Well, it certainly probably has more value after queen f6, because the queen is awkwardly placed there, and then we can use the momentum and play d4. But maybe d4 even here, and then
we'll look at it. d4, ed.
And what?
I mean, I think it might be a very interesting move. It's just that the psychology of the game, there's no way Jan Nepomniachtchi can dare play such a move unless he's prepared to his teeth. Right now, there are no teeth showing on Jan Nepomniachtchi. If anything, he seems competent, whatever that word is, and not that spry.
Right.
Maybe simply take here, because you see the diagonal is open, bishop b2 is come. Maybe we can sacrifice this one.
Yeah, I kind of like, I mean, I don't even know what's going to happen, but I just want to flip the script and go all in on a gambit. Look at this. I mean, this is...
But f2 is still hanging. I'm really very
F2
scared.
is, but of course f7 and h8 would be hanging for black in return. Look at the computer saying this is equal.
Oh my God.
You know what? Go bleep yourself, Stockfish. Know what? This is, I can't even, this is crazy. I think you're right, Hammer. I think that regardless of whether he goes for d4 or rook e2 or rook f1, he probably is not sitting here across from Fabi thinking, you know what, I'm going to go for the sharpest thing I can find, because he clearly is surprised. He knows that Fabi has prep here. He may not have a choice but to go for something super spicy, but I don't think that is his first choice.
That's exactly what I wanted to say. Unfortunately, the the character of the position does not allow you to place something safe, and
Right.
that's exactly why Fabi is choosing this variation.
Oh,
But
man.
on the other hand, is there a more scary thing than Jan Nepomniachtchi on a winning streak? Like, we've been talking so much about this guy being moody, and that he when he first loses, it often follows another loss. But also, the reason he was the challenger last time
Yeah.
is because when he wins not just once, but twice
Right.
and 3 times.
Yep.
So it's such an interesting choice from Fabiano, putting the maximum pressure. And yeah, the queen to f6 is on the board. And I mean, Nepomniachtchi has to be nervous right now.
This line hasn't been played since the Swedish Open in 1895. Apologies there. I'm needing to lean in a little bit to read the chat. But yeah, I mean, so shout out to the featured chat there and the person who did a little research. Of course, everything Hammer just said about Nepo, his style, the things that people know and love about him are his streakiness, and if he can keep on it, what will he be capable of? Let's remind everybody of all the wonderful things about Jan Nepomniachtchi and his path to Madrid.
The defending champion Jan Nepomniachtchi is back at the candidates, effecting his second straight bid to challenge for the World Chess Championship. One of the more experienced players, Nepo brings to Madrid an aggressive style that is both challenging to face and entertaining to watch. 2 years ago, Nepo made the most of his debut in the candidates. With a round to spare, he won the event in convincing fashion.
That's all he needed. Jan Nepomniachtchi is the 2021 World Chess Championship challenger.
That victory led Nepo to a World Championship match with Carlsen and also secured his return to the candidates in Madrid this year. Despite being one of only 2 players in the field to have won the candidates, the expectations for Nepo are not particularly high this time around. However, his confidence from having won here before, in addition to his years of competitive experience, may offer him a shot to turn some heads. If Nepo should pull a major upset and face Magnus Carlsen again, the two know each other well. Nepo has competed against Carlsen for decades, ever since the two prodigies were 12 years old.
World Under 10 champion, ahead of Magnus Carlsen.
And that's where that picture was from.
For the record, that's right. Two-time
Baby
Russian
pictures.
champion, the European champion in 2010, a 2-time silver medalist. Jan Nepomniachtchi is, he's got it all in that. Look at the last line, former semi-pro Dota player. I want to make sure that all of our fans watching, whatever platform you may be tuning in from, a lot of you might be Dota fans, and so is Jan Nepomniachtchi. Right now, he's not a fan of the fact that he's been surprised by Fabiano Caruana. We see that Almira's, right? Right, nice. Almira's Queen of 6 played on the board, and Fabi taking another walk, Hammer.
Yeah, no, I mean, why would he sit there and use his energy right now? He's in his prep, and walking away from the table is also a way for chess players to, establish a bit of dominance. He's like, I know you're going to have to think about this.
A little bit.
Yeah, I don't need to be here. I'll let you sit thinking here for quite some time. And I think that's also what we have to expect at this stage. Jan Nepomniachtchi falling into some very scary preparation from Fabiano Caruana. And yeah, he's going to... I mean, if I'm Jan Nepomniachtchi here, I'm already looking for like bailouts, possibilities to just clarify the position to a draw. Because I won the first round with the black pieces. I'm happy with my current standing, and I don't want to be blown away from the board without Fabiano having to think about a single move, just repeating the engine's suggestions.
No, I don't think anybody wants to be blown away from the board.
I
no
love
matter what.
this.
Oh, we've got
visuals.
another featured chat.
Incredible.
Remember how Danny said, expect the game to not be as spicy as everybody wants? Indeed. Remember how chat never remembers the rare times I'm right and always remembers when I'm wrong? Elmira, let's change the subject.
Let's change the subject. I think that before Jan finds the most precise continuation in this position, we should just give like an overview. Overview of the round.
Let's head over to our bird's eye view to make sure, because this game is clearly going to get a lot of attention. We knew it was coming in because it is the matchup between the two early leaders. But there are 4 games in progress. Of course, you can go directly to chess.com, as you should, and just follow all the games and keep our commentary in the background. Again, that Italian with A5 between Duda and Liren, a completely different looking type of Italian. Where do you want to jump to? Well, let's do a quick run through all 3 other games because I know we're going to be spending a lot of time here.
Rapport Firouzja. It's a very
Rapport
interesting
Firouzja,
position.
the birthday boy. Okay, here we go.
Was it the bishop b5? Oh no, it's even queen d4 first. Okay, those are the openings of my childhood.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna
have a look at the d4, c4, queen d4.
Let's do it. We had a queen d4 Sicilian. That's not an Uri day opening. We don't see that Uri day at the top level. Bishop to b5 and the exchange on c6. And again, the typical reason you normally take with the knight is these are all the mainline Sicilians you would see. Putting minor pieces in the center to control the game is usually what you do. Why? Because the queen tends to get kicked around when she's out there too early playing with the kids. That means white has to part ways with the bishop pair if you want to keep the queen there. Otherwise, you got problems. And you get this very interesting imbalance in this particular line of the Sicilian because white has a big center, a Maroczy bind structure to go with it, clamping down on important central breaks. But white has lost time with the queen and lost the bishop pair in order to get here, Hammer.
Do you remember who else had this Maroczy pawn structure, those 2 white pawns controlling in towards the center? It was the game of Richard Rapport. Only he had the black pieces. I feel like this situation is very similar to what Rapport played yesterday. Now, remember
what Duda played yesterday, and then what Rapport played is black.
It's the same thing.
Oh,
no?
okay. Sorry, I wasn't meaning to correct you. I was just clarifying.
Yeah, okay.
I love you.
So I'm thinking that, well, Rapport, he wasn't very happy with how the opening went last time.
Yeah.
He got in major trouble against the Polish player. And now he's kind of reversing it and saying, well, I kind of like this way of playing. I liked how the pawns were positioned.
Yep.
I'm going to play this way myself now that I have some experience from yesterday.
And I just want to highlight, as a Sicilian player myself, I wanted to highlight the big difference here for black is that once you've committed the e-pawn in a Sicilian, rarely can you fee and kettle that bishop and not regret it later because of what would be weak on d6. So it's an interesting maneuver to not do what you might often see here with the bishop. This knight is trying to get ahead of the game to the king side. One, because you have this pawn on e5, potentially allowing the f4 square to be available, but also because you no longer want g6 anyway. This bishop will be naturally developed to e7, where it defends your only real weak peshka on the open file. And that allows black to be safe, get out of the center, and maybe even play for a move like f5, as you generally want to attack in the direction of your pawn structure. So something like this, if we're just, 1, enjoying the coloring on the board, and 2, thinking about what exactly is black's plan with that. You always have to highlight whenever someone chooses to make 2 moves with a piece rather than just 1 natural-looking development move, what exactly it is they're trying to achieve there, Elmira.
Well, first of all, I wanted to say that I've played this position numerous times with white.
Okay.
So it actually leads to positions which are not so easy to understand, like especially for the players who use the open Sicilian. So I suppose that Richard didn't want to go for the Neider, first of all. So it was a very smart move to avoid also a very sharp line and to bring it to the positions that he feels maybe a bit better. So here, the first thing that comes to mind that I really want to get to the same structure like yesterday, so I want to play c5. You know, if given an opportunity, then if queen f5 doesn't work, then this move is really possible. You should that's the first move you should consider in this position in order to break the structure. So does it work?
It's a really good question. You want to see if it works right now?
Yes, I really want to try it because Jan Ludwig pointed out that, for example, queen a5 didn't work yesterday because, like, you could your pieces were getting so active. I'm not sure, like maybe knight c3, maybe knight d2, and then knight c4. Like I don't like, what is the possibility here? Does this work?
Yeah. G6 is a threat. Bishop e3 is coming naturally.
And then knight b6 maybe, but this should be.
But maybe I can just push.
Like how one of my
I give my pawn back.
favorite scientists would say that this requires a delicate piece of analysis, but
I like to just say, and the position is unclear, which is the lazy man's version of saying, I have no idea what's going on here. Position
no.
remains unclear.
you should always stay elegant, you
Yeah.
know, in the way you,
But
you
it's
express
funny because
yourself.
the unclear symbol itself in chess, for those who read chess notation, is the sideways infinity symbol, right? Kind of the
Yes.
game goes on. And there were many famous stories where people would end their analysis with an unclear symbol, even though they knew what it was, but they didn't want to reveal all their analysis in the informant. There were some players who were particularly known for doing this, right? For ending the analysis early, even though they had the answer. Yeah, fun story.
So I'm a bit afraid, like you were highlighting all of the plans in this position. So if you don't seize this moment to play c5, then after knight g6, I
Yeah.
think the position will remain very unclear.
Right. So no, it's a great point that this is maybe the critical decision that Rapport is thinking about right now, because if we let black do all those things that I was coloring about and f5 is achieved, black is in great shape. Black has the bishop pair. The light square bishop that white lacks is going to lead to great things on the king side. So probably white has to make something happen to try to undermine this structure sooner rather than later. Okay. I'm sitting here inside. I just want to get back to the Nepomniachtchi Caruana game. So that means let's go back to our bird's eye view and check in with the other 4 games again, so we can quickly pay off some debt and look at. I want to check in with Hikaru Nakamura and Teimour Radjabov as soon as we can, because I'm sure many of the fans want to know that. So we're just going to jump right over there. Ooh, this is funny. Nakamura Radjabov has this.
We have this game reversed, because Teimour Radjabov wanted to play the Berlin defense.
And Hikaru's like, no, thank you.
Yes, he declined, like Fabiano yesterday. D3 was played. It's exactly the same opening. Bishop c5. Only Hikaru, he didn't go for the structure with bishop c6. He went for another line, like knight bd2, and a very rare continuation, knight d4.
Yeah, this knight d4 line, it breaks so many principles. You move a piece twice in the opening, and then you're going to have to move your bishop a couple more times to go with it. But what's the main idea? How is black able to justify such a loss of time for his development, Hammer?
It's because the knight on c6, before it moved forward in the center, this knight is one of black's main issues in this Ruy Lopez Spanish opening. Because white will very often play the move c3, which effectively shuts down the knight's possibilities forward. And that's why when you get the chance to make the trade, you want to do that. And it's actually connected with some tricky moves. Because when you play a knight to d5, like Radjabov did, after the trade, Hikaru did have the option here of playing the move knight f3. And this knight move attacks the bishop, trying to win the bishop pair, which is considered an advantage. And if the bishop runs away, the knight can take the pawn in the middle instead. And then what was discovered about this situation, apparently I'm wrong again. Apparently queen e7 is a stunning move. But the point I wanted to make is that the position after castles.
I just wanted to show the main thing is that if this happens, black has things like d5 and even knight g4
queen b4
here.
is winning
Queen
the
b4.
piece.
Oh, queen b4 is wins the piece. LOL. Yeah.
So yeah, apparently that's just brilliant from black. But you can also play. There's a similar line. Where you, as black, just sacrifice that pawn in the center. To just get really quick development. Like, for instance, if white here castles, and then black castles, white can take the pawn in the middle, but then pawn to d5, and black gets the initiative by having some early threats despite giving away a pawn.
And some awkwardly placed pieces for white, right? There's weird tactics when your pieces are undefended on the 5th rank. You can tell the computer likes a position when it's equal and you're down a pawn. So, yeah, really well said there. Hikaru, as we pointed out, though, did not play knight f3. He played c3 and has now played a very aggressive pawn push himself with the move d4. All right, we got to dive into what d4 is all about. Real quick, though, we want to give a quick shout out to the team from the other side of the block. The Chess Kid team is live here in Madrid with a very large staff. And if you're wondering what hiring a Chess Kid coach would look like, you can wonder no longer. We've hired our own Chess Kid coach, American FIDE Master James Canty, to help level up your game this summer. There are free live lessons at chesskid.tv on a regular basis, Fridays at 6 p.m. Eastern. If you're looking to tune in for some more Canty content, a lot of people know the streamer James Canty on chess.com. Maybe you've got kids, nieces, nephews, grandkids, who knows. Tune in at 6 p.m. on Fridays for some Chess Kid free lessons. So, all right, let's get back to this game here. What were you going to say, Hammer, about d4?
Yeah, no, the most interesting thing about this position is the fact that Hikaru has spent no time and Radjabov already spending close to half an hour. So Radjabov just looking poorly prepared in this line. I do believe this has all been played many times previously, which means that a player at Radjabov's level, he should not be out of book. He should not be out of his openings here. So I'm very surprised by that, and that tells me he's in for a tough game.
Okay, so maybe one prediction I made that Hikaru might win and bounce back could prove true. Any other thoughts here on there?
Just jinxed it.
Well, first of all, I really like Hikaru's position, and he's using one of most typical ideas to break through in the center, d4. He sacrifices the pawn, and then ed4, e5 is for me is absolutely crushing.
Yep, and we'll show a little more of queen e7. You castle, you can't take the pawn because you lose the queen.
And
all kinds of very, very dangerous tactics.
The one thing that I wanted also to share with you is that, of course, when you can sleep, I was wandering all over the internet, and I saw that Hikaru actually did quite an extensive analysis of his yesterday's game, which he shared it with his community.
Yeah.
And I just find it absolutely incredibly. So the player who is playing the candidates takes his time. Probably it also maybe helps him grieve,
Yeah.
and so
it's
just
a
start.
Healthy process,
well, it's a healthy process, but as a professional chess player, I'm really admirative.
Yeah, I'll give an additional shout out to it because you brought it up that Hikaru was also the only player who lost who actually he offered to come onto the show, and we had a lot going on day one, and we had Fabi coming on, so we didn't invite Hikaru, but it was also admirable and very mature and hey, I know I lost, but do you guys want me on the show? And he ultimately, of course, not only provided the content for his fans, but like you said, I think the process is healthy to relive the game that way, and so maybe it's why Hikaru is feeling fresh and ready for another fight today. So
it's a new day. It's a
new
dawn.
day, like you said, new tournament. All right, well, there's only one other game we haven't checked on, and that is Ding Liren and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Just quickly looking at our bird's eye view, reminder, all 4 games in progress. We know that you will sometimes want to follow a game more closely than we have it. We can't follow all 4 games at once. So quickly, we're going to go over here to JKD, the Polish with 3 names. People say the Frenchman with 3 names with MBL, but no one, maybe JKD sounds too much like Jean-Claude Van Damme.
No, the Frenchman.
How's your Jean-Claude Van Damme impersonation? You have to take me to the airport.
I'm not sure I've watched any of his
Okay,
movies.
you never seen Bloodsport?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have some educating to do. Okay, we have a very different looking Italian, black with the bishop pair. And this is the position I feel like we're used to seeing a lot of, right? Whatever happens on the queen side, black has this long-term potential maybe to do things over here. I feel like I see Grishik play these positions as black and as white, and Caruana as well regularly, but what jumps out to you about this particular battle here, Hammer?
8 pawns for each player. The more pawns you have on the board, the more complex the position, in my opinion. And notice how Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he has chosen to give away one of his bishops for one of the black knights. And we touched upon this yesterday, that when there's a trade of knight versus bishop, the two pieces are considered to be about the same value, but they have two very different functionalities on the board. And in general, bishops are worse the more pawns are on the board, because then pawns will often stand in the way of the bishop's diagonals. And I think Jan-Krzysztof Duda has this very long-term strategy where he feels that he's going to have an advantage just on account of the black bishops being unable to put a real mark on the game.
I like that. That sets the tone for maybe even some later breakdowns of knight versus bishop imbalances. But right now, I want to draw attention to a different type of breakdown. You guys notice anything about this dynamic of JKD versus Liren not on the board? The chair. Apparently, I don't know whether it's just the superstition of having lost in a chair or whether he was just genuinely uncomfortable. But apparently, Liren requested a smaller chair from FIDE, and he was granted it. Your thoughts, Almira?
Well, first of all, during the second leg of the last candidates, it was all about the chairs.
Yeah.
It seemed that the players have chosen, like, everyone has chosen a different chair. So, like, when you were having an image, like, we were calling the tournament 8 chairs at the end. So, I think, once again, you have to feel as comfortable as you can get. Like, so, I agree that he needs to... if he needs a new chair, so that be it.
Yeah, I mean, I understand fully wanting to get a different chair, whether it was like, no matter what the reasons would be. And it's funny, you talked about how the candidates last time had all the talk about the chairs. I personally think that gaming and chair companies, not just gaming chair companies, but whatever office brand companies are missing the opportunity. I literally don't understand why they don't go out of their way to put more. I mean, there's a lot of visibility. You get a lot of conversation going, especially if the chair has flair. Hey, that rhymed. I mean, if the chair had flair, people are going to talk about how it looks. So, I think maybe in the future we'll see more interesting expressions, right, of flair via the chairs that the players choose. So, funny. There's Caruana, by the way.
By the way, I wanted to ask you, how would you feel playing in such a beautiful hall? Because I know that, like, how sensitive I am, especially like to any form of art. So I literally would be staring at the ceilings all the time. So it
would be amazing. I actually think that the location has more than delivered. I've played in a lot of hotel ballrooms, like every other chess player, right? You get to know those very big kind of the patterns of the carpet when you're in ballrooms and whatever. But playing in a venue like this, where the beautiful things to look at are up and not just some sort of office ceiling or lighting, a chandelier in a hotel that gets old very quickly, I would love it. I don't know. I mean, I'm a bit of an ADD like squirrel, so I would love it. In fact, it might be really bad for my chess, as if I needed more problems.
Well, I suspect that it would be for mine as well. So
we've got a fun little comment here. I prefer to blame the mouse, but I understand how that doesn't work for OTB. Agreed. A lot of us like to blame the mouse when we make bad moves, but there's no real such thing as a mouse slip over the board. I don't think anyway. What would be a mouse slip equivalent? Like you put the piece on a wrong square, and then when you set it up, you accidentally put it on a different square?
No, actually, it happened to me several times.
Yeah.
It's when you make a second move of the variation. I would say that if we can drive a parallel, it's like you calculate for such a long time, and literally you start with the second move. And then you're looking at the position, and it's just like...
I have done that as well, especially in like a capture moment where you're like calculating like multiple ways to recapture, and then you just literally mess up the move order. I've done that before too. Yeah, so apparently it can happen. Okay, interesting. All right, well, there's the playing hall from a broader view.
Half of the players is missing.
Half of the players are missing, and on that note, we're gonna take a cue from our Elite 8 players to take a very, very quick break. Our first break, Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 FIDE Candidates Round 2 live from Madrid continues when we return.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
This club is called Amigos del Retiro, friends of the Retiro. The Retiro is the most big and important park in Madrid.
It's a very important park in the city because it's right in the center.
If you want to play chess, you don't know the place, this is maybe best one in Madrid.
Aquí tenemos, viene gente para aprender.
Y se hacen muchos torneos a final de mes y los domingos y pues es muy común venir aquí y echar unas partidas y sí.
Hoy, porque como se juega candidatos aquí, pues queríamos hacer algo especial.
Sí, hoy voy a dar la simultánea y a ver qué tal se da, a ver si juego bien y no consigo soltar puntos.
In qualifying for the candidates, Hikaru Nakamura ratcheted up the level of interest in what is already considered the most important tournament in chess. With millions of followers as a popular content creator, Hikaru brings along his sizable community while also attracting more casual chess fans. Although once ranked number 2 in the world, most believed Nakamura's best days competing in classical chess were behind him. That changed when this Japanese-American Grandmaster leaned on his exceptional calculating ability to win the FIDE Grand Prix. The unexpected victory earned him a bid into the candidates for the first time in 6 years. A 5-time US champion, Hikaru has stayed sharp of late by dominating in speed chess formats. Nakamura is currently ranked by FIDE in the top 2 in both Rapid and Blitz. A chess giant on Twitch and YouTube, Hikaru brings a special buzz to a tournament that already holds the keys to becoming the next world champion. And there are certainly those who have yet to rule out Hikaru from catching lightning in a bottle here in Madrid.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. We are back here in Madrid, getting a nice aerial view of Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Richard Rapport as they play their respective matches here in round 2 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. This is Chess.com's coverage. It's happening live in Madrid. Richard Rapport is focused. With me here in studio is, of course, Almira and Hammer. And I think, Almira, stop. It's hammer time.
What?
It's hammer time.
Oh, you want me up and running?
Stop. It's hammer time. Okay. Well, we're gonna quickly get into we got to go back to Jan Nepomniachtchi and Caruana, but you wanted to show something from Rapport and Firouzja, so I'm pulling up that particular game first. We've seen several moves going along. You want to break down this position, or you wanted to talk about?
I wanted to talk about something a bit more general.
Okay.
I wanted to talk about why the Sicilian defense is the choice of aggressive players.
Okay.
And in order to do that, I'm going to have to step over to our special area.
Let's go for it. Go for it. It's hammer time. Hammer time. Stop. It's hammer time. No one, I mean, you know, because he's dope on the flow and he's magic on the mic. He's hammer time. Let's go.
Okay, so this is the Rapport versus Alireza game, in which Alireza, showcasing his aggression for the second time with the black pieces, playing the Sicilian opening. Now, this opening has a reputation for being very, very aggressive and unbalanced. And I'm going to try to explain why that is. And it is because as the moves come on the board, the knight developing and the pawn stepping forward once, it's really all about the discovery that was made that the only way white can put real intense pressure on black is by playing the move d4, which Rapport did. Now, after that d4 move, what happens is a trade between the pawns, after which what is very important to note is that white has one pawn in the center, whereas touchscreens are not my friends just yet, Danny. So white has one pawn in the center, whereas black has 2. And this central superiority is basically the whole idea of the Sicilian. That's the pro for black, but the con is that after some more moves, we will notice how in this position, we have a situation where black still has these 2 pawns in the middle versus white's 1, or rather 2 white pawns against the 3 for black. However, this comes at a cost for black because black hasn't got any pieces into play. And so the Sicilian is very much an opening that is all about the kind of unbalance between having good central control with your pawns and getting your pieces out quickly. And we can see as the game progressed, here with the white pieces, Rapport, he plays the move c5. And so he's trying to make a trade with his pawn in towards the middle. And after that trade was made, the situation is like this, that both players have one pawn each in the center. So Alireza Firouzja tried to make it imbalanced, but with the white pieces, Hikaru Rapport, he equalized that situation with the pawns, and he's now trying to exploit the fact that black has two isolated pawns on the queen side.
Good stuff. And you know, it's also something that we should note is the same structure that we had yesterday that Rapport was playing with black as Almira's c5 was played on the board, and predicted well, not met with queen a5, as we've kind of now learned several times in this position that while that pawn looks tasty, black doesn't seem to really be able to afford it, right? Too much can be lost there. And so we get the same structure we had yesterday. White's advantage is teeny, I guess, if you talk about just the positional aspects of these pawns being split as targets. But black is doing just fine on development. You have the f4 square. Almira, it looks like your prediction of c5 was a good one, that we would see it.
Well, there is only one slight difference compared to the yesterday's game. It's just that Alireza has, well, a worse structure, but which is compensated here by two bishops.
Right.
That's,
No,
I
makes
think,
sense.
it's the main difference.
Yeah, so black is worse positionally, but has the two bishops, is, I guess, slightly ahead in development in a weird way. It's equal as both sides have a minor on the first and eighth rank respectively, and both sides kings are yet to castle. But feels like black's a little bit ahead just because of how quickly the bishop is sort of already in the game. Okay, well, this will be an equal one. It's not necessarily as sharp of a one as what we're seeing in the other feature game. We see a tired. Was he out late last night partying on his birthday?
Alireza Firouzja. Okay, maybe he was preparing. You know, that's my guess.
More likely preparing than
Yes.
partying would be Alireza Firouzja for sure. But okay.
When I was his age, I was preparing till I think 6 in the morning. You know, so it's like
You would stay up all night preparing for a game in the morning?
Yes, yes. Like when I was playing competitively, like I couldn't sleep. So
yeah.
How did that go for you?
I was going to say that. I think I valued sleep way too much. And just hearing the balance of how I valued it, I valued sleep way too much, more than the chess prep. So.
Well, I know how important it is now, but well, then I just all I was like just giant mind which was racing all the time. So it's
No, but this is a very important point Almira brings up, because there was a period of time where I stopped preparing for my game the day before, because I thought if I prepare something, I'm not going to be able to sleep as well, because I'm only going to be thinking about all the lines I have been investigating and what I think is going to happen the day after. So there was a portion of time where I just decided I don't want to know my next opponent because I don't want to disrupt my sleep. And I think chess players have really come to understand these healthy body, healthy mind kind of things. For instance, Magnus Carlsen, he sleeps for very long during the morning because he doesn't want to get up way too early before the game because he believes that kind of his mind functions the best a couple of hours after waking up instead of like 10 hours after.
That's interesting. Well, we know he's young and creative, and I'm sure that yawn was because he was up preparing, not partying, even though it is his birthday. But because it's his birthday, I think it's appropriate that we make a quick call and show people just how young is he. We always say it. Here you can see that he is the third youngest player to ever compete in the candidates. Magnus Carlsen and Bobby Fischer, the only two that accomplished that feat at a younger age. 18 years and 11 months, the official sort of benchmark of when the tournament started. Of course, as we know, he turns 19 years of age today, 2 days in. But still, what a career this young man has ahead, regardless of what happens in Madrid. But certainly an impressive feat that he's even here. So.
Well, we were talking about Bobby Fischer, and Alireza Firouzja certainly reminds us of Bobby Fischer. even well, his attitude during the game, his determination, and how would you like? There's a word that we use in French, emprise. It's like the hold the game has on you. You know, he's like when he plays the game. Sometimes I look at him, and he enters a state of trance almost. You know, this is not many people like and players. They can get to this kind of concentration.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's an obsession. You can see it, right? It's a focus and passion. No, he's creative and a lot of fun to watch.
I really like your Kasparov image, Dan.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think I actually saw an early version of the image, and I made a shout out to the team to say, hey, maybe could we find a smiling Gary? But maybe they couldn't find a smiling Gary. So
and I also feel like his hand up on his neck. It's almost
what's funny is
it looks like an extension of his neck.
I know it's definitely that's angry Gary, right? Although to be fair, Gary's reputation, you know, and how intimidating he was at the board definitely was a big part of the storyline that followed him during his career, right? So, you know, maybe it's appropriate. We should probably make that face an emote on our channel instead of finding a smiling Gary. But okay, we're gonna back out and switch things over to the featured game of the round, if you will, sort of an unofficial dubbing that we call the most critical game, Nepomniachtchi versus Caruana, as it's a battle between the two leaders. Let's refresh and show everybody how we got here, because we left the game after Queen F6 had been played from Caruana. We can already see, by the way, just before we even dive in, let's set the stage for what's happening here. Fabi has more time than he started with by a lot. No increment, but he's only used 6 minutes. I'm sorry, I was thinking of the 90.
Of course,
okay.
of course.
But still, he has a ton of time. Jan is almost down to an hour, right? And this is the opposite of how we normally see these two players play. So it shows you how well prepared Fabi is for this game. Jan played the move Queen E1 to defend F2 a second time. The Queen goes to G7. Again, if we just look at the timestamps of this game, Hammer and Elmira, Fabi has spent 0 time. So this is still very clearly preparation for him. The Knight comes to F1. Black castles, taking a note from Hikaru Nakamura's book that just because you play H6 and G5 doesn't mean you can't put your king on the king side. Knight to G3, Knight to E7, making sure that F5 remains protected.
Just
doubly.
Rook E2, Queen E1.
It's very strange.
Well, no, it's just that you do not see this very often, you know.
Yeah.
So this position is really very interesting.
Now D4 comes.
What a move from Nepomniachtchi. Knowing he's facing his opponent's preparation, and he still goes ahead and makes a sacrifice of a pawn in the center of the board. So, I mean, it's not too strange that he spent so much time to get here, because he had to build the courage to really put the pressure on Black in a position where he had to assume that he was still in Caruana's home preparation.
It should be noted, this was the first move that really caused Caruana to do anything but physically come back to the board. It was 15 seconds on a move, 16 seconds, 16 seconds, 25 seconds. These are basically the time for Fabi to walk back. This move caused Fabi to pause for 1 minute and 57 seconds, so still not a lot of time, but it was the first move in the game, this D4 shot, that forced Fabi to check himself. He did capture and now brings the knight back to C6, which is, I like to call that like heavyweight boxers and footwork, right? You bring the knight to E7, once the structure changes and you have a new target, no problem shuffling the pony right back to where it was to overwhelm the D4 pawn.
Well, it's actually a very typical maneuver. I wanted to draw your attention to this. So once White played D4, then even if you're losing a tempi, you're going back to C6, and now you have to solve the problem of how to protect the D4 pawn. Bishop B2 for me is a natural move.
But the problem is, Black has put 3 pieces pointing in against this central pawn, whereas White only had 1 piece defending it. So even if White does use the bishop to offer additional defensive possibilities, Fabiano can still win a pawn by just capturing in the center.
Of course, but I feel this is one of those positions, once again, that when you sacrifice a pawn for a long-term initiative, look at the squares, F5 and H5.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I just want to get the end of the line to just show, like, what Almir is talking about. You have f5, you have h5, you have pawns that can't go back. We always joke about that bug on chess.com, because the best move for black when you want a pawn is probably g5 to g7. This is the best move on the board, right? But you can't play it, and white will have long-term compensation here for a very long time.
Of course, and here, when you exchange these dark square bishops, you no longer have this tension well, on f2, and it's very important. So the files are open for white's rook as well, so it's a very important factor as well when you assess a position. So here I would prefer white. Actually, it's I don't know what computers prefer here.
I would bet Hammer prefers black, but he...
I do prefer black, Danny, and I have a reason for it.
Okay, well then, you know, just don't mind if you do then. Go ahead.
So in this variation, where white tries to defend the pawn on d4 but fails, I'm going to be up a pawn. But after that, I'm going to have this amazing square for my queen on e5. This square is fantastic because there are no white pieces who are really in a position to kick the black queen away from there anytime soon. And then I will try following up with the moves h5, h4. And I'm going to use this pawn to chase away the white defensive knight so that the knight has to step back, and then you can talk to me about all these squares that knight is looking for. Because
you brought the sass today.
I succeeded in chasing it back.
It's a great point. Not very often we talk about a queen on an outpost square, right? And so that's already by itself a kind of a cool feature. And before you even mentioned h5, h4, I was highlighting this. I didn't see it. It's a great idea, but I was highlighting it just to show, like what you're saying, that the knight now can't access either of these squares because of the sort of the X-ray vision that the queen spies to the h2 pawn. So,
well, you can still play h3 because you have knight f1, just in case. I mean, you should always remember that you have a lot of defensive resources, no matter what. And but yeah, that's it's a valid point, of course.
Well, and the main thing I guess I would add is that while Fabi did take a moment on e takes d4, as we said, a moment was 1 minute and 57 seconds, right? Wow, tons of time. That was the first time he had thought. He still then played instantly on the next move, right? Sorry, he took a moment on e takes d4 and then played instantly with knight c6. So still in preparation, or at least a position he's familiar with, right? That's likely a conclusion we can draw.
There are certainly very nice features, but like, how are you seeing all this? I mean,
what?
I need new glasses.
Oh,
I cannot see anything.
You know, I got LASIK at some point. It really helped my eyes. I'm not kidding.
Oh,
it burned for like a whole day. It was like someone puts shampoo in your eyes and you can't get it out for like a day. And so it just hurts.
And
but I got LASIK,
and it improved
my vision.
Your vision is significantly. Yes.
I didn't know I would need it to read timestamps on a monitor 15 feet away that are really small, but it's helpful. All right, there's Jan Nepomniachtchi. Doesn't need 20/20 vision to see what's in front of him right there. The chessboard is close, and he knows he has a lot of work to do today. If you're just tuning in, where have you been? This is round 2 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. That's one of the tournament leaders right there. Let's back up to our bird's eye view. Remind everybody that 4 games are in progress, and not quite the fire on board, guys, that we had in day 1, but still every game interesting, right? It felt like yesterday we were at one point on pace for 4 decisive results, like seriously. The 2 games that ended in a draw had a huge advantage for the Polish player, Duda, and of course Alireza Firouzja's exchange sacrifice was head-turning. But these games are interesting, a lot of life here.
You know, I had a thought which, well, has nothing to do with the positional strategy, but more psychological finesse. Maybe, I don't know who is coaching Firouzja in this tournament.
Nobody does.
Well, nobody does, so you don't have.
Okay.
But maybe it was suggested to him that Richard doesn't like to trade queens. Because it was such a surprise for me that also Alireza traded queens, you know, at such an early stage. So
I find that, is it really true that players of the 2750 plus level would have a stylistic, not necessarily issue or preference of like that, really? Like,
I'm not sure, but we could establish a pattern. I think they of course, they're universal players, but maybe there was something, maybe like a slight, hint.
Right.
I don't know, because especially Firouzja,
Well, Hammer, let me ask you. You were a second for Magnus for 2 World Championship matches. You've been in the room where it happens, so to speak. Shout out to Aaron Burr. Is that a thing? Do you talk about that? I mean, there's preparation in the opening, we know. There's preparation you do just in general to get your mind right and your body right. But are there stylistic preparations against a player like, hey, he doesn't like when the queens are traded?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But this is also because Magnus is incredibly good at being opinionated and like having these thoughts on what a player is good at and what a player is bad at. And Magnus also shouted out Garry Kasparov once because he thought Kasparov had some really good insights into Vasily Ivanchuk. Magnus had always assumed that Ivanchuk's erratic opening style and that he was just able to play anything. Kasparov, when working with Magnus, had made a point of some detail. I don't know what that detail was, but there was something Kasparov said which made Magnus think that there's a system to Ivanchuk's madness. So you can have these opinions yourself, but you can also learn from your elders. And like Kasparov played against Ivanchuk for 2 decades. So
it's fascinating. I mean, trading queens is not something we're going to see soon in this game here with Nepomniachtchi and Caruana. In fact, we do have a move, though. Rook to A3, and Fabi rushes back to the board. Hammer, it's hammer time. Not that hammer time, but it's hammer time. What do you got?
Well, I guess he thought that because Fabiano was threatening the pawn in the middle with 3 pieces, and White only had 1 defender, Nepomniachtchi must have felt that, well, I'm going to lose this pawn regardless. I'm not interested in defending it, which will only lead to further trades of pieces. So instead, he's trying to do one of these rook lifts, where the rook goes up the board on one side and tries to go all the way over to the other side in due time, and thereby increasing the pressure against an already vulnerable black king.
I like that. What do you say to the psychology, Almira, of, like Hammer said, he knows he's going to lose the pawn anyway, so why put more effort into it? Let's position our pieces for the long-term compensation we know we're going to need.
Well, these lateral moves, lateral rooks moves, they always escape my eye. And, well, I understand, of course, that he wants to bring it in long term to F3 and, to increase the pressure on F7. But you will always have, well, you will keep one of the knights, so it could always go to E5. That's my concern.
But the H-pawn is also maybe a long-term target, too. Well,
so,
okay. Fabi's going to have his work cut out for him now to show what his prep was all about. We expect him to be thinking for just a minute here. And so on that note, we're going to take a minute and bring up yet another one of our player profile spotlights and remind you all the things you did or didn't know about the highest rated player from the United States.
Fabiano Caruana stands as a pretty popular choice for winning it all here in Madrid. Fabi won this prestigious tournament 4 years ago in Berlin. In his challenger match against Magnus Carlsen, Caruana came just 1 endgame moment away from his first World Championship.
I wasn't playing my best chess today, and Magnus, I think, played very well.
Soon to be 30, Caruana's chess resume is matched by few in Madrid. Born in Miami with dual citizenship, Fabi became the youngest Grandmaster in U.S. history at age 14. A decade ago, he made history at the Sinkfield Cup, winning 7 straight games on his way to a 2844 rating, the 3rd highest of all time. Precise calculation and deep knowledge of opening theory are Fabi's calling cards. The Italian-American used both to great effect in the FIDE Grand Swiss to qualify for this event. Caruana now aims to become the first player since Vichy Anand to win the candidates in non-consecutive years. But perhaps more importantly, Fabi looks towards another shot at the world title.
It's a That's a really interesting stat there from Danya, that he would be the first player since Vichy Anand to win the Candidates in non-consecutive years. He's a 4-time Italian champion, 2016 U.S. champion. The Sinquefield Cup is, again, the tournament that will always be mentioned because it was the performance of a legend there in St. Louis. Of course, he's the Grand Swiss runner-up, which is how he got here. And as is often pointed out, he's the only person to have never lost a classical World Championship game to Magnus Carlsen. And he's the only participant to play in 3 previous Candidates. So his career is a fantastic one. It's one that why so many people have him as the favorite. And here we have, this is a great comment. I was there when Fabi made it in person. This is from Green Man RD. Fabi mentioned during the World Championship coverage, so glad you were tuning in, that he looks for positions that give his opponent a slight edge, but are very tricky to navigate. He feels like we're seeing this thought process prominently here today, meaning Green Man RD feels like we're seeing it. I think, so I don't know if either of you saw that comment from Fabi, but we got as much as we could out of him, me and Hess, about how he prepared. And he said one of the things that's very underrated is you know that chess is super hard. You know that you can't always prepare a win with the engine, right? So one of the trickiest things to do is to go for a position that you hope that their team stopped analyzing a little early because they're like, oh, it's just an edge, right? But you went a little deeper knowing that it was an edge, but there are a lot of problems potentially, a lot of pitfalls, right? And that is maybe the most often place where you can catch somebody off guard in a line where they have an advantage. So, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that is not new information, but it's really, I mean, Fabi is breaking code here. You're not supposed to talk about the Grandmaster Club. You're not supposed to reveal all our secrets.
First rule about the chess club, you always talk about chess club.
No.
Yeah.
No. But yeah, I mean, this is a fantastic point from Fabiano, and it is the way to catch your opponent unaware these days. You play something that the computer is not recommending, because then there's a smaller chance that your opponent has spent time on just that variation.
No, I'm taking notes, you know.
Almira, your thoughts on the fact that, well, everything we just talked about in regards to Fabi's comment, again, great comment from the chatter there on Twitch, thank you for that. Now he's thinking, so is this thinking to try to remember your preparation, use the clock as a weapon, you have earned that time advantage, or do you think he genuinely was surprised by Rook A3?
Well, I still think that he's, well, within his preparation.
Right.
But maybe, well, here it's like you go right, you lose a knight, you go left, you know, so it's a typical Russian, you know, folkloric story, you know, so it's like he has a choice probably, and maybe this choice is critical right here.
Right.
And I think it's very important, of course, to take a deep thought and to consider his options.
Is that a Russian proverb? You go right, you lose a knight. What is that?
It comes from Russian folklore. You know, where it was like actually it's a Russian warrior. At some point, he comes to a crossroad.
Right.
So and then it's written on carved on a stone. So okay, you go right, you lose your knight. You know, you go left. You know, you lose. Well, depending on the story, something more valuable. So it's like what are you willing to sacrifice?
I see.
So
I love that. I guess the joke is they would rather lose the more valuable thing than the knight. Is that the joke? Okay.
It depends. It depends.
Well, we'll see what Fabi comes up with. Like you said, it's a critical decision, and this game definitely had all the makings of exactly that comment from Fabiano Caruana. And again, huge shout out to the Twitch chatter who put it out. We want to give a shout out to the Youth Speed Chess Championship. The third annual Chess Kid Youth Speed Chess Championship will feature 8 of the top youth players from around the world in a series of blitz matches. You can catch all the action starting June 20th at twitch.tv/chesskid. Funmaster Mike, who's here in the building at the Palacio de Santonia. Happy Crocodile, Women's Grandmaster Keti Setsalvashvili, sorry about that, and WFN Maria Rodrigo. Going to be a lot of fun. Shout out to the kids at home, and let's give a shout out to all 4 games in progress. Maybe make a different decision about where to go next. We've been really focused on Nepomniachtchi Caruana.
Well, I think we should go to Hikaru because the thing about Hikaru's game is that it's very similar with his countryman Caruana in one respect, and that is the time usage We saw Fabiano Caruana now taking his time for the first moment in this game. But that is also true of Radjabov's opponent, Nakamura. Because even though this seems like a, not as tricky of a position as Fabiano's, it has quite a bit of venom. And that is underlined by the fact that Teimour Radjabov feels that he might go down to less, more than an hour behind Hikaru on this move.
He's on pace to get there. Let's show everybody where we left it. For those who maybe tuned in a little late, Hikaru was offered a Berlin. He took a page out of Fabiano's book to decline the Berlin with d3, similar to their game from yesterday. But after bishop c5, where Fabiano played the move bishop takes c6 against Nakamura, Hikaru plays a different line, which leads to this sort of rare-looking multiple minor piece move approach from black. d4 is played, and this was the first sign that we were smelling something fishy, because Radjabov, in a relatively well-known position, took a lot of time before playing c6, which is the most common move, by the way. c6 is the most common move, but the fact that he took so much time was the odd thing. D takes e5, cb5, e takes f6, queen f6. These moves were played instantly, literally instantly, by Hikaru. After castles, and then queen h5, you just immediately spot the structure, right? Bad pawn, which leads to an undeveloped bishop. Doubled pawns, which means this bishop isn't getting out here. I love White's position here. I'm surprised the computer doesn't give White more of an edge. It feels like such a tough position for Black to play.
But then going back to Fabiano's comment during the World Championship, that's what Hikaru has managed here, that he chose a line that the computers didn't initially think were very good for White. But as it transpires, Radjabov is coming under increasing pressure. And now a big move from him. He's moving his pawn forward in the middle, just giving that pawn up. And Radjabov is going to be down a pawn here.
Well, actually, I expected this move from Teimour because this is so much in his style, sacrificing a pawn. He has two bishops, and he does not want to commit himself to a passive defense.
Right.
So d6 could be considered, but so it's not in his style once again. So d5.
And by the way, I think it might just immediately.
Yes, so knight g5, of course,
so
simply wins. So
but you're
he
right.
needs to play d5.
Okay.
And
say more about why you expected it. So it's an active move. Obviously, you get your only real advantage in the position as Black as the bishop in the game. But a pawn is a pawn, right? I mean, what if Hikaru just takes it?
Well, he takes it, so we trade queens. Then probably takes on e1, I think. And then he develops his bishop to f5. Let's say, is it a possible continuation? And then rook d8 and try to win the pawn back. Or in the worst case scenario, maybe exchange the wrong bishop, so we get to the opposite color bishop endgame, sort of, how would Jan Ludwig call it, the bailout, yes?
The bailout,
yes.
yeah.
Taking notes.
He likes to say, but there's a bailout move.
Yes.
But a moment ago, we saw Hikaru number 12, the rare duck lips, where he kind of lowers his lip and kind of like is not really thinking that his opponent's plan is very good. Like
oh, really? Is that what
broken
it
down
is?
in the video to come soon?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, you've previewed this video so much now, Danny. I feel like it's time to release the crack.
It will come. Don't worry.
We've got a lot of spoilers, but
a lot of spoilers. But no, seriously, Hikaru very focused. He's primed here to use maybe the advantage he has on the clock, as you pointed out, almost an hour. So he'll make sure he makes the right decision. And I think this will be very quickly a 2-result position for Hikaru. Will it ultimately prove a victory? That would be a huge bounce back game for the 5-time U.S. champion. But either way, it'll be a position where he's the only one who probably can win.
I feel like it's also it might very soon be a one result position.
Meaning only Hikaru wins?
No, Danny. Meaning that it's going to be a draw.
Oh, okay.
Because I do feel like this endgame down a pawn for Radjabov, it really resembles what is called the Marshall endgame. which is actually the Spanish opening as well, but a very different way there. And it's very typical for that opening that black gives up a pawn to have an unopposed light squared bishop, which is the same case here. So I'm curious to see whether Hikaru will be able to pile on the pressure or whether it will just peter out pretty quickly. Because here in this line you have, oh, it's not on the screen, but the line Danny is analyzing now, if we can put that on the screen. The white pawn on d5, the pawn in the middle, is very exposed. It's very difficult for white to offer that pawn sufficient protection. And I could easily see that pawn being lost in the near future, after which Radjabov will make a draw with equal number of pawns. So right now, like you said, Danny, a 2-result game. But Hikaru needs to be extremely accurate to make sure that his initiative doesn't fade in the next 5 moves.
Actually, I had the same feeling, but I wanted to mention another possible continuation. After queen d5 here, is it possible for black to play queen g6, just to keep queens on board? And
queen g6?
Yes, queen g6. Well, I see the bar, like, so it means the computer doesn't like. I wanted to play bishop b6 or bishop h3, but probably this is not sufficient compensation, no?
Well, I want to suggest the move queen takes b5.
I was going to say, it might just be that you're giving up a second pawn, because this move would be
E8,
a mistake that only
course.
Danny Wrench could make.
But we could start with bishop h3 first. Queen g5. That's what you wanted. Okay. Yes, I think that's a very...
Yeah,
so,
if you go here, then queen g5,
queen
and
g5.
white is actually up 2 pawns now. Okay.
Of course, so well, then you cannot keep the queens on the board, so unfortunately.
Okay, it was a good line and instructive point about queen takes d5. I hear you, right? It's definitely a hard endgame to prove how white can win when both bishop e4 and rook to d8 are coming as a chance to maybe win back the pawn. So, interesting quote here from Hikaru Nakamura. He says, "Winning is fun, losing is fun. Playing interesting games with both colors is what makes it worthwhile." Of course, just speaking about what it is to play chess at a high level. I think of all the top players, Hikaru, I think I saw Hammer kind of smiling, maybe like calling the bluff that losing is fun. I understand, but I think Hikaru genuinely feels like, he's played so much chess, he streams chess all the time. I would say that he's developed a thick skin for losing in front of a lot of people. It happens all the time, right? And so I think he genuinely feels that. I'm not saying he wants to lose, but I think that that's an interesting comment and probably how he feels, really.
Well, I do find it's first of all, it's a very sincere comment, and I think that we had this conversation a few days ago, and it's the point that I wanted to explain, that a chess player is always identifying himself with his victories or the games he's playing. So it's all very concrete, and it's the world of ideas. So what I wanted to explain, that very often at elite levels we forget what playing is. Essentially, you know, I think the most important aspect of playing is fun. So that's what I wanted to say also about Magnus. I think that playing so many World Championship matches and having so much at stake, that he lost this feeling when you're playing and it's fun, no matter what. So I think he's trying, actually, it's pure wisdom, I think, from Hikaru.
Interesting.
I'm not sure he's genuine. I think all players, to become the level they are, they have to hate losing so much that they put in enormous amount of time to kind of avoid that by practicing. But I will agree that one of the most important skills, once you have reached that very high level, is the ability to deal with the losses.
Yeah.
And I think this speaks to Hikaru, who frankly doesn't lose very often.
Yeah.
Because he's made winning a regular occurrence on chess.com, but also elsewhere. But being able to cope with those few losses you do encounter is incredibly valuable. And sometimes You don't even have to believe what you're saying. You just need to have that psychology of, yeah, it's okay, I lost, it's okay, there's another game coming in. And actually this matchup is going to be a very good illustration of just that. Hikaru coming off a tough loss in the first round, he's now trying to bounce back. And having that mentality may increase his chances of getting back into it immediately.
They say all the best players and athletes have sort of short-term memory loss in that sense, right? They're so confident in what they're able to do. It's what got them there that they kind of develop that ability to just focus on the present, quickly forget the mistakes they made. They don't hold it against themselves, and the type of attitude that allows them to bounce back. Although you made an interesting comment about players, they want to win, they hate to lose. Kaidanov, when I was working with him for a short period, said he could define like the psychology and then a full bullet point list of what that type of player's strengths and weaknesses were based on one high-level comment, which was there are those who love to win and those who hate to lose. And that it's actually a very different type of mentality and attitude toward prophylactic thinking versus taking chances and risks. Anyway, we don't have to get into that, but it's an interesting psychology to consider the style that a player develops based on the joy, the thrill they have of the kill versus the absolute just how much they despise losing.
And I think we have a lot of those who love to win in this tournament based on how much aggression we've seen in the first two rounds.
But do you remember, like yesterday, Fabiano shared with us his insights, and the first thing that he said, I do not allow myself to get too excited. This says a lot, about the mindset and like, it's pure joy winning, but finally it comes down to being relieved, So I think that, especially like in all other sports, you're allowed, we have a completely different ethics, so it's allowed to express it.
That's a really great point. I mean, like they win an NBA game, a single game, let alone like the finals, and every teammate, they scream and enjoy, like they have like a release, right? They high five, they hug it out, right? They sometimes literally scream to the crowd, right? And chess players aren't allowed to do that, right? So there's a lack of like emotional letdown that you experience from a victory that I feel like we should do something about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I know that there's been some research in handball, which is very popular in Norway. I don't think the US even knows what it is.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
But in that, it was discovered that teams that massively celebrated goals, and there's like 30 goals for each team per game, teams that really celebrated their goals was doing better.
Interesting.
Just because of you're kind of also saying to the opponent, yes, we're the best, we're going to take you down.
Maybe
I'm not sure
the endorphins they win. I mean, there's a lot. I'm sure there's all kinds of studies that can be done about that.
Well, and also I think that in chess, Fabi said, and it's a very elegant way of saying this. You're also preserving your opponent because you have 14 games, so it's. I don't know. Maybe they're celebrating in their rooms. I want the camera there.
Maybe they go home and fist bump, and I don't know. I can't really see like Fabi and Chuchalov hugging it out. Maybe they have a whole secret handshake, like boom, boom. Wouldn't that be hilarious? That's the next skit I'm gonna make Fabi do. Him and Chuchalov.
You have the power to do that.
Oh, I can. Yeah, Fabi will do it. I can make Fabi do anything. All right, let's back this thing up and take a look.
But we are dancing the flamenco, yes? Then it's like they're doing the handshake.
I'm going to tell Fabi if he wins the candidates, we're doing a flamenco dance.
Yes, okay.
That's it. No, we will.
Oh, they didn't see it.
There's four boards in front of you. Oh, they brought us back.
Yes,
Yeah, we'll do it. So we'll do the flamenco dance if with Fabi. That's the deal if he wins. So let's head back and take a peek at where all four games stand. Very, very little to no action in the Rapport Firouzja game. The queens have come off the board, and those two young players who I think we would all classify as players who love to win, they're giving it a long think. Of course, we've spent a lot of time on Nepomniachtchi Caruana, which has had some things change. And then this Duda Liren game, I feel bad we're kind of neglecting it the most, but it's a very, very long positional struggle ahead in that Italian with a very close position there in the lower right corner. you want to head back and take a look at that hammer, or do we want to go over to the Nepomniachtchi Caruana game?
I would say Nepomniachtchi and Caruana, if only because I'm planning to look at this Ding versus Duda game on the monitor.
On the next hammer time?
Yeah.
Preview, foreshadowing. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have some more breakdowns of the positional battle of knights versus bishops ahead. All right, what happened here? Couple of moves. Caruana took, let's see, about 9.5 minutes on move 17, knight takes d4. So the first real think of the game occurred right here. Someone standing in front of our camera. We love that. First real shout out to a nice looking suit of the day. Knight takes d4, and after bishop takes h3, okay, knight e5, and bishop a2.
So the bishop was attacked, moved away. Jan Nepomniachtchi just playing calmly on, down a pawn.
Playing instantly too, by the way, now.
Yeah, well, he kind of has to because he's way down on the clock. And we just got an interesting situation in front of us. Fabiano has chosen to play with extreme risk, and he has a 30-minute time advantage and a pawn advantage as well. But in the resulting position, does he like this outcome? And will this suit him better than Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is kind of the king of messy? So I'm very intrigued by the new developments. And I think this is going to be a tough game for both players. Both of them trying to reach that 2 out of 2 score to just dominate initially here.
I'm trying to find out the point behind rook e3. Very often, you know, when computer offers you like an h4 move recently, like almost in every position, and you don't understand it initially, and then somewhere on the move 22, you see the point, and I cannot make it work for the moment.
Well, I think had White's rook still been in the corner, the bishop could have taken it. So I feel like it's something as simple as just getting that rook away from potentially being captured, and then secondarily hoping to bring it up over to an attack against the black king.
And I think there's a real potential for that.
Sarcasm, you know, it's like it's a Big Bang Theory. You know, they're always bringing, you know, this sarcasm card for Sheldon. You know, so like I spotted this. You know, I have some of Sheldon's qualities. You know, but.
You think he's being sarcastic?
Of course he is.
I think maybe there's a. Here's my version of the attack. I think the king moves to unpin the pawn from f2, and on that note, you're actually maybe immediately threatening f4. Because after the captures, you would have knight h5 with a tempo on the queen. Then you can recapture f4 with either the bishop or the knight, depending on what black does. And suddenly, the g3 square is available. So let me just play some fantasy chess real quick. We'll make some random move. And again, forget the eval bar here. I'm just trying to show that if nothing changes, suddenly a move like f4, in fact, the engine likes it, right? That's the idea, is that I'm very quickly justifying what did look like a very awkward placement of my pieces into a quick attack, right? Because the g3 square is going to be a real problem. So the engine backing me up there feels better than almost anything that has happened to me while here in Madrid. I actually really think that there's an idea here, especially because that shot is not something that black can do anything about. The g5 pawn can't run away from this fate, right? And, you know.
The point being is that the rook on
can
e3
move forward.
yes, more useful than on c1 or d1. That's like, because I was feeling that it has to be on c1 and I in the c7 pawn and open files, but here he wants to keep his dark square bishop, exactly, maybe to sacrifice it at some point. Maybe there's something like if knight f5, knight h6 is possible, then bishop g5 and rook g3. This is fantasy chess.
Like all in on something like that. Well, I mean, Fabi's thinking, again, he's earned the advantage on the clock, he's up a pawn, and the computer's like black, and I made those moves randomly, of course, and he'll have to come up with something. But the point is, there is a future where White's pieces look like they planned it all along if Black isn't careful, and I'm sure Fabi is aware of these potential ideas.
And if he makes a standard move, for the Italian, bishop b6.
Right. Okay. This looks
try,
good because
let's try,
here we offer the trade. Of course, this transition, I'm just going to make it, I would assume it's good for black because opening the F-file and then over-protecting the light squares can only be good. So Nepo would not do that.
So how do you continue here?
It's a good move, bishop e6.
Well, what about your king h1, Danny?
So simply king h1.
I guess already, at least now, if you take a2, I don't have.
Well, then I have knight f5, Danny.
Ah, okay, yeah, that's huge.
No, yes.
Actually, even immediately, maybe, right? Intermezzo.
Yeah, of course, you have to guard the f5 square.
Very nice.
So how do you continue here?
At some point, you have to start using the majority. I don't know what pawn should come first. I think you could maybe make an argument for all three pawn moves, in fact.
But like White's attack is coming on the next move. Like White's next move is pawn to f4.
You like it? You like that idea?
Yeah,
Hammer
no,
I Hammer?
Do you want me to say it out loud, Danny?
Say it out loud.
Say
my name.
I like your idea, Danny.
Okay.
What is going on here?
All right. F4 is coming, and Hammer likes it.
Yeah, no, it's really difficult to deal with for Fabiano. If he has to play a move like knight g6.
Why not? Knight h5, you want it?
I'm not sure. I was going to think about it.
But then you get your favorite outpost square.
Oh, here the queen is really very vulnerable.
I like that move, actually, because the queen is, in a rare case, is the queen better on the outpost square than a knight? In this position, I guess so.
But maybe you can start with knight f5. Can you?
Okay.
I don't want to, but...
Okay. I mean, now the white rook and queen is making a lot of sense. This knight cannot be stationed here without causing massive headaches for black. It has to be captured immediately. But once that capture is made, white recaptures, opening up for the rook down the open file, opening up for the bishop towards the black king, and just really releasing the energy in white's pieces.
And now
I still like this, Danny. I think this is a great idea, and I think Fabiano will be nervous about such lines in his calculations.
Yeah, I think if you play knight e5 there, then your idea simply smashes black f4, knight e5, f4. And I don't see even how
Okay, hold on. Let's see that line again, Elmira, on the top. So knight g6.
Knight g6.
Oh, wait, no, bishop e6 first.
Yes, bishop e6, because we want to release
king h1.
The pressure from the f7 to knight g6. Knight f5, yes, and I don't know how to react here. Yeah. Bishop f5 is probably forced, of course. Then you take, and then knight e5, I wanted to show that your idea, like with f4.
Super strong. And then
yes, it's very strong. Yeah. And now everything makes sense. That's how everything makes sense, like 10 moves later.
I think that Jan is very sneaky in those, because he has such a good feel for potential of an attack, right? I mean, everyone has known that about him for a very long time. He's a very intuitive player, has a very good feel for the danger in positions. Fabi plays c5.
And he uses the majority.
He uses the majority, which I think at some point had to be black's plan, and he gets up to take a walk. And as Jan returns, we take a look at the larger playing hall cam so that we can take a walk. It's going to be only our second break of the day. Don't worry, we will leave you with a view where you have an eye on all 4 games. Of course, there is so much ahead here in round 2 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. Don't go anywhere. Our live coverage from Madrid continues in just a few minutes. Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. We are back. We are back looking at the beautiful park, El Retiro Park. What a gorgeous scene there in Madrid. El Retiro is one of the parks where citizens of Spain, citizens of Madrid will play chess regularly. I want to go to there. That looks very pleasant. I would like to go to El Retiro Park someday. Maybe we will. But right now we have other things to do, and that, don't look at me like that, Hammer. It's fun to go to parks. I bet the players would love to go to the park too.
I'm sure you could go to the park if you just went there on a rest day, because you are currently in Madrid. You make it sound like it's such a freaky thing that you could go to the park.
Well, let's do it on Monday. You want to go to the park together?
I'm not sure I want to be outside in this Spanish heat.
Okay, that's true. We want to keep you inside. We like Jan Ludwig Hammer right where he is here in Madrid. We like Elmira Skripchenko right where she is, and we hope that you like our coverage so far of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. It's been awesome. It's been so much fun. The players are delivering on the board. The fans are delivering in chat. The team here is delivering. We are having a great time. We hope you are too. What do we want to do with this next part of the beautiful program, the beautiful games we see in front of us? Lots of options.
I wanted to troll you first.
Almira, you get to go.
Just finally, I've got some confidence now. It's about the park. I'm the typical Americans, they want to go to the park. I want to go to Del Prado,
I love it.
So, okay, let's have a look at this position. It's absolutely crazy, and I think that we should stick with the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana.
Okay.
It's an absolutely wild affair, if I might say.
C5 was played right as we left. We highlighted the use of the pawn majority. Well, it's not how many pawns you have, it's how you use them, and it's time to push them, baby, as Yazir would say. B takes C5, and now Fabi is... I didn't realize this was a debate, but I guess actually
What did you think was the obvious move?
I don't think there is one now that I see it. I thought D takes C5. I guess I just assumed to capture back with the pawn.
Yeah, but then we have the wrench patented.
If you're going to make fun of a tool as one tool to another, make sure you do it right.
Yeah,
Hammer.
I'll try. But then I think the Danny plan of King H1 is super strong.
The thing is, first of all, when you're playing C5, I thought he already knew what the follow-up. This is what I find surprising. Well, you take a deep thought. C5, B takes C5. That's where I agree with you. It's like probably the next move is absolutely natural. Well, and Fabi thinks
he takes
once
with the
again, yes, and he takes with the bishop.
Wow.
So he's taking with the bishop to put pressure on White's rook. And he's making the argument that now that you have to spend a move protecting your rook, then I will have time getting my pieces into defense afterwards. But I'm going to be honest with you, Danny. I'm not even sure Nepomniachtchi will move his rook.
Oh man, now that.
But you don't have.
That would be some fun.
You don't have a square. That's the thing. Bishop, like you have bishop b4 next, so rook c3 is not possible, probably, no. So
it's actually funny. So the more we look at it,
you don't have a square.
Yeah, the only safe square is b3, which is awkward AF. right?
And you want to play rook c3, but then bishop b4 is coming.
So white's rook is lacking squares, and that means the rook is probably going to be sacrificed. So Jan Nepomniachtchi has already given up a pawn in the opening. Now he's going to give away a rook for a bishop as well.
This is fascinating. All the psychology went into that. I agree with Yelmir. It wasn't that Fabi was taking time. It's that he, usually when you make a move like that, you already know your plan. But he thought for another 8 minutes almost before taking backwards with the bishop. He must have really been afraid of not gaining a tempo because of the f4 idea. But how would you sack the exchange? So let's say do you still play the king h1 f4 idea, or you don't need to move your king because this bishop is going to be gone. So maybe you do something else.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, Danny. It's such a tricky position. You know, I would probably still go king h1. But the problem is that after Fabiano then captures the white rook, you're down a lot of material. And you no longer have that rook coming over to the other side, creating an attack on the black king. I think the reason Fabiano hesitated is because he assumed that pawn takes pawn was not a possible move for Nepomniachtchi, because he saw that would create such big trouble for the rook. And then Nepomniachtchi says, well, I don't care. I'll just give away my rook. And like for this to be the second round, two players who won their first round game, the amount of risk they are willing to take. First, Fabiano playing an incredibly aggressive opening with black, and now Nepomniachtchi giving up a rook for bishop. It's just outstanding. I mean, yes, more of this.
Thank God none of us said this was going to be a lame game. Thank God nobody here said that or predicted a draw. I didn't do that. Okay, but let's talk about this, because if now we know this exchange is going to happen, and we know that d6 will be the most natural weakness, I start thinking of other moves like queen d2, like just to say like queen d2 or queen to d1, something like this happens. I think that's now much better than king h1, and the computer likes it too, because I'm going to win back some of my material here.
My bad.
You're allowed to sneeze. It's okay. Yeah. We all sneeze. We're all human, Hammer. Almira, your thoughts?
Well, I had thoughts which are completely crazy, because like the second round, I was thinking about actually the second game of the World Championship match, where Jan Nepomniachtchi was having black pieces, and Magnus Carlsen was having white. And actually, I was a bit surprised that almost no one talked about this game and how it psychologically affected Jan. But I think that was the game actually which broke him. He
didn't convert.
Yeah. No, but the position was so complicated. It's almost like it has nothing to do with this position, but the spirit. It's like it put him on tilt. I think so. Starting from this game, it affected it so much. So that's exactly the feeling when I look at the position I get. It's a very complicated position. Maybe black feels that, or Fabi feels that he is supposed to win, but actually white has so many dynamic resources and so many resources to increase the initiative, then maybe the position is balanced. Who knows?
It's fascinating. I remember that game, and I think that, I mean, Jan had a very big advantage at one point.
According to the computers, but from the human perspective, and once again, I really had the feeling that it was very difficult, and especially the feeling that Magnus would gamble in this situation. I think that was really had a huge psychological effect on Jan.
We actually got a move on the board.
Yeah, he didn't go for it. By the way, the computer kind of did like the imbalance of this exchange stack, at least from the perspective that it's unclear. But now he puts the rook on b3.
But it's still tricky, because the move we thought
Bishop
could be
B6
nice
just looks good.
For black.
The rook has to go to b2?
No, the rook can capture on the pawn on b7.
What?
Because it turns out the white bishop on a2 is in fact protected by the white rook.
I literally didn't even see that.
And if we were to get a trade like this, not only would Nepomniachtchi get back that pawn he lost in the opening, he also has that amazing square on f5 for his knight, where there are no black pawns that can chase it away. And the white bishop, the light squared bishop black had, with the exchange of those, black just has no way of preventing the white knight from moving in afterwards. So I guess he just didn't need to lose his rook, so he didn't give it away.
Yeah, we overreacted, I guess, to bishop e6. I personally, again, fully just wear the egg on my face. I wasn't even looking at this, but it's obvious now. But okay, black doesn't have to give back the b7 pawn by developing the bishop.
No, and one of the disadvantages of this rook move is that the rook is now blocking white's bishop. We wanted to have that bishop pointing in towards the black king, but for material reasons, we haven't been able to keep up that pressure.
So what is black's move now? I want to defend the b pawn so I can develop the bishop, especially to e6. Can I play a move as slow as b6?
Well, then we're back to the Danny plan, right? If pawn to b6, king f1, king h1,
and here comes,
and the pawn is coming in, putting pressure on those few black pawns that are still protecting the black king. And this could be a big problem moving forward.
And can we make a very strange looking move as well, like anticipating king h1, king h8, or it's not at all in the spirit of the position?
You want to play f5?
Well, I want to use it as a threat, a possible threat, not for the moment, but then maybe you will play knight f5. What do you think?
Knight f5 definitely comes to mind. The moment you put the king on h8, bishop b2 comes to mind.
Exactly.
But I don't think I can do it right away because actually maybe I can meet bishop e6 with knight f5. So
I mean, I'm not even sure Nepomniachtchi is that afraid of a black bishop attacking the white rook anymore.
Right.
We've seen so many lines in which just giving up the rook would be actually quite advantageous. So just threatening the rook in itself is not going to be a big success for Fabiano.
I want to give a shout that we've seen some interesting progress in the Nakamura Radjabov game. Hikaru did not take on d5 with the queen. So we'll get over to that in just a second. I know everyone is kind of asking for maybe a little more Naka coverage from some of the comments I saw. Okay, Fabi has got to figure this out. He didn't actually play that. That was my analysis. Got to figure out how to keep his edge. He's up a pawn, but there is work to do. And as has now been dubbed, I say humbly, the Danny plan. There's potential life here that you have to watch out for. So let's back up either to the bird's eye view, or we can jump directly over to the Nakamura game. But we'll get a quick look, a good reset to show everybody where things stand. Hikaru, of course, still has a huge time advantage on the clock. Look at that, 1 hour and 23 minutes while it is his turn to 38 minutes from Radjabov. And we head over there to see that Hikaru, in that critical position that we left it on, took on d5 with the pawn and not the queen.
Yeah, so he didn't want to trade queens because that would put black into this drawing marshal endgame territory where it was unclear how to keep protection of white's most advanced pawn in the long run.
So he took with the pawn. We're going to analyze this here to see. We had e takes d5, rook e1, knight e1, queen c4, and then h3, a very anti-martial move. Frees your back rank, a little bit of protection, but it's a slow move. And then bishop d7.
Yeah, I mean, I would be uncomfortable here as Hikaru because the rook on a1 and the bishop on c1, and frankly the knight on e1 as well, all of these pieces Hikaru has is just not contributing in the fight right now. And yes, he is up a pawn, but black has some rather commanding bishops about to put their rook from the corner into the center of the board. pointing down towards white's position, I feel like this could be unpleasant for Hikaru, even though he's up a pawn.
Well, I completely agree with you because first of all, I feel that those bishops are more powerful with queens on board. White has, very specific problems while finding out how to coordinate the pieces. So even if you finally manage to play, for example, knight c2, bishop b3, bring the rook, then the a2 pawn will be hanging. And the d5 pawn is, of course, very vulnerable. So those are the factors that we should, of course, have in mind when we assess this position. So I don't know how to coordinate the pieces. Should you start with queen f3, bishop f4, or queen f3, knight c2, and then bishop b3?
This is a good move. Queen f3, because I wanted to point out the move I keep wanting to play is bishop e3, right? If white could magically take the dark square bishops off the board, white would be incredibly happy, right? But the problem is the only way to offer that trade is this, which we can quickly see. Not that this isn't an option, it definitely weakens white's kingside structure. It puts a target on the open file. So bishop e3 is a move I want to play, and I wasn't thinking about this move, but this is a very strong move because now this is a threat. And if you do play rook e8, I can develop to a square that is protected by the queen as well, right? So queen f3, I think, is probably the best move in the position, not just because it threatens bishop e3, but because it guards f4, which finally allows white to complete development and actually do so maybe sort of just in time.
Well, actually, I wanted to play knight c2 first because I'm not sure if bishop b4 is... Maybe it's a bit premature now, so my plan was to play knight c2. Oh, rook e2. I've missed something, I think.
Fork, I guess.
Oh, then I've missed something because I was thinking that that was not possible.
And why is it just winning? It must
yes, and I think this is
it's
just simply a very big position.
Bishops move backwards, Danny. They don't move like that. Okay, very good.
No, I didn't think that was possible because, in my calculation, after rook e2, just to my defense, I wanted to play b3, but I probably missed something as well. So what is that? You have rook f2 intermediate, of course. So now that I see the position, of course. So. Because I want to play b3 and then bishop b3 if we'll exchange queens, of course. But then there is absolutely it's a very nice tactical refutation of
with rook e2. So it has to be either bishop e3 or bishop f4. Hikaru is.
But you see how dangerous this position is. In one move, it came from a little bit slightly better for white to absolutely lost. So you have to be very careful, but then maybe you have to play bishop b3 now or in the next move.
Yeah. Well, Hikaru calculates lines like this for a living. He's the most popular chess streamer in the world. Many maybe were surprised by the fact that he made it to the candidates, but he brings something to the candidates that, of course, none of the other top players do because of his community and his following and his reputation being that of the online blitz and bullet legend. So let's remind everybody of who Hikaru Nakamura is as he sits here and thinks in this critical moment.
In qualifying for the candidates, Hikaru Nakamura ratcheted up the level of interest in what is already considered the most important tournament in chess. With millions of followers as a popular content creator, Hikaru brings along his sizable community while also attracting more casual chess fans. Although once ranked number 2 in the world, most believed Nakamura's best days competing in classical chess were behind him. That changed when this Japanese-American Grandmaster leaned on his exceptional calculating ability to win the FIDE Grand Prix. The unexpected victory earned him a bid into the candidates for the first time in 6 years. A 5-time US champion, Hikaru has stayed sharp of late by dominating in speed chess formats. Nakamura is currently ranked by FIDE in the top 2 in both Rapid and Blitz. A chess giant on Twitch and YouTube, Hikaru brings a special buzz to a tournament that already holds the keys to becoming the next world champion. And there are certainly those who have yet to rule out Hikaru from catching lightning in a bottle here in Madrid.
Hikaru Nakamura, will he catch lightning in a bottle? It's got to start with a victory, a bounce back, of course, from the first round loss he had to Fabiano Caruana, but his reputation, his career is full of accomplishments that say he can do so. He is, well, he's a 5-time U.S. champion. So many things. He's won the last 4 Chess.com Speed Chess Championships, which is not an easy feat. And he was the first chess streamer on Twitch to reach 1 million subscribers. Shout out to Agad Mator, who someone called us out and said that we said he was the first to reach 1 million on YouTube. That's not what we said. We said Twitch. So take that Twitch chat. Hikaru's trying to think of what he can do to make sure he doesn't get himself in tactical trouble in this sneakily sharp position here. The rook coming to E8.
Yeah, and I think he's a bit uncomfortable now. I think Radjabov has the pressure, and the thing Hikaru has working in his advantage is the time situation.
Yeah,
he's way up on the clock, and he will try to keep the tension. He will try to avoid that it's just traded down to something that's very easy for Black to deal with, and I think that's also why Hikaru chose not to trade the queens. Yeah. Because he wants to keep more tension on the board to exploit Radjabov's somewhat lacking time management.
Yeah, that's a really fair point. I mean, we were talking about him not trading on d5 with the queen for those maybe just tuning in on that point here, because he didn't want the endgame. But another very good practical observation there by Hammer, in addition to avoiding the endgame and maybe a draw, the more pieces on the board, the harder it is normally for your opponent to play under time pressure. So what do you think about that, Almira?
Well, once again, I think even though that I completely agree that this endgame had a lot of drawing tendencies, I still think that this choice is very risky. Yep. Especially that I think that Teimour Radjabov, once again, you should always think about the position or the type of positions where your opponent excels, and those are 2 bishops, like with the queen on boards, and very dynamic positions for Teimour Radjabov.
Well, he's got his work cut out for him. He knows it. He's thinking hard. I still think White has an edge if you find all the right moves, but I guess we've seen so many times that you're tactically right on the edge if you don't find all the best moves. So Hikaru, this is a longer think than we've seen him take in the entire game today. We'll see how long he's on the clock. There are 4 other games going as well. Let's remind everybody of where each of those stand. I feel like we probably have to give some attention to Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Liren, or the chess gods might come after us. I know that...
well, we sort of have like a divine situation right now, like Magnus Carlsen being on Mount Olympus, you know, choosing. Like it's a really like sort of Greek mythology situation. I've been such a fan since I was like a kid. So here we have a situation where like an absolute god, you know, might choose or not to play. And who is this hero who is going to be chosen?
It would be interesting if the Norwegian final boss, Norwegian chess god, chose not to play. But speaking of other gods, Thor brings down his hammer on a regular basis on Marvel villains across the world, and we bring down the hammer whenever we want to get a little more deep analysis, a little more insight. So we're about to throw the hammer and give him an opportunity to look at the Jan-Krzysztof Duda Liren game. And on that note, let's hook him up.
Yeah, Danny. So I thought there was a very interesting moment in this game, which kind of goes against common wisdom. In this position, from that Duda versus Ding game, Ding actually played the move c5, voluntarily blocking in his bishop here on b6. That bishop is now much less influencing the game because of putting all these pawns on the dark squares. And what is the reasoning then for the top-rated player in the event to make such a decision? Well, yes, the black bishop is bad, but so is the white bishop. Ding is arguing that both bishops are being blocked by the black pawns, so both bishops are equally bad. And this move does allow black to have increased influence in the center of the board. And we're going to actually jump further into the game as well. Apparently my soft touch is not soft enough sometimes. But here, in this moment, Ding had actually started putting even more pawns on dark squares, and now he goes ahead and plays the very aggressive g5, a move we will recognize from Nakamura's game yesterday and Fabiano's game today. Ding is really going for that aggression, and he doesn't care that all his pawns are on the dark squares, because yes, the bishop on b6 is terrible, but so is this white bishop on d2. It's just pointing into a wall of black pawns blocking its path. I think this is going to be a very interesting game. And I kind of like Ding's position. I think he may be able to get something out of this with his aggressive pawn play.
A lot of maneuvering ahead in that one for sure, right? It's a very going to be that's a closed position if I've ever seen one, and I love the highlighting of voluntarily blocking in your own bishop like that. You don't see that every day. Ding Liren in a shorter chair than he was in yesterday. For those who missed that storyline, all the other players playing in the chair with the big back, but Ding doesn't want that.
Every time, like I look at Jan Ludik, I'm thinking like about the song by Peter Gabriel. It's like, I want to be your sledgehammer.
Sledgehammer. I mean, Hammer, there's so many ways to just, have a good time with you, especially when you're over there playing Weatherman,
Yeah, King Fluff, man, you're stealing viewers' comments, Daniel.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a storm moving in on the 8th rank, right? Maybe a pawn storm. LOL. How about that for an awkward chess pun? I'll be here all week, everybody. Don't forget to tip your waitress.
I kind of liked it, Danny. That's precisely what Ding is doing. He's using his pawns aggressively to storm against the white king.
Barry Chess wanted to know what's the forecast. I hopped in the chat. One of the best things about you heading over to the telestrator, as we're calling it, the Maurice monitor, as it's been dubbed throughout most chess commentary lands, is that it gives me a chance to hop on chat about cloudy with a chance of bad bishops. Come on, this is awesome. Natasha Archer, do we got more? I love this. So we see a pawn storm moving in from the north. We've got cloudy with a chance of bad bishops. By the way, cloudy with a chance of meatballs as a dad. One of the most underrated animated films, a film, not a movie. Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs is a film. Hurricane Ding to make the landfall. I love it. It's good stuff.
This is absolutely brilliant.
You look good over there. You maybe could be a weatherman. It's not as easy as it looks because you're constantly looking at yourself on the monitor, which is like reversed, right? It's not easy. So
but already it's breaking the codes of traditional weathermen, no? Don't you think so?
Traditional weathermen are very good at what they do, I would say. It's a very hard job.
That's not what I had in mind. But anyway, I'm so glad that he brought this c5 move because it was like one of my undisclosed desires, if I might say, like to come to this position and to understand it.
Hammer, will you give us a forecast of this one here?
Well, I think we said it, right? Hurricane Ding on the way with a pawn storm. And if I was Ding in this position, I would be massively tempted to play the move f5.
All in on the pawn storm.
Yeah.
Good
but
get.
I guess the concern is that when you start pushing your pawns forward, there's less pawns protecting that black king. And also, in this concrete situation, if Ding pushes his pawn forward here, then the move e takes f5, knight takes back, and then knight e4. And white's knight gets a very nice position in the middle of the board. And I would imagine it's this kind of play Ding is considering at the moment.
And I wanted to just point out that these moves like c5, first of all, deprived white of any positional like idea of playing d4 first,
Yeah.
g5 deprived of any counterplay, so with f4. And then I wanted simply to come back a little bit later after knight e7, and that explains the move b4 that white played, because
right here.
yeah, a little like after knight e7, yes, Duda did everything just to to play b4 because he needed a plan and something very active. So
there really weren't any other plan. That's what you're saying, right? F4 has been shut down for business. D4 has been shut down for business. It's fascinating. You know how weird this sort of closed, as we said, cloudy with a chance of bad bishop's position is when you get a chance to open up your bishop, you choose not to. You don't even take it. You take with the pawn because you care so much about keeping this structure closed, even at the cost of this bad bishop. Oh man, all right, well, a lot of people care a lot about opportunities to play in online chess that matters, big events, we're bringing them to you. The first ever Chess.com Global Championship. Qualifiers are well underway, and we'd like to see what our amazing community has achieved. What can you achieve? You can submit your best game, and we might show it live next week. So if you've played in the Chess.com Global Championship, use the command submit in chat for more info. We'd love to see what the community has been up to, and if you think you played one of the best games so far in the Chess.com Global Championship. Qualifiers are running every weekend. Submit it, and we will review it, and maybe we'll announce it on the Candidates show. Who knows? So, all right. Back to Ding Liren's game. A takes b3 was played, and after the bishop found safety. Wait, no, he hasn't played f5. Sorry, that was my analysis there. So we're still on the clock here with Ding Liren considering open it up or keep it closed.
Yeah, and I mean, if Ding is happy with the draw here, he can just sit and wait. There's nothing really white can do in this position. White has an extra pawn on the side of the board, the pawn on a2. And this is a passed pawn because it cannot be interrupted by any black pawns on its way down. The problem is that Ding, he can just put both his rooks on that A file.
Yeah.
And he'll just put tremendous pressure down on the pawn. And there's no way that pawn is going to make it all the way to becoming a new queen. Yeah, it's interesting to see what level of ambition Ding is going to show now. Is he going to take risks to go for the win? Or is he just going to settle for a draw in a position where neither player really can make any progress?
Yeah, it's a good question. I predicted a draw. I'm sure he cares about that. I'm sure he wants to prove me right. So he probably won't play for a win because of that.
Well, I do like rook a7, rook a8 idea, but then I feel that after queen b1, there won't be much progress. So the rook on e2 also protects, and then I can even triple on the b file. I can play rook e b2. So on the other hand, I think maybe he can seize the momentum now, play knight g6 and bring his knight to f4.
But it's starting to see like he has a full board plan. I mean, you can double rooks on the a file. You could play for this. So he's got a full view of his options, and we've got an amazing view of the Palacio de Santonia.
But I love it. I think that I will always be able to exchange those rooks. So like queen b1, rook b7. That was my idea. Also, so...
yeah, but still, I mean, Ding is in control, right? I mean, like, you can exchange the rooks, but like, I think you can kind of try to play on both sides of the board here for a long time, right? If the knight ever comes to f4 and the exchange happens, maybe then the g file becomes open, right? I'm not, claiming like some big advantage, but it feels like a very comfy position for black.
Queen e8, so...
Ding is trying to play the move h5. His queen now protecting that square, enabling the pawn to move forward.
I like that.
And this is going to be like a heavyweight duel where both players are trying to make some progress, but it seems difficult for both of them. And with that, I thought maybe we should head over to Nepomniachtchi and Caruana, because Nepomniachtchi has just played the Danny plan.
He did.
King h1, or what did he play?
Yeah, we're going to do that. Let's head on over to the Jan Nepomniachtchi Fabiano Caruana game, because Mr. Caruana looks a little I don't know, it looked a little tense there. He gave the Fabi neck rub. There's kind of a patented Fabi move where he kind of leans over and rubs his neck, a little bit of a stress reliever there. They've got King H2 on the board after, so we left it on B5. Okay, B5 was clearly a better way to play than I was thinking with B6. I think the main tactic, just to show everybody, is that if you take twice, the bishop doesn't hang. We already solved that. But bishop A6 is likely a problem here.
But on the other hand, if the bishop comes out there to attack the white rooks, we've kind of discussed the possibility of not being so afraid of losing our rook if it means that we can maybe get our knight into the attack against the black queen. So like none of the moves here are obvious, and sacrifices are possible at every junction.
Well, it's funny because Jan didn't take there. He played knight to F5. And after queen to F6, he played king H2.
The Danny plan.
The Danny plan. He's playing for F4. I mean, if F4 happens and the king side opens up, we are in an all-out slugfest. It'd be very, very dangerous for Caruana. We said he played like Hikaru did yesterday, and in that game, everyone was skeptical of the risk that Hikaru took by castling short. We haven't been that skeptical of Fabi's approach here. It's been a different type of position, but if this position blows open, we might start talking a little bit about Fabi's choice here to play so aggressively with the black pieces.
Yes, and rook g3 is also a massive threat now.
Oh, rook g3
Yes,
first,
yes.
and then both f4 and h4.
Or knight h6, you know, I always look at some concrete sacrifices. Of course, f4, but rook g3, knight h6, and bishop g5.
I like that. Rook g3 threatens knight h6, bishop to g5. Everything blows open.
Well, even in this position, right? Almira, earlier you suggested the move knight takes h6 as just at this moment.
Even immediately,
as a
yes,
sacrifice.
exactly.
That's
So
okay.
that's maybe the, like, although, is there, wait, there is always a defensive resource with knight g4, maybe knight the king
Okay,
is...
let's show it
okay.
before we get too in our heads and everyone, we lose everyone. Just to show a random move, the point is that if captures, bishop takes, there was some idea that queen takes could be met by rook g3, but as Almira pointed out, there's always a knight g4 in the end. Maybe other things, but knight g4 check interposes the pin, and white keeps, black keeps the queen. So this would be fantastic. But this is a great idea, right? We have to watch out for this shot. Honestly, it's getting so dangerous here. If I'm Fabi, why am I not just taking this?
Because then you have no light squared control in the position, and you let the white bishop on a2 be unopposed with its pressure down towards the black king.
But you get rid of such a dangerous knight, on the other hand. I think that's probably the right continuation here. You get rid of not only of the knight, but like of half of the threats, potential threats.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I really don't like
You
this
don't like this
position
as well?
for Fabiano, no. I can see that the engine is suggesting b takes a4.
Here?
Yeah. And then moving the rook over to attack the black king. And then like these, here Fabiano is up 2 pawns. But those 2 pawns are the pawns on a6 and a4. And I really struggle to see any chance of those pawns getting past the white bishop. The white bishop is on the light squares, and you just exchanged off the only piece that could challenge this white bishop, which means that your extra pawns on the queen side are probably not that significant. So, I mean, it's a tremendously interesting position, but I think both players feel like they have chances to win here. Fabiano with potentially 2 pawns up, and Nepomniachtchi with some very dangerous bishops pointing in towards the black queen. King.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think as Almira said, you're kind of picking poisons, right? I mean, you want to trade off the light square bishop and leave Jan with the knight, or would you rather take your chances in a position where yes, white dominates the light squares, but as we analyzed, sorry, not that, and bishop takes f5. At least you have a bunch of pawns. Maybe you use the B file to get active and try to playing some active defense. But for sure, I'm with you, Hammer. I mean, this, you probably have to already put the king on H8 or H7. I don't know which one.
But that's actually what I wanted to do without taking on A4. Maybe like you're winning in tempi, but still, maybe it's useful for black to start immediately with the move like king H7.
Right.
Not
well,
to take
even
on
now
A4.
you can play it.
Oh, you think that even now it's possible? Okay, you brought like another piece into attack, so
yeah,
it's very unclear.
Wow.
But I think maybe like bishop f5 is the lesser of the evils. Like if we.
Oh, but it looks like he's moved. Did he play b takes a4?
Okay, maybe it's just a transposition. So maybe like after
okay,
like.
Yeah, so he took first, and maybe with the intention of capturing on f5
So
next, depending on where the rook goes.
G3.
But I wonder if there's something subtle about if the rook commits to g3 right away, if he has a different plan. We're going to find out because Jan doesn't take a lot of time. Vintage Jan coming out here. He took a lot of time to start, but as we look at the gap between the two players on the clock becoming less and less. At one point, Caruana earlier in this game had about an hour advantage. So this is what do you feel when you're sitting across from your opponent and you can see in their body language, you can see in the rhythm of their moves that they're feeling, right? Stella got their groove back, if you will. How do you feel when Stella gets her groove back, Hammer?
Danny, I just want to say that Chad is calling me out for not getting your references. But people need to understand that not only is Danny way older than me, he is also American, and I am Norwegian. We have a very different cultural backgrounds, and as such, the references are prone to being misunderstood or unknown at times.
Okay, well. Good. Okay.
This is such an eloquent speech, it's like hats off, hats off, really. Well, I know myself that there are a lot of things that when I was traveling to the United States that I was missing at times, and like my first Thanksgiving was only at 2019, which I've spent like watching American football, and we had a turkey, and I felt that it was such a special moment. But those were the things that I only saw in movies. I was like, so the turkey?
American culture, I guess, eating too much food and watching grown men beat each other up. Anyway, let's take a look at Fabi's
path. I really
path.
enjoyed American
Speaking of grown men beating each other up.
Grown men beating each other up. We're going to have a lot of grown men beating each other up here in Madrid for the next few weeks. And Fabi has some interesting matchups ahead of him, right? The head-to-head scores that he has against most are good, other than that big one you circled there in the middle against Ding Liren. I don't know what speaks to you guys here. Hammer, your thoughts on what speaks to you about Fabi's path as it stands?
Well, actually, I've been ripping into this Ding versus Caruana matchup, where I saw that Fabiano has a quite significant negative score, but I was made aware by Robert Hess that in fact 2 of those wins for Ding, like 2 of Fabiano's losses, are in fact from when they were like 12, 13 years old.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So actually, it's not that bad. Ding has the better score against another one of the pre-tournament favorites, but he's going to go into that not as confident as these numbers may suggest.
Speaking of context to be added to the score as well, we hear the context about his record with Ding Liren, because a couple games from their youth. Further context, just everyone pointing it out, we know that it is now 8 wins versus Hikaru Nakamura. This was the head-to-head by round coming in. So his record now against Hikaru is 8 wins and 5 losses. So we see you, chat. We know. We're all over it here. All right. We'll go back to the game here. What do we think? We've got another move being played. It was King H7, Almira, as we were talking about. And you suggested perhaps the power of playing this move before taking the knight, right? Flexibility, I think, kind of favors Fabi as he's defending this position a little bit.
Well, first of all, king safety. I don't know, he already, played quite a risky move g5, so I think this is very consistent. Also very consistent of Fabi maybe playing for more. So I think that he still feels that even though that this position is very complicated, that 3 results are still possible.
Yeah.
So I'm really amazed of how they evaluate, how strong players evaluate the position.
Yeah.
So how, like, finally, no, that's like, because the smallest nuance like could influence their assessment, and they have this feeling it's almost intuitive now. So because I always overestimate, like I have this tendency of overestimate. Yes, and I think that this is a very powerful demonstration of how they lead plays.
Yep. I'm also guilty of that. I think it is another common trait. We talked about short-term memory loss being a common trait among the elite, right? They let go of their mistakes very quickly. I think another common trait is, like we said, lack of emotion there. They're just very skeptical of their own chances in a healthy way all the time. It kind of helps keep them in check as they play very complicated positions. And Jan at the same time, though, he has to smell a little bit of blood here, right? And he also probably has to have the sense that it's almost now or never, right? He's going to really think about this position before letting Fabi off the hook, because if he doesn't convert, now bishop takes f5 is a threat.
You know, there's bishop b1 at some point, maybe then.
You won't take twice, because at the end there's bishop to b1 in some positions, maybe not right away. There's also f4 though, so probably he's just sitting here thinking, all right, well, Fabi's allowing f4. Let's go, big fella. Let's look at it. Let's analyze f4. I mean, actually, I don't understand why he can't just play f4 and pry open the g file.
I guess he's considering sacrificing the knight first. But I mean, either f4, like opening up towards the black queen.
f4, g takes f4. Bishop takes f4.
Now you have to take on f5 because there's no way you can protect on h6.
Yep, takes f5. E takes f5.
And now maybe rook g8 to exchange one rook. It's very important, like, to exchange attacking pieces.
Yeah, and if black can start taking any pieces off the board at this point, as ugly as these pawns might look, they are extra. So with every piece that comes off the board, every ounce of pressure that black can relieve from white's attack is just going to be maybe a winning endgame. So you have to be really precise if you're going to go for these concrete lines with f4, and that's kind of what Jan must be calculating. I want to look at this though. Is there anything? I know pots are c check, pots are play check, but I was looking at the g file and wondering if there was anything here.
Oh, I completely forgot about this check, but then
I think it's probably just horrible because after the king moves, it's like, now what do you do? Yeah,
H8,
computer's like, yeah, good job, Dan. Because the point is now you're taking and the rook's falling. So I knew it was bad, but I just had to point it out that it was a check. So that means?
That means that this line is forced, so maybe bishop f5.
And then rook g8. I actually really like your, I mean, this looks like a very reasonable guess of where this game might head. And not because we're trying to play guess the move necessarily, which of course you can do on chess.com. It is a feature. But
on the other hand, like this light square bishop that white still has, it's like it's a monster. Let's say bishop d5.
Okay.
It protects on g2.
Yeah.
And controls the a2, attacks the f7, a8. So it's like it's such a powerful piece right now.
Yeah, that's a monster in the middle of the board. That is not a bishop. That is a monster. So, yeah, it's just a weird position, right? Because like you can't help think about the pawns and the eval bar, but this is why Hammer didn't like it. He's like, look, this is a really tough position for black because of white's dominance of the particular light square color complex.
And I'm not even sure that if black would win a third pawn on f5, that, you know, this position would be winning.
We have action. And like I said, not playing guess the move just to do that, but to try to maybe anticipate, if we can, what the storyline of this game might be, what the players are looking at. And you can just tell that Fabi has to be feeling happy that there's no concrete sacrifices maybe, but he has to be feeling the pressure here as Jan is now untying the pieces. These are pieces that were given big tasks earlier in the game. Now the queen is coming to a4, maybe coming to d1. We already talked about the bishop. It feels like with every move that Jan kind of re-coordinates the pieces with the looming threat to blow things open.
You know what? It reminds me also of the yesterday's game. He didn't play g5, the move that we were analyzing for quite a while, and he chose a very specific moment to do so. So I think that we are completely obsessed during like our games with concrete variations,
right,
but maintaining the pressure and maintaining the chaos on the board is very important. And so not going for the concrete line because he's absolutely sure that Fabiano has calculated it and calculated it precisely, but he increases the pressure. So this is this queen d1 move is absolutely brilliant from this point of view.
For those who don't remember, the critical moment Almira is talking about is that we knew Jan was better with black against Ding Liren. There was all this pressure mounting, but we established just how brilliant it was that he didn't go for the knockout blow until Ding was also under time pressure. So just those practical sort of elements and you know, things that the players are doing in these games as an overall strategy is fascinating. So maybe Jan knows that at some point he's going to be all in on an idea like this. Keeping it flexible, you also still keep the h4 option open, which we've talked about sneakily is still something to keep our eye on. There's also your sacrifice idea, right? And now the queen is adding other elements for black to think about. So I agree. This is going to be a very, very interesting position for Fabi to figure out, knowing the potential dangers, and that Jan is playing faster, playing more confident with every step. So, all right, I think we have to look at some of the other, lots of stuff happening in the Rapport Firouzja game, but that's one we haven't checked on in a very long time as we look at the bird's eye view. Only one move has been played in the Nakamura Radjabov game, and it was the moves we predicted. The queen came back to f3, and the rook came over to e8. So now as long as Hikaru doesn't blunder knight c2, we expect bishop e3 or bishop f4 to be on the board.
Can we have just a quick look on Richard Rapport versus Alireza Firouzja's game?
Yeah, I think we should. Again, just happy birthday. Happy birthday to Alireza Firouzja. I almost just bursted into song. You are so welcome, chat, because you guys know you don't know what I'm going to do. I almost just started singing happy birthday. Because I said happy birthday twice by accident. It's rude to not sing someone happy birthday. Anyway, we're not going to do that.
Do you have a dress?
A dress?
A dress, yes, like Marilyn. So like
now that would be something. How about if Firouzja wins the candidates? We'll do a Marilyn Monroe happy birthday, Mr. President. I'm not going to do that.
While dancing flamenco. This is something that I want to see.
I already owe an Andrea Botez like cat-made dress or something. I don't know. I'm going to do it. It was a charity event, so I got to do some cat-made thing. All right, but where are we at here? This is an endgame. It has been for a very long time between these two young gentlemen playing in their first candidates, each respectively. We'll back up a little bit to where the queens were traded.
Just wanted to note a few changes in the positions. So like now the black pawn is like on the b file. So
yep. Yeah, so there's if we fast forward in Tarantino the position, we've had A captures to the b file, which doesn't actually solve the c6 weakness problem, which was the biggest weakness in the previous structure, but it does give black some new chances and some new pressure as compensation for it. So how did that happen?
Well, on the other hand, he doesn't have his pair of bishops anymore. So
that's the other thing. So let's see how we got there. We saw the rook come to c1, rook a6. Typical stuff. Okay, now we can already anticipate where we're going here. The knight's remaneuvered along with the bishops developing. And the one early observation I have to make, Almira, is what did Rapport do with his king in this structure in the endgame? He brought it to the queen's side. And ultimately that paid huge dividends for him defensively and to maneuver. Firouzja's king on this side of the board is never going to be a helping factor to the weak c6 pawn. So we have to keep an eye on that storyline. Should Rapport find a way to get something in this endgame, it may be because of lack of sufficient defense to this weak c6 pawn. So the bishop was exchanged on b4, as you said. Bishop pair no longer.
It improved black structure, pawn structure, but on the other hand, of course, it created like, well, It's balanced. You have the weakness on a2 now and the weakness on b4. So.
Yeah, and even though c6 is still weak, if a2 is to fall, even b2 could come under fire unless the rooks are traded. So quite the interesting endgame. Again, I know this is a queens off the board position, so it doesn't scream fire on board like some of the other games. But the more I look at it, the more I feel like we could still have a decisive result in this game. I actually really like the idea of moving this bishop to d6, hit the rook, and then use the c file if I can to try to bring pressure to the c6 pawn. Maybe I have to play b3 at some point, and then play rook c2, because if I can block the bishop's defense of a2, then I can use the second rank to guard a2 and double rooks.
Well, I have a feeling that white is slightly better, and mostly because look at those knights. The knight on g6, you know, doesn't have many perspectives, so you should bring it to play probably via f8, maybe knight f8, knight d7, or you know, knight d7. Then at some point I can take it and win on c6. So and knight on d2 goes to c4, knight d6 as well. So are you going to exchange it?
Yeah. Shout out to Robert Hess, who if he was here, he would highlight the pawn's ability to corral and tame a knight. A wild beast stallion becomes a bit of a donkey against a pawn, either on b3 or g3, a pawn in front of its structure. Right? That's against the Soviet chess school. I know it. I know what you were going to say. But all right,
by the way, we have Richard Rapport on our screen, and we were talking a lot about music. So does he look like a rock star?
He does look like a rock star, plus the shirt there. And what a great comment here from chat, from Casey, I think Casey Abel. Rook b8 is forced to protect the pawn, kind of groveling as a move. I guess so, you're right. I mean, Firouzja knows he's on the defense. But what I was about to get to, and with Hammer here back with us in studio, I want to ask, what's the plan for white? So we've highlighted the dysfunction for black. The knight is corralled. Black has to defend. Two weaknesses now. A bit of a groveling move, right, according to Twitch chat. But how does white make progress?
Well, I guess that's why Rapport is thinking right now. He has maximized his position so far, and he needs to figure out what's next. And to be honest, I don't think it's obvious, because the black bishop on e6 is doing a really good job of discouraging the white knight from getting into the game.
Yeah.
So I would like to get my knight involved, but I'm not sure how I'm gonna accomplish that.
What kind of credit do you give to my plan of b3?
I kind of like it, Danny.
Let's say we play it, and the idea is, again, by eliminating the threat, the only way that black can increase the threat is to double, which would be an exchange of b for a. But in theory, I guess it should also drop the c6 pawn. I see the tactics with b3 falling as well at the end. But okay, we'll calculate that. The idea if black were to do nothing is to play rook c2, to double, and only then try to release the bishop with some sort of threat. Because one idea, Almira, is at some point you might actually trade a for c if white can do that with some firepower, right? If the pieces can get active on the c file, you might make a trade like that.
Well, I agree with this, of course, but for me, that the most natural trade here would be, in a long term, I would win maybe the a2 pawn, you will win the b4. So, yeah. And then you will try to win the c6.
Hammer?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm actually quite intrigued also by a suggestion the computer made in the initial position, a move I don't think I would have come up with myself out of the blue. It's the move a3, where the idea is that after black makes the trade, white will recapture with a rook, and then we're going to see a trade of rooks as well. And if that rook trade happens, then white can recapture with a pawn.
I wasn't sure what you were going to say. I think both are possible.
I really like this pawn takes, because then you can try and get that pawn up the side of the board. And black's pieces aren't really in a situation to prevent that so easily. And in fact, it is this a3 move that Rapport just made on the board.
Wow. Look at you calling the shot. What are you, Babe Ruth over there?
We don't have. There's
Baseball.
no other country than the U.S. that plays baseball.
Okay, well, you mentioned baseball. I will come back to your disparaging comment against the great American pastime in a minute. But first,
Go
I have to
Cardinals.
say that we have not a baseball event coming up, but we do have an NFL event just around the horizon. Blitz Champs is coming this July. It's going to be amazing. You can watch your favorite NFL stars compete for their share of $100,000 for charity. The legendary wide receiver Larry Fitzgerald, as you can see, kind of headlines the event. Kayvon Thibodeau has an active fan club on chess.com. Amari Cooper may or may not be streaming chess lessons soon. Wink, wink, hint, hint. Micah Parsons. So many things. You can catch Cleveland Browns receiver, like we said, Amari Cooper, Dallas Cowboys linebacker Micah Parsons, and the top 5 draft pick there. So it's going to be awesome. Tune in. It's July 9th and 10th in the afternoons. It's not Pog Champs, but it's the first kind of non-chess endemic celebrity event we've done in a while, and we're pretty excited about it. And we hope to see you there right after the candidates. It's our next big event, July 9th and 10th. So A3 was played. Rook has taken on A3. Hammer's idea lives. And you knew who Babe Ruth was when I said you were calling your shot, though. Of course.
I did,
Of course. And it was a great segue. You think I did that on purpose?
Well, I don't know the reference. I just know he's a baseball player.
He came to the plate and held his bat out. And the legend is he was calling his shot because he then hit a home run to exactly where he was pointing. It could also be that he was just stretching. I don't know that it was ever confirmed, actually, on record.
Well, I mean, if I was just stretching and then hit a home run in that area, I wouldn't confirm or deny either.
Yeah. Okay. I do know an incredible story about a chess game calling their shot, if you want to hear that.
Yeah?
So, first ever tournament I ever organized back when I was a tournament organizer in Arizona, Copper State International. And Daniel Fridman, German Grandmaster, was there, along with Anna Zatonsky. But in the last round, he played the black pieces against a buddy of mine, David Pruis. And I had every title player, because I brought in title players from all over the world, first time I'd ever done that. Big deal for me. I had everyone sign the board, right? And David went over to the F7 square and signed F7 and said, I'm going to sacrifice on F7 and win this game. And he sacrificed on F7 and won a brilliant checkmate attack against Grandmaster Daniel Fridman, who was, for the point everybody was, it was probably easily 150 FIDE points stronger. So that was literally a big deal, calling your shot. So.
Everyone loves a good Pruis story.
Yeah, everyone loves a good David Pruis story. Shout out to David Pruis, Chess Dojo Live. If you're looking for a great Twitch channel with educational content, give him a follow, give him a sub. So, all right, we're back to the games here. Do we want to go to a bird's eye view and take things a different direction?
No, just that was the position on the board while you were, well,
telling a ridiculous story?
No, that was a very nice story. It's like I always love a nice story. I was trying to find a way to avoid those exchanges. For example, to play rook b8 in this position, but maybe then white can play rook ac3, and that's how you double on the c file also.
Yeah, the rook comes from a3 to c3 in a different way, and then the bishop could come back to a3. We're talking about the game. If you look in the upper left corner there, for those. Sorry that it's in your head, but we're going to head over to the Nakamura game. His battle versus Teimour Radjabov is stuck kind of right where we left it. The position is very tense for Nakamura, and you can tell because he doesn't use his time lightly, right? Hikaru doesn't spend time on the clock unless he really has to, but really giving this position a deep think before making a commitment. He spent 32 minutes on Queen F3 for the record.
And I mean, he spent so much time on this move as well. At some point, Hikaru was up an hour on the clock. Right now, that time advantage has shrunk to 1 minute. He is very uncomfortable with his position right now.
Yeah. Are we going to try to predict what lines he's in? I mean, he's thinking so deeply, you have to wonder what he's struggling to evaluate about the decision he wants to make.
First of all, that's the variation. Maybe he was planning to play knight c2, also bishop b3. He knows he needs to exchange this bishop. So well, it didn't work out like in an ideal world. You want to take with the knight on e3. So he probably realizes that he has to play bishop e3 and take with the pawn.
Yeah, and again, for anyone just tuning in, Almira could very well be right. Maybe when he first started this whole line, because Hikaru wouldn't make the blunder right in front of him, but I think you might be onto something, because he didn't go for the endgame, and maybe when he first started this line, he thought that he could get knight c2 in, right? Now he's recognized that knight c2 would be an immediate blunder. Again, as we said, we showed this line earlier. So he has finally moved, and indeed he has committed to bishop e3, where he will now have to take back with the pawn because he didn't have time for knight to c2. The structural change still gives white a tiny edge, but this already feels way worse. Although it does feel a little better, Hammer, that dark square bishop is off the board. Man, that guy was dangerous.
Yeah, for sure.
But now if I play b4, just because I don't want you to let you fix my pawns, so because you can play a3 and then still fix my pawns, b4, a very aggressive move.
I like that.
Well, in some ways, it's also a very defensive move, because when you're defending, when you're trying to equalize an inferior position, you will often want to make pawn trades. And if all the pawns disappear off the board, you can even make a draw if you lose your bishop.
Yeah.
So exchanging pawns is one of the key ways of trying to defend a problematic situation. And I agree with Almira, this b4 looks like a really good move, both because it gets rid of black's doubled pawns, but also because now the black queen is able to make many more threats on the white position than she was earlier.
Also, I wanted to open some files,
Yeah, I also just want to highlight, because you said it so quickly, I think it was really instructive, that the threat is a3 for white.
Yeah, this is a positional, well, it's in my mind, you know, but...
No, I think it's a really strong point. I think, especially because when most levels of chess play, we think of threats as attacking moves, right? Threatening to win a piece, but this is a very real threat, because if the structure is fixed, not only will the pawns remain doubled, the bishop will remain less active, and that allows a knight who thrives on maneuvering to kind of slowly work different angles. So I really like the idea of b4 should Radjabov choose to take. He hasn't moved yet. Is there?
Yeah, I think he played bishop e3.
Radjabov has not played bishop e3.
No, I think Hikaru played.
No, Hikaru has. No,
Yes,
I was saying Radjabov hasn't moved yet. I was just about to ask, is there any other option besides taking?
No.
Right? That's what I was getting to, is Radjabov hasn't moved yet, but I'm not sure what else he could be thinking about. So all right, well, Radjabov is thinking here, and as we've said several times, he's the oldest player in the field, and that doesn't mean he has any less chances to win. That means he's one of the most experienced players in the field. We're going to jump into our highlight and player profile on Teimour Radjabov and his career and how he got here to Madrid.
The oldest player in Madrid at age 35, Teimour Radjabov is competing for the third time at the Candidates and for the first time in 9 years. Once ranked in the top 5 in the world, Radja qualified for the Candidates 2 years ago, but was unable to compete due to COVID concerns. For this year's tournament, FIDE offered Radja a wild card, which Radja accepted. Born in the same Azerbaijani city as former world champion Garry Kasparov, Radja beat Garry Kasparov at age 15. In fact, he has never lost to the former world champion. One of the peak achievements of Radjabov's career was his victory at the FIDE World Cup. In that tournament, he defeated the top seed Ding Liren in the final to qualify for the 2020 Candidates Tournament. In Madrid, Radja hopes that he can lean on his experience at the Candidates to post some impressive performances, even though expectations for him here are not as high as they once were.
Garry Kasparov lost to Teimour Radjabov in the Linares tournament. Maybe that was when Radja really first arrived, I guess. But this guy, he's had quite the interesting career, Hammer. He's a 3-time European champion. He played in the 2011 and 2013 Candidates. He won the World Cup. Remember, he would have played in the last Candidates if not for COVID concerns, right? So I think that's a really interesting stat that he could also be another player playing in his fourth candidates technically, because he willingly withdrew, right? And turned out he was right. Otherwise, he would have a stat there just like Fabiano, which is his fourth candidates is underway. So talk a little bit about Teimour Radjabov, maybe not as well known as some of the other players, Teimour, but I think there's a lot to this guy.
Yeah, I know, and he has really excelled in knockout tournaments. He is a very, very difficult player to beat, and he has shown a lot of great nerve in managing to win the FIDE World Cup, which then is the direct reason he's here today. So he's a player that it's very difficult to beat, but he's struggling with winning games. And in fact, Radjabov has not won a game of classical chess for several years. Yes, he hasn't been very active because of the pandemic.
Right.
But he's looking down a very unfortunate statistic that he will want to turn around here in Madrid.
What do you think about that, Almira, as a guy who's been playing for a really long time? Certainly he's had many great victories in his career, or he wouldn't be here, but is that playing with your mind a little bit? You start to maybe make decisions at some point that you wouldn't otherwise make because of the self-imposed pressure to get a W?
This might certainly be true, but maybe not true for this tournament, because like as we all know, like the first place is at stake. So
right.
Probably you can play in an absolutely different manner here. And I think that that's what he was doing already, starting from the first round. He might have in a very unfortunate tournament, like in Norway, for example, but let's say it was a training session. So you were trying new openings, or you trying to get the feel of your opponents in the games. But here, well, you can sacrifice it all. Like you just and try to win the tournament.
Yeah, I guess interesting point. He doesn't have to break his draw streak so aggressively. That's kind of the point, right? In an event like this, unless you really start to see someone run away with it, someone is just on fire, for the most part, you're still in it as long as you're not losing, right?
And if he will be able to play the way he played before, I remember so many of his King's Indian sacrifices,
yeah.
Absolutely brilliant sacrifices. So that's just to bring the kid.
Yeah.
You know, so it's to play for the beauty of the game, of course, and the stakes are very high here.
Well, he was very well known for the King's Indian, of course, also from Azerbaijan. At one point, they were talking about him as the second boy from Baku. For those who don't know, the nickname for Garry Kasparov, the boy from Baku, Radjabov also from the same hometown. In fact, funny story, the first time I met Radjabov, he was 15, playing in a tournament in Moscow, lost a Blitz tournament, lost to Garry Kasparov in that tournament. But I remember all the media there. One, it was my second trip to Russia, and I was just a total fanboy. I'm a year older than Raja, but I was just a total fanboy there, like watching this Radjabov-Kasparov Blitz match. And all the media was there because at the time, Raja was a real prodigy, right? He was being talked about as maybe, you know, one of the successors to Garry Kasparov, even at that young age of 15. So anyway, funny story. He and I were talking about it at the opening ceremony because I think it was the first time I'd seen him in person since that Moscow Blitz event. So. Another story, I didn't know it was going to be story time with Dan today, but apparently I've got a lot of stories to share. Hope you guys are having a great time, guys and gals. We're going to take a very, very short break. When we return, of course, we have more action. All 4 games are still underway, which means we still have so much ahead in the Palacio de Santonia. It's a beautiful, beautiful building, some beautiful chess being played. We will be right back with more action from Madrid in a few.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join chess.com today. Want to play chess online?
The FIDE Candidates is the most important tournament in chess. Taking place every 2 years, the Candidates qualifies the victor to challenge the reigning world champion in a World Chess Championship title match. The 2022 Candidates will feature 8 of the world's best chess players. They've all earned their spots through 2 years of fierce competition. They now head to Madrid, Spain, where everything will be settled over the board. One of those 8 spots is always reserved for the previous World Chess Championship challenger. Jan Nepomniachtchi would love nothing more than a second chance at the throne, but he has to get through 7 other great players in Madrid first. 2 spots went to the top finishers of the most prestigious open chess tournament in the world, the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss. Alireza Firouzja won the Grand Swiss, turned the heads of everyone in doing so, and has become the youngest player in history to cross the 2,800 ELO rating barrier. He would become the youngest world chess champion of all time should he win the Candidates and ultimately the World Chess Championship match. Fabiano Caruana joined him, taking the other spot from the Grand Swiss. The US #1 and 3rd highest rated player in the history of our game is also the only person to never lose a classical chess game to Magnus Carlsen in a World Chess Championship match. 2 of the spots were claimed by the winners of the dramatic 2022 FIDE Grand Prix cycle. Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura is a former world #2, a blitz and bullet chess legend, and the most popular chess streamer in the world. He was joined by GM Richard Rapport. The Hungarian #1 is one of the most creative and dangerous minds in the game today, and nobody is looking forward to facing him in Madrid. FIDE awarded one of the 8 spots to the wildcard invite Grandmaster Teimour Radjabov. Raja missed the 2021 candidate cycle in consideration of COVID concerns. But as the oldest, most experienced player in the field, he's looking to use that knowledge and punch his ticket to the World Chess Championship title match. And finally, 2 spots go to the top 2 finishers of the world's largest knockout tournament, the absolutely grueling FIDE World Cup. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the Polish #1, punched his ticket by ousting none other than world champion Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals of that event. Duda would ultimately defeat Karyakin in the final to win the World Cup. However, Karyakin, due to suspension from play by FIDE, sees his spot go to China's #1, Grandmaster Liren. Liren takes the spot due to being the highest rated eligible player according to the May 2022 FIDE rating list. So that's how each of our 8 competitors earned their bids to Madrid. Inside the Palace of Santona, it's about who can sustain the mental endurance to secure the coveted slot as challenger for the world title. But we're not sure who that will be just yet. We do know this. We'll enjoy watching every minute of the Candidates with the Chess.com community as we see how the most important tournament in chess plays out together.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. What legacy will these players set for themselves? Will we have someone re-challenging for a World Chess Championship title? A brand new challenger? Who knows? So many things ahead. We are now looking at the beautiful views outside of the Palacio de Santonia. Of course, it doesn't properly reflect just how hot it is, but you can tell by the clothes people are wearing that it's summer out there. I can tell you that. And as we move inside the playing hall where it's a little bit cooler, a little bit nicer, more refreshing, a great view there. Well, it was Alireza Firouzja before someone took a slow walk in front of the camera. Richard Rapport. We have so many games going still. As we said, we have a bird's eye view right now coming your way of all 4 games still in progress. We see that Rook E5 has been played by Radjabov. We'll get rid of that bad question mark there. Apologize for that. We will remove the game glyphs from the board, but we're going to dive back into that game because we do want to see what Radjabov did, because it wasn't the B4 move that Almira was talking about. So we'll definitely jump back to the game as soon as we can, everybody. Don't you stress. And here we have it. Rook E5 on the board by Radjabov, and then D6 responded by Hikaru. Wrong camera there. We're still looking at Alireza Firouzja, but we'll get over there in a second. Let's talk about the position we see here, Almira. D6 and the response to Rook E5 threatens B7. Well, allows Bishop C6.
I wanted to explain, first of all, Rook E5, of course, it's a very concrete move, but it's not very comfortable to play like a pawn down. So yeah. if you have a chance, you try to get it back, of course. So like Rook E5, maybe that was supported also by concrete variations. But D6, Bishop C6 now probably, or can I still win the pawn back? Maybe I can play Rook D5, Queen D5, so many options. I don't want to change the queens. Okay, then maybe Rook D5.
I like Rook D5 a lot.
Yes, Queen D5, there was Rook D1, of course, so then Queen and Rook D5 I think is more precise.
The Queen E5, but the thing I wanted to point out is that the moment that Rook leaves, there's a pawn hanging. I'm not sure you want to take it so flippantly, but it is a pawn.
No, maybe both are still possible, because like Queen D5, Rook D1, of course I can take on F3, take on E3, take on E2, so many possibilities.
Yeah. Okay, so that's probably not going to happen. Radjabov going to think about how he wants to maybe corral this D6 pawn before anything crazier gets underway. But again, back to the aggressive Bishop C6. I feel like that's the other way to play the position, because Black has so many active pieces, right? So much potential for threats if White is careless. A move like Queen E2 would come in not just with pressure on G2, but pressure on B2, pressure on E3. Obviously the D6 pawn is dangerous, but I'm just looking at the potential tactics here, and
no, but you're absolutely right, because like, of course you can, win the pawn back and then equalize, but you could be looking for more and for a dynamic solution, like to increase your piece's activity, like Rook G5, of course, is coming to mind after Bishop G6, Bishop C6, but then Maybe bishop c6 then, yes?
Yeah, I like it. Bishop c6. But no, rook d5 was also made a lot of sense. I like how aggressive he played it. It shows that Radja maybe thinks there's some double-edgedness, right? I mean, we've been talking mostly about the fact that Hikaru's up a pawn. Feels like white has the advantage. Obviously, the eval bar kind of guides that bias a little bit for us to feel like white is better. But I think Hammer said it well. B4 it was a good move, but it was also kind of a defensive move, right? It was thinking about the weaknesses. Rook e5 is not a defensive move. It's an aggressive move, right? He wants to win back the pawn with interest.
But then I don't like d6 because it's very direct. Then I would prefer to give up the a2 pawn and play rook d1.
Yeah. So you're saying Hikaru should have maybe played this and just given
just
up
to
a2.
keep the passer. It's very important. It's like. But what to do? Yes, but what to do now? On the other hand, now I'm looking. The b2 pawn is maybe we should sacrifice it all. Yes.
Well, it might just be that e4 like the point is the pawn is extra. So if you play a move like this, I don't think you can take because of knight d3. So I'm not sure if that's the move the computer wants, but it looks very good. You protect d5. Now you can play knight d3, push the rook back. You've got a pass pawn. So I agree. It feels like rook d1 might have been a slightly more just kind of like solid approach to keep your edge if you were Hikaru. d6 is a very, very aggressive move, and it just immediately opens up these kind of things that has me feeling like, who says black isn't playing for an advantage?
It's a very committal move once again. Yes, like I had this feeling. It's like it's coming from like when you study on all of the positions, you don't know why, but you want just to play rook d1 to keep the d5 pawn, maybe to centralize your pieces, because I know how difficult it would be later to coordinate your pieces.
Yeah.
So just out of these concerns, I think that because d6, like everything is possible now.
Yeah.
You see, I can win the pawn back, and I can activate my pieces. I can do whatever I want in this position, and this is a bit scary, I think.
Yeah, and I wonder if it was Hikaru feeling like he needed to be more aggressive than he needed to be, right? Sometimes that happens, like you lost, right? You had an advantage. Maybe you're getting a little bit too invested in converting now, and not to say that rook d1 wasn't maybe just objectively better, but Radjabov is going to be someone who can take advantage of that, right? He's an experienced player. He knows what it is when your opponent maybe overpresses, right? And one mark, I think, of strong grandmasters isn't just that they win games clearly start to finish one-sidedly, but that they understand that it's a process and you let your opponent sort of overpush a little bit and then pounce when you have the opportunity to do so. So I really feel like this game could be about to turn. If Radja plays bishop c6, I'm just liking black's position. I mean, just optically, it just looks so open and dangerous, right, for white. The only weakness black has is this, back rank blunder, but only I blunder into back rank checkmates. That's not something.
No, I do.
Oh, you do too. Okay, wow, that makes me feel better. Thank you.
I just had a thought, because yesterday, of course, I couldn't sleep for a while. Then, we're here covering the candidates.
Yeah.
And, I've been looking at the history of the candidates since I was a kid, of course, and, there have been times where they played 28 games, Sorry,
I really want you to finish your story,
of
but
course.
I just something happened that...
Maybe a draw? Or?
We're gonna head over to Duda Liren. They just very quickly repeated. We apologize, everyone. We're normally right on top of something when it's coming to an end, but they repeated rather unexpectedly, in my opinion, Almir, bishop c8, bishop e3, and then it was just shuffle puck.
But so he finally, he doubled his rooks on the b file as we predicted, but that's what I wanted to tell you, that Ding's idea of playing queen a8 was actually to play bishop c8 to guard the b7 square. We didn't have time to mention it, but only then I think he was intending to play f5. Was it correct or not?
Well, I'm going back to the position Almira said, because again, we didn't look at this game a ton. We see the two players gone, but Almira's point that we didn't have a chance to look at was queen e8 was preparing bishop c8 precisely to make sure that the rooks would stay out of this seventh rank. That was a key idea that Ding Liren went for, but it shows that now he's sort of stuck, I guess. Right? I'm just sort of trying to paint the picture. How do we get a draw? Black feels stuck to get too aggressive because of the counterplay that white would get, right? But white lacks opportunities, really, to do anything, right? Both sides are lacking real opportunities here. We see that empty, very short chair there for Ding Liren. Ding Liren, not a short guy, by the way, tall guy, but wanted a short chair. In the end, I think neither side just felt like it was worth risk. Okay, but they do go for f5.
Mm-hmm. So he prepared the f5.
Yeah.
And finally pushed it. And you are forced to take, because otherwise, of course, the knight goes to d4.
Yeah,
it's very important to exchange this knight. Yes.
Right.
So.
Yep.
Probably yes. Knight g3. I cannot see the moves. I'm getting closer and closer to the monitor, like here, like on the spaceship.
Yeah.
But
you're creeping in for the whatever this was. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's not a super surprise. Once the f5 exchange happened, as you said, White had to take the knight to prevent this. But I'm still, I don't know. I mean, I feel a little robbed because while I agree that there's, you know, it's hard to make progress, still a lot of pieces on the board here for a game to end so quickly. Was there really no plan either side could go for?
Let's get back to knight g3, king g7, like while the king is still on g7.
Yeah.
I think that we should have a look at this position. If you want to define the plan here, then.
I mean,
but it's.
The more I look at it, the more I understand. I mean, what are you going to do?
Well, maybe it's sort of balanced.
If it wasn't for the fact that the queen and knight are holding h5, one plan for black would be like h5, h4, g4. Okay, but not possible. If it wasn't for the fact that the bishops are holding down the b file, a plan for white would surely be to execute here and try to simplify and maybe even have the a pawn.
And you have to be very careful because, like, you don't have the light squared bishop for white, and then your pawns could fall, like, you know, the Roman Empire. So
yeah, all right. Well, I'm sure everyone wants us to get back to a more exciting game, but this was just a surprise, right? It doesn't happen very often that a game will end in that type of fashion. So again, for those who want to see every handshake happen in those dramatic moments, just not so dramatic here, just a very, very quick draw. So let's head back to our bird's eye view if we can, and show everybody where we sit, because we now have one game in the books. It is the draw in the lower right corner, which we will reflect for you next time around. And right now it just happened so quickly. Now we have to look at all three of the other games again. We see Fabiano still with an edge, but still with a similar sort of dynamic we left them with. Meaning he has a couple pawns, but White has a lot of light score control in Nepomniachtchi versus Caruana.
Maybe we can have a look at this game, because okay. I also had a thought that you could also positionally sacrifice an exchange now.
Okay.
You know, just to release some tension, because...
you mean black sacrifice?
Maybe not exactly in this position, because I haven't looked at the position, but you know, that's what I had in mind, because those two bishops are so powerful. So maybe now, or... First I was thinking about rook b3, like in some previous positions, so that's how this positional sacrifice came, into my intention. And then I thought, but then why not sacrificing it for another bishop? So that's how I was trying to find out, like, what could possibly be like how closer we can get to the truth in this position. So
I like that idea a lot, honestly. I think that I want to just show Almira's rook b3 because I think it's fascinating. Just forget that the rook is on it. It doesn't work precisely because White can take and then the rook can take. But I think that type of shot is really instructive, because undoubling your a pawns and then quickly having two passed pawns. Right?
Of course,
that's some explosive stuff there. And if you don't take it, then the rook is a real thorn to the pressure you had. So it doesn't work, but I love it. Although let's look at rook takes b2, because just after we showed your first instructive point, I actually think this is a real move. And look at that.
Even here, like, because I was just looking.
I don't know if there's a follow up, but maybe there is a follow up here. I don't know. But even if there isn't.
No, but now the thing is, now I have to. Well, I wanted to push my a3, because like. Doesn't matter. I have those pawns. I wanted to push, and you don't have the bishop on b2 anymore. And the very important point is this: that now my pieces, the knight on e5 and the bishop on c5, like just those are real monsters. You have absolutely no chance of exchanging those.
I love this idea. I wonder how much credit Fabiano's giving this idea, because your last point about how getting rid of the dark square bishop just cements. Right, the stranglehold you have in the center is a really key one, especially because that knight is so critical to almost Black's entire position, right? It kind of starts and ends with the fact that the knight guards f7, right? It holds these other squares in place. I think that really important to.
But that's very strange. Like I managed to explain in a very rational way something that came to me intuitively. You know,
Yeah.
it's like. But now, the more I look at this position, the more I think that maybe this is possible now. I don't know, like how computer evaluates it. Like in the long term, maybe it's not correct at all. But I really love these pieces: the knight on e5, and the bishop on c5, and especially like. All these threats on the g1 a7 diagonal would possibly be deadly.
Well, one thing we have to point out is that Fabi may or may not be thinking about this, but he's thinking about something because he now is lower on the clock than Jan, at least for the first time where we've been covering it. We obviously left it to take a look at the other games, but if you're just tuning in, at one point in this game, Fabiano Caruana was up more than an hour on the clock, and clearly playing from some sort of deep preparation. It may be why he got what maybe could be an advantage here, right? But it's a very dangerous position if you don't sacrifice the exchange. Let's just point out that White might be threatening to take the knight, Elvira, and just take f7, right? I mean, that might be.
So there is even a concrete.
I was going to say now we went from an intuitive idea
Yes.
that we explained rationally to now. We're being concretely forced to consider rook takes b2 because if we don't, f7 might fall. That is kind of funny, right? It's an intuitive idea. We rationalize it for positional sort of strategic reasons.
Maybe
and the more I
we're
look at it,
forced
I don't
to
know
do
that
it,
he has a better move to guard f7.
You know, yes, of course, there is also like a small tactical shot, even though it loses like knight g4 and then take on b2, but we have to protect the f7 pawn anyway. No,
Oh, you mean like right away?
Like right
You could-
away.
yeah,
but-
you would love
but,
to try
yes,
this,
of
but you
course,
can't
but then because f7 is fallen, and then, no, I mean you take, then queen f7, or maybe even rook h3. I don't know, like probably you take and then take on f7. So.
We have a comment from chat that says that these two, I assume you're referring to Nepomniachtchi and Caruana, or maybe referring to Skripchenko and Wrench. I don't know, but these two love complicated positions. You're right, and this one is nutty. So great comment there from Mungus. We agree that it's a nutty position, and we love it. Me and Elmira, and maybe they do too. Maybe Nepomniachtchi and Caruana. Yeah.
It comes, my poker years come back to mind. So like I was having this tight, aggressive style.
So you weren't a bluffer?
No.
Not a bluffer?
Well, I was a bluffer in some spots because you
Yeah.
should carefully choose them.
Yeah.
And then it's also a risk-reward situation you have to evaluate carefully.
Right.
And then what also comes to mind, like when you're playing the candidates, this is where you have to give it all.
Right.
So you can lose everything everywhere.
Yep.
And the question, what I wanted to ask you, I'm so sorry, while Fabi is still thinking, it's like, so what is it, why in chess we want the candidates to be truly deserving of this match, you know, that they have to go through the qualification path and play 30, 50 games in order, you know, to play the world champions. So
we want it to be a gauntlet.
Yes,
right? And
exactly.
To be grueling. I think I've made the final boss Norwegian joke a few times, and Magnus tweeted as such in response to Elon Musk. Elon Musk tweeted a few days ago something about chess and about how, you know, if a young player's learning it, like it's like a video game map that's boring and all the rules are defined, and then the Norwegian final boss is, you know, it's kind of a jerk waiting at the end to beat everybody on the board. You know, he's hard to beat, and I think it's something I guess romantic and royal about the game, right? We want there to be this epic storyline. They fought their way through all the different levels to get to King Koopa at the end of the Mario Brothers. So anyway, I don't know. It's fun. I wonder how the outside world feels about it, because you know there are many different cultures. I mean, like tennis doesn't have a world championship match, but it has a series of Grand Slams, right? You have playoffs in other sports. So I don't know how people feel about it outside looking in.
well, we don't have, well, I had that feeling, first of all, as a professional chess player, but then also like now a commentator, because I feel that my prism is gradually changing, but we don't have a universal system yet. I mean, where like everyone can play, the tournaments qualify.
Right.
So I think that we are probably going in that direction. And even Magnus has expressed his views. I think that he wouldn't be against it.
Yeah. No, and
So-
Magnus gets a lot of credit for that because he's the guy sitting on the throne saying, I don't know that I want there to be a throne, right? Maybe I want there to be a different system, you know, but I don't, I mean, I think initially I really respected and agreed with that. I love the excitement. I love knockout tournaments. Almost every tournament I've ever designed on chess.com is a knockout, you know, the Speed Chess Championship, anything we do, I think that's very fun. But I think a lot of people really like the appeal of a match, like a heavyweight match too. And I think some people, evidence would show that more people tune in for that than like every other thing in chess by far, besides PogChamps. Okay, that's another story. But okay.
And Rook E8 was played.
Rook E8, wow, okay, hold on. So this was not the move we were expecting.
We wanted to give all the pieces because
Well, and for the
they are
record,
not
we
our
wanted
pieces.
it. We
yes.
wanted it, but the computer agreed, by the way. After letting it sit, the computer agreed that this was the best move for black, including your A3 follow-up. This is what the computer said was black's best chance. I like to look at it after the move is played. I don't like to predict unless there's good reason to predict with the engine. I like the eval bar, but I keep the engine moves till after it's played most of the time to keep my chess brain analyzing. But after it was played, I look back at the engine, and the engine liked your move, rook takes b2. So this was best. But okay, rook ge8 was the second best move, and now we're back to this position from Caruana. What happens on takes e5? I think we just have to analyze it. Jan looks like he's about to move, by the way, with his body language. Indeed he is, but he doesn't play it. He plays bishop to c1, back to the f4 plan. You know what? It's also a draw offer.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what it's a silent draw offer because when he made the move, he glanced at at Fabiano, and I was like, and then and then only he noted like.
I love the body language we recognize in the players because we've been there. Like he did that thing where exactly like Almira said, it was a silent draw offer. He moved, and as he moved, he looked up, and look at that. Fabiano went right back. Will he play rook e8? And will we have a draw? Unfortunately, one of us predicted that this game would not be as spicy as we wanted. They have already proven me wrong, so I'm not going back and saying I was right. But I did predict a draw because I thought that neither player would need to risk it, Almira, because they're leading the tournament. For the record, I desperately hope I'm wrong here and that Fabi plays rook takes b2. I have a feeling we're going to get a draw.
So is this the EV plus situation means that you have to sacrifice.
you got to do it. Come on, Fabi. Everyone chant, Fabi. Come on, chat. Send him the psychic powers, the strength to go for rook takes b2.
But it's so easy to take those decisions when you're not feeling the pressure. You know,
sure.
It would be so difficult for me to do it over the board. I think you need to be completely sure.
Yeah, and it's easy for us to say, and it may be what the engine also thinks is best. But the point is, the reason that man is very focused and nervous is because this also risks losing to go for a line like this, right? I mean, like you're down the exchange. Your opponent still has this very nasty light squared bishop. So we will not hold it against Fabiano if he accepts the draw, given the situation. He was also black.
But look at the time. I think that's the most important factor now. When you are sacrificing an exchange, first of all, even though it feels very natural, then you have to understand how to play the next 10 moves almost. And the position has still a very concrete character. So even if rook b2, a3 might feel very natural, then it's like, how many moves do you still have left? I don't see. Danny, what move we are? No.
He is on move 32, so 8 more moves to make.
8 more moves. Okay, then maybe this is possible.
It's I don't know. I know that Fabi face.
You know?
Yeah, I think he's kind of like he just glanced back at his clock as well. I think we got some chant. I knew it. Unfortunately, chat called it. Maybe I don't speak as fluid Fabiano as I do Hikaru, but I could see that our efforts will be wasted here. I believe that Jan will probably play bishop to c1 and accept the silent draw offer in return from Caruana. and we'll have our second peaceful result. Could be wrong, but we'll
But
see.
how often do you look at your opponent when you're playing a chess game? Because I have the feeling that I'm so absorbed by what's going on the board that I almost never look at my opponent. And
I'm the opposite. I look at my opponent a ton.
So
I think there's a lot of players that do. I mean, I don't know what it is, and maybe it's because I'm just, thinking that it's making more of a difference than it actually is. But I feel like seeing my opponent's just reaction, their focus, their emotional sort of like feelings, and reading the body language is, I don't know, something I can't turn away from. I put more effort on the board, but I do look at my opponent a lot.
But that's something which actually poker taught me, like
to look at your opponent.
To look at the body language, to look at psychological dimension became very important to me then.
Yeah.
So maybe it made me a better chess player as well. So, but I still feel that I should do it more often, without disturbing the opponent, of course, because it's not easy, because it's a very thin line. It's like I've been taught that.
Well, especially if your opponent is known to be rather emotive and maybe distract you or whatever, it can be like, all right, I don't want to look at this person who's driving me crazy. Maybe better just focus on the board. But
just a glance, of course, sometimes is.
Jan and Hikaru are probably the two most expressive players in this event. Hikaru very well known for being a very, expressive player with his emotions, facial expressions, body language, and Jan too. Half of his facial expressions are a meme on the internet. I saw Gotham Chess tweeting just now. A shrugging face from Jan, some sort of meme about game reviews. So anyway, yeah, it's there we go, and we're gonna stick right here because I think we are seconds away from seeing. In fact, we're about to see even a claim. So this is might as well even just offer the draw, I believe. No, he's gonna claim it. So this rule for everyone is very important for those who don't speak over the board, especially elite level chess. If you believe you are about to repeat the position for the third time, the proper process is you make a claim before the move is on the board. I have made that mistake because it's threefold. It's position. Okay, he just offers the draw straight up, and here we have a result. Okay, but I will explain that rule for those who don't know, because while it's a little silly and kind of weird, because internet chess has changed that, because the internet just tracks it for you. So if you repeat the position 3 times, chess.com server will just automatically claim the draw. So people don't even have to think about this anymore. But if you ever play in an over-the-board chess tournament, especially one with these stakes, they will be very strict on the rules, which is, because it's threefold position, not threefold move, you have to claim it, because once you make the move, technically, you're resetting it.
Exactly.
Because it's about whether the position has occurred exactly that many times with the same player on move. And so you have to make the claim before you make the move. Otherwise, you've reset it. So sorry for the rant, but it is an interesting little nuance in chess.
But also, it's something that we've discussed yesterday. So, that's why you need score sheets, first of all.
There you go.
That's one of the reasons.
Yep.
And second, I was not even sure. I was thinking about 2 other reasons. Maybe it's intellectual property. It's completely different topic. And maybe it's also a legal proof that you won the game, because it should be signed, by both opponents. So there are several elements, of course, that That's
actually a super important point, because we don't think about anything disingenuous happening in events like this. They're on camera, the players know each other. But there are very large-scale tournaments, right? In the U.S., you have the World Open, where there's literally hundreds of people just in the open section. And if you don't get a signature from your opponent that says you won, and they falsify another score sheet, it's quite possible you could have a real controversy. So great point from Elmira, actually, on that one of the most important purposes of a score sheet, even with all the advancements in technology, is proof of a record of the game. And okay, we've already moved on over to Rapport Firouzja. Good call.
Oh,
we've brought up that board. Whoa, what happened here?
Another rook ending. So for Alireza Firouzja, yesterday he had to defend a very unpleasant one.
This is more unpleasant than yesterday's battle with Radjabov. For sure. 2 rooks on the board is already offering way more dynamic chances than 1. The fact that this rook has taken the 7th rank could spell danger. It puts you in a spot, just to add context to that even if you were able to trade like B for C, it doesn't have the same value anymore if white is also entering the 7th rank with a very devastating effect on the king side. Of course, black has a D pawn, and who knows what that actually looks like, but just pointing out that if you were just able to do this, the game is basically over. So
actually, you might be able to do this if you play b4,
I was
b5.
just about to say, now that we've given context that if we used our imaginations and the pawns were gone, sometimes that gives you a plan. First you imagine, and then you go for it.
Then you weaken your own king.
And then you weaken your own king, and then you lose the game. Yep.
And then I'll play d3, rook a2, and...
Yeah, it's funny, because if you play b4, it's not even white to move. Okay, my apology. We were just so focused on the abstract.
I think if you play, yes, let's move something like
something
h6,
like h6.
b4 after d3. Are you losing?
Maybe.
Let's say.
Yeah, looks like the pawn is too fast. So really good point that as nice as this idea is, Firouzja is in control should this become a pure race. Black is faster. Okay.
So black is to move here, of course. So then we need to make a move, something like h6. Well, you see this, it's a useful move. G6 because it's, it doesn't do much, but we need
yeah, I like h6, right?
Although h6, I always have this feeling that somewhere, because I have this imaginary positions, play f5, then the king will go on h5, g6, and something like this will happen.
You get checkmated.
And something terrible will happen. Yes.
Well, the other thing of h6, I always imagine either one of these pawns on this square, now you have the back rank mating net, right, with the king sitting on h7. So you have to be careful. And for the record, it's funny because we're playing imaginary. Wait a second.
He gave up a pawn.
Wait, he played rook a1?
Yes, so...
Oh my... Okay, out of the imaginary into the fire here, we have a huge moment right now in this game. Why has Alireza just given up the c6 pawn? For the record, this is a moment where I will look at the engine. The engine is just saying rook takes c6 and then rook c7. What the bleep?
Oh my God, but I really think that sometimes Alireza runs out of patience. He doesn't want to defend passively. This is a very unpleasant position, really. Yeah. This is a very unpleasant ending, and he's trying to create some counterplay, but I believe that he's simply not on time. Like he wants to take the
Rapport
h2 pawn.
Takes the pawn without hesitation, for the record, and just oh my gosh. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. This could end up being maybe the only decisive result we have in the round, and not one we saw coming. Rapport just takes on c6. Alireza immediately played rook h1.
Okay, then I play rook c7 anyway.
Yeah, just rook c7. Yes. It's literally the imaginary line I was giving. I was like, hey, imagine a world, everybody, where somehow this rook gets on c7, the game is over. And somehow Alireza just clearly miscalculated something very... I don't know what, because he's such a strong player, and this is quite clear.
Okay, let's see. When you take on h2, you still protect the h7 pawn. So we should consider this. But the problem is that we need also to play d3, maybe something like rook h3, rook g7, and then king h8.
Okay, so you're not just resigning yet.
But rook g7 protects on g3. We need an extra tempi, so we need to play d3, and there is no way how we can do this.
Yeah, by the way, Almira's point, if the pawn was on d3 in any of these lines, it's completely different, right? Because now the king has to go backward, and the pawn advances, and you get a queen. And this really brilliant point that the pawn is guarded on h7 by Almira, that's really important. The problem is that while that's useful to put the king there, white is just up pawns, and... You can make almost any move with the rook, and you have the b pawn, you have the e pawn. Black has no moves. And the reason black has no moves is because the king is in a mating net, right? If you put the rook somewhere, just to put it on a square, if the rook ever moves off the 8th rank, you have checkmate. If you advance the h pawn, the rook goes back to the 7th rank.
It's like we were talking about this, like you make the second move of the variation, but here it seems like he wants to make d3, rook h2 at the same time, and then and somehow you go for rook a1.
Oh man, this is a surprise. And poor Alireza Firouzja on his birthday is facing a lot of pressure. And of course, one of the things we should highlight, Almira, is to give credit to part of the reason maybe he made this miscalculation is we haven't even talked about the clock. He has only 4 minutes, and I think that, frankly, when we first came to the board, we were so focused on the fantasy. We thought it was a fantasy that this would happen. I wasn't even looking at the clock, but now we see maybe why Alireza misplayed that position so clearly, because he was very nervous. And remember, there's no increment. So he looks at that clock. He hasn't played a lot of chess this year. You get those practical nerves, right? And maybe you just you mismanage your time there.
Well, but on the other hand, you know, this position, this ending is very unpleasant. So it's the physical feeling that you get. The more you look, you don't want to defend it, you know,
Yeah.
and that's the nature of a mistake, actually,
Yeah.
because maybe a more passive defense would be more sound, but it's very difficult, like, from the human perspective,
Yeah.
once again, to defend it.
Right. And again, you're making a great point. I'm not just trying to highlight that it was maybe a mismanaged clock because he you know, hasn't played a lot of chess. That is a practical muscle that you know that you're in shape with when you're playing.
So
but you're making a
G6,
good point. Like, no one likes looking at a bad position or a tough position, right? And the longer you look, the worse you feel. And that sometimes puts you, lack of a better term, on tilt, right, in terms of the way you're calculating. And now we see the wheels are coming off super quickly here.
E5, that's such a good move, actually. Like he.
Yeah, here comes the e-pawn.
So he'll take, play rook h3.
Takes. He'll take back.
Rook h3.
Alireza probably has to play rook h3.
I don't see anything else. So, but then probably you'll push e6.
So if
let's say rook h3.
So okay, we'll look at it. So if rook h3, if you play e6,
so what happens?
Takes.
Then rook. Rook. Sorry.
But if you go backward, maybe you're actually suddenly in trouble, right? You have to run.
I cannot go. Maybe I cannot go king e4. Almost for king e4, rook e3 then.
I'm going to stay right here because they move fast
course.
here.
Let's see.
We have 16 minutes for Rapport, 2 minutes for Alireza Firouzja. We are on move 37 right now, so that means we are 3 moves away from time control. But those are 3 of the toughest moves Alireza Firouzja has ever had to play in his life. With what's at stake here, this is very difficult.
Well, he went for an active defense. You know, like I have to praise it. So. King e4 first, but
okay.
No. But then I can take on g3, and that's the same. So now rook e3 can be a threat.
Yeah, that was your idea. In fact, rook e3 is okay. It's dangerous.
Or maybe then it allows, of course, rook g7, rook h7, but maybe white doesn't have more than a draw. I'm not sure. It's like this is a very concrete position. So let's say rook g3.
Okay. Well, let's bring up the 2-board view with analysis so we can look at this line. I don't want to lose the live position for the fans, but I just want to show. There we go. We got rook takes g3, because this is an important line Almira is pointing out. You have to give rook g7 first, I think. And after the king goes to h8, you can take again.
Okay, let's say yes.
So remember, white has a draw if you want it. But how do we play for a win with this aggressive king?
Okay. We cannot play e6 for sure.
Okay, if e6, let's just show
Yes.
why. Rook e3 and the pawn.
Yes, I was looking
falls.
for rook e3 and rook e6. So then,
Yeah.
and you still have a draw, of course. So how to?
Alireza has moved. Rook takes g3. Rapport, again, pointing out e6 is not a threat because of rook e3 winning the pawn. So we think we're going to see rook g7. Here it comes. Either king h8 or king f8, just to show the fans. Likely the next move is king back to g8 because now you have to guard checkmate. So you still have to go right back to g8 even if you go to f8. So you might as well go to h8. We're going to have this position on the board, and then what will Rapport find? We've got Richard's birthday present to Alireza Firouzja. May not be a welcome one. Shout out to chat. Yeah, this is a huge moment for the now 19-year-old Alireza Firouzja. Did he just make move 40? Yes, they did. Okay, so
that's the biggest problem, actually.
Oh, yeah, I just took a deep breath.
No, but then like when you're having an advantage, basically when you're defending a position and you have a plan, it's, well, you don't want to reach the move 40. You want your opponent, to make a mistake, of course, because now Richard has 1 hour to think.
It's huge. Now that he's reached the time control, you don't want the person with an advantage with a bunch of time on the clock. Rapport will make sure he finds the right approach. Let's back up our approach, quickly take a peek at the bird's eye view, because I don't think that Nakamura and Radjabov have reached time control yet. So just to stay with the drama of the first stage of these games, again, reminder to all the fans, you have to reach move 40, you get more time on the clock, and then you can take a breath, even if you're the commentator and struggle with anxiety. You can relax once you get more time. Okay, we've got, okay, only move 34, 12 minutes for Hikaru, 3 minutes. Look at what's happened here. This is significantly better for Hikaru than where we left it. This is truly a 2-result position, I think, for White. What do you think?
Well, I think it's probably equal.
Probably equal, but just the centralized knight.
Of course, no. I mean, Hikaru is playing for 2 results here, but knight e6, well, is probably just a draw. So of course, he will never exchange this powerful knight against the bishop. And then Radjabov created this tension on the king side. So it's important, of course, to have this in mind as well, that the h-pawn also at some point could be very fast. I like rook c7, but then how to continue here with black? What if you just wait, if you play bishop g4? I don't know where the bishop was before. Was it on g4?
The bishop, okay, let's back up.
Just a few moves before.
Back up a few moves before. So we had...
On d7, okay.
Yeah, so, it was on d7. But I'm curious how we got here, because when we left the position, the queen's... Oh, so he played queen d5. That was it, okay. So queen d5, rather than the moves we were potentially suggesting of bishop c6 or rook d5, Roger was feeling some danger, so decided to exchange into the endgame. Hikaru, happy about that, I would think. He goes for an endgame where White has an edge, mainly because a centralized knight on a dark square, everyone, let's highlight why we feel like White is in control. It's not just that the knight is centralized, it's that the knight can't be removed. It's outposted here. This rook has the aggressive opportunities to both poke at the a-pawn, and even this, is this on the agenda? Right? Because if the rooks come off, we highlighted that a rook ending is likely an easy draw. But the knight endgame versus the bishop, that's a position that's going to be very hard to hold, especially with now less than 2 minutes for Radjabov, who, by the way, still has 5 or 6 more moves to make.
First of all, I wanted to come back to this queen d5 move. This is the move you were trying to explain, like how do you take these decisions. So this is a move of a person who doesn't want to lose. You know, this like we were considering rook d5 and bishop c6 because you know we were thinking also about a win. But I think that transposing to this endgame show clear intentions that, well, draw is okay, you want to equalize with black. So this is maybe something he was okay with beforehand, this game. So, and then if you were mentioning the rook exchange later on, you still have to be careful because I can bring my king to the king side. Your pawns are weak.
Yeah, no,
so you can lose the h4 pawn.
This threat of rook c6, the rook exchange with these, okay, you can't be crazy aggressive because the king can come in. But notice that Radjabov avoids it with 1 minute and 9 seconds on the clock for 5 more moves. And again, this is, if you've watched a lot of over-the-board chess in your life, fans, this is not a time control with increment. That 1 minute is very different than traditional chess that you've watched, where they're getting time added on every move. So we can't go anywhere. Although, by the way, Rapport may be beating Firouzja here soon. We have drama here in round 2.
And he leaves the bishop on prise.
The bishop is on pre, but it can't be taken because of rook e5 check, just to show. It's a quick fork, and black regains the knight. That would be the rook ending that Radjabov desperately wants, right? Knight e6 is what he's praying for. I think Hikaru may just play rook c6 anyway, even after rook d5. It attacks the bishop, it attacks the pawn. I think Hikaru is going to win this game. I really do. I think that with this type of time pressure...
why didn't he play bishop g4?
Instead of bishop e6?
Oh, you think rook c6 was like a positional threat? Just, well, go back to the position after rook c7.
Okay.
No, after rook c7 here. No, the last position where he played...
in the live position.
So here, like, just back rook d6.
Bishop g4. You're
Bishop
saying is better.
g4. So was rook c6 like a positional threat? I wanted to know.
It might be, right? Because if takes, the knight endgame is potentially
It looks
better.
very
we see
unpleasant, of course.
Rook c6 played. Radjabov instantly plays rook e5 check in only 2 seconds, by the way, which he needs to do. So now he has 1 minute and 7 seconds for 4 moves. Hikaru puts the king on f2. Radjabov. Oh man. Okay, he plays bishop d7, but this is it's a pawn now. Hikaru's going to take the pawn on a6 and.
Yes, but maybe he's looking for g takes h4, takes rook e4. Can you protect us? Yes, you can protect knight f3. He's trying to create some counterplay.
Well, rook takes a6, wins a pawn. You're suggesting g takes h4, g takes h4, and rook e4 with a target. That's interesting. Okay, so Hikaru's going to have to calculate. You could also, play a weird tempy move, right? Ask an awkward question to the bishop. I think it likely just tucks itself on c8 if you let it. So that means you probably want to take the pawn now while you have the chance, right? Because, just remind everybody, the whole reason the bishop had to go to d7 is you couldn't go to c8. The rook is here, right? So if you don't take the pawn now and you move the rook somewhere else, Radjabov likely just defends the pawn.
Yeah, you should be consistent. You play rook c6, so you have to take rook a6.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's some trick. I'm playing full Hikaru here. I've watched too much of this guy to be like, we assume this is the obvious move. He makes some weird move because there's a knight c6 fork or something. I don't know. I'm just like.
So you've lost your innocence.
I've lost my innocence. Hikaru took my innocence long ago, which is a whole nother story we will get into on a different show. But yeah.
I still have this romantic side in me that like always hopes for the best. So like you take the pawn. Okay, he did. So
okay, he took the pawn. All right, Radjabov takes h4. Good call, Elmira. That's exactly the move we expected.
So probably rook e4. I don't see.
Yeah, he only has 2 more moves to make. So Radjabov using his time. He has 30 seconds and counting.
That's true. It happened to me once, like live on the French television. Actually, Fabiano gave his whole rook against Sergei Karakin, and I was like, they're wrong.
No!
I was like exactly like, no, you have so the rook.
when you're just screaming, and I fall out of my chair all the time. It's well documented. So rook e4 played. That was a very well spotted quick heads up, Elmira. White is still better. But it does show the game is not over, right? Because if black wins this pawn...
So just to show that I wanted to meet king g3, of course, by rook g4. So that's just
rook g4 check, and just
small,
to show everybody.
Small tactical idea, so you cannot defend this pawn.
You can't put the king on h3 because there's a lined bishop with check, which means, so if you do this real quick, fun exercise for everyone to get better. King g3, rook g4 check. If you move the king, you lose the pawn anyway. So why play king g3? And if rook g4 check and you play king h3, you've walked into the line of a discovered check, so the rook will capture the knight and unleash a check on the king and win a piece for free. So Hikaru, I don't think he'll play king g3, but he has 7 minutes to decide the trickiest possible move for Radjabov's 40th.
I think well, how can you continue here? So you have probably to...
Okay,
I love rook
15 seconds.
d6.
Radjabov is on the clock.
And if he moves
10
his
seconds.
bishop, you want to play a4. Okay.
He's got 5 seconds. What's going on? You have to move, Grandmaster, move. Okay, there we go. Bishop to c8. Oh man, I'm too old for this, Elmira. That was 2 seconds of my life that are way too long. I will never get it back. Oh man. Okay, Radjabov moves, and I feel better. Sorry, I just yelled move, Grandmaster. That felt... I feel ashamed about yelling at him about that. But
no, that actually explains that I really love this move rook d6 because my idea, of course, was to play a4, to create the pass down. I'm not sure, like, if it's like the best idea, but like to remove the bishop from this diagonal first, and then. But Hikaru goes rook d8.
Hikaru has a very creative, a very confident way. He creatively moved the rook there. I talked about the screwing in of the square. Garry Kasparov style. If you notice, Hikaru moving the rook, kind of drilling it into the square d8, just right? Like, I know I'm winning, and I'm reminding you right there, which again, it almost becomes like a subtle habit, and players who've converted a lot of advantages in their life, you kind of build the type of like poise you have, right? When you know that you're on the prowl a little bit, you know, and I think Hikaru knows that this is his game to get. I think he's going to take the victory. I really do. And what a bounce back game that would be for the 5-time US champ.
So,
man,
Sergeant Tom to ground control. Should we go on a break?
Major Tom to ground. I don't want to because I don't want to miss. I want to go back to the Firouzja game now. So now that this has reached time control, let's please back up and head back over to the Firouzja game because we may get a look at Rapport and know very quickly that he's going to be thinking for a while. But that game is moments away from winning. So let's go back here. We're flipping over to Rapport versus Firouzja. And
by the way, when are we going to have basketball players, you know, in the chess show? Like, I'm really looking forward to Michael Jordan, you know.
I appreciate that. We have the NFL Blitz Champ, so we are also working on an NBA event.
Really?
Yeah, and I guess actually I just signed the contract today, so I'm going to spill the news. My VP of Partnerships, Alex Brewer, might be a little irritated, but I think I can. There wasn't a plan for announcing any other way that Gordon Hayward is someone who recently kind of struck up a partnership with us. He's an NBA All-Star. He's going to be streaming some chess. He has an active fan club, and we were actually closer to doing an NBA-style PogChamps than we were an NFL event, but we didn't pull it off before the playoffs started, so we had to kind of pull the brakes up. But there's a lot of NBA players who play regularly on Chess.com. A lot of people know Klay Thompson, a big chess player. Daryl Morey, who's a buddy of mine, who was actually texting me in the middle of this game. He's the GM for the Philadelphia 76ers. Plays every day on Chess.com.
So I just wanted to share a secret, you know, like, well, sometimes you think, like, what are your wildest dreams? Yes, like, as a kid, like, once again, like, my wildest dreams were, like, riding dragons.
Okay.
This one, you know,
everyone
not even close, not even close.
Okay.
Then singing opera, you know, like, so not even close. And then playing chess against Michael Jordan. So maybe a tad closer.
That could happen. So who knows? So I don't know that MJ is a chess player. I don't know if MJ is a chess player. I don't know that he's not someone who I know is on chess.com. But there are many others. So anyway, yeah. So look, tune ahead, everybody. We have a lot more fun celebrity chess events coming up this year and around the corner. And in many ways, just working with different celebs who we know love chess, like Kayvon Thibodeau, having a fan club. Gordon Hayward is a big part of some other stuff that we're planning to do. So anyway, we've got 2 matches remaining. If you just got here, this is round 2 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. The 2 matches that are in the books were both ended in draws. Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi, the co-leaders, drew their game. And then we had a very quick and surprising repetition from Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Liren. But of the 2 matches still going, the drama right now is really focused on Richard Rapport because he knows his advantage is winning, but he knows it might be now or never. So, all right, our break comes now or never because the Palacio de Santonia, as beautiful as it is, also has restrooms. Can I say that on air? That may not be the most professional thing I've ever done.
That's like
so
it's
we're gonna take a break and we will be back with more from Madrid in just a minute.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
This club is called Amigos del Retiro, Friends of the Retiro. The Retiro is the most big and important park in Madrid.
It's a very important park in the city because it's right in the center.
If you want to play chess, you don't know the place, this is maybe best one in Madrid.
Aquí tenemos, viene gente para aprender.
Y se hacen muchos torneos a final de mes y los domingos y pues es muy común venir aquí y echar unas partidas y sí.
Hoy, porque como se juega candidatos aquí, pues queríamos hacer algo especial.
Sí, hoy voy a dar la simultánea y a ver qué tal se da, a ver si juego bien y no consigo soltar puntos.
The oldest player in Madrid at age 35, Teimour Radjabov is competing for the third time at the Candidates and for the first time in 9 years. Once ranked in the top 5 in the world, Radja qualified for the Candidates 2 years ago, but was unable to compete due to COVID concerns. For this year's tournament, FIDE offered Radja a wild card, which Radja accepted. Born in the same Azerbaijani city as former world champion Garry Kasparov, Radja beat Garry Kasparov at age 15. In fact, he has never lost to the former world champion. One of the peak achievements of Radjabov's career was his victory at the FIDE World Cup. In that tournament, he defeated the top seed Ding Liren in the final to qualify for the 2020 Candidates Tournament. In Madrid, Radja hopes that he can lean on his experience at the Candidates to post some impressive performances, even though expectations for him here are not as high as they once were.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. We're back. We are back in Madrid. Rapport focused on his game. I love this view. I love just looking at it. Makes me feel like I'm right there in the playing hall with him. Richard Rapport, of course, is still in the position we left. We kind of had the sense. We knew we could take that break, so we took it. It's round 2 of Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. In case you missed it, with me here, Almira Skripchenko, International Master Danny Wrench. Our man Hammer is taking a little bit of a break right now, but we're going to continue to have the action for you. We have 2 more games still going. If you missed it, high-level reset. 2 games are already in the books. The 2 tournament co-leaders drew their game, Nepomniachtchi and Caruana, respectively. And then Liren held with black versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda. So, will Alireza Firouzja be able to hold with black here? That would be a birthday miracle, Almira.
Well, and, you know, Richard is still thinking.
Yeah.
It means that maybe the win is not so clear. He certainly has to find the winning variation. But look at his face. He's looking puzzled. So maybe something that Alireza calculated that has a finesse. What do you think? Let's try do something like. Okay, let's give a check on this.
Let's analyze.
Yes,
we're not going to
course.
calculate. 1, because I'm too lazy for that. No kidding. 2, I think it's easier for the fans to show on the board. So let's try to analyze what we think he's calculating. Again, we've highlighted several times that e6 is not on the agenda because with this pawn controlling the f5 square, white would simply lose the pawn. So that's key. But what else can you do? So what if you just move the king first?
Well, I was thinking about check first. One thing that I wanted to say that analyze and calculate is like, if you can make a move and you're pretty sure of it, like you make it and it's already half a move, you know, so you are advancing in your calculations. So it's just an advice, like for the players. So I was actually looking at rook g7.
Well,
rook b g7 first, not let the king on e4.
Part of my idea of this, because we'll come back to it, was that if I make the rook choose, maybe there's an idea that I'm running in, right, for the mating net, and I'm not actually winning this game with a pawn push, just to show like some fantasy lines. If we get something like this and you come in, you're actually threatening both the rook and you're threatening to mate with check and mate. I didn't see rook h5. That's the move. Okay, that holds everything together. That's the only move, by the way, I think, because otherwise I'm attacking the rook and threatening rook g7, and then rook h8 is checkmate. So what an idea. Okay, so that doesn't work. So now we're on to Almira's idea, which is rook b to g7, king f8.
Well, so now I guess, well, I cannot play e6 still because you will take the pawn. So now we have to find, like, what is the follow-up? Can we, no, we cannot exchange. Wanted to play rook d7, but this is not easy at all because...
What happened? We'll just show it so that we establish
then
it.
it's just a draw, of course.
If takes...
Yes. Then
But how is it a...
No, because you will always exchange the pawns, because you cannot go like easy. My idea was to go king d5, king e6, but it's way too slow.
Because that was my idea too. Like, if you go here, here, and here, is it not? But I guess black is holding. This just feels so scary for black, but apparently it's holding. Okay.
No, that's not enough. Of course, like you have two dangerous rooks, of course, so you have to keep them.
Yeah. Okay.
But like my first idea was to play rook d7, but of course it doesn't work as usual.
By the way, he's played the move king f4.
So king f4.
Probably won't be my idea. He'll have something better than that. But I do like this idea in theory. You force the rook here before you've advanced, and kind of give your king a touchdown run ahead from checkmate, right? It doesn't mean it works, but you are now within striking distance of ending the game with a forceful variation.
So we have to play rook e3. Okay, the rook is hanging, first of all, and we have to keep the rook on the e file to attack the e pawn. So that's very important. So I will always take with the check on e5, and then I will have this defensive resource rook h5. So that's very important. So, like, I think we are almost forced to play rook e3.
So you have to play this.
Well, now that I know your idea, of course, it reminds me, by the way, of the game Nigel Short played against Timon, you know, in a completely different like context, where the king came from g1, h2, g3, and came to h6 mating, like with the whole board of the board,
of course, the most famous
board, full of pieces.
The most famous king walk of all time. If you've never seen this game, chat, just do yourselves a favor and just Google Nigel Short, Jan Timon. Just look up that game.
And the King's March. Yes.
What?
King's March. Like
King's March. If you just Google Short Timon, like it's like the first result, even before King's March, because it's such a beautiful, elegant display of what a king can do to help a checkmate attack succeed. Rook e3 has been played. So Rapport not going to go for king g5, and you see the more the engine thinks, the more it thinks, as we said, that it's closer and closer to potentially holding. So it is Alireza Firouzja's birthday. Again, we've been talking about it. Happy birthday to the young man. He would love a birthday present of holding this game.
We need to find, like, the idea, how to proceed, because we have all these checks, you know, but like, there is nothing concrete once again, and it's very strange, because when you have these powerful rooks, you think that you're on the verge of winning the game, like in 2 moves. And the passed e-pawn, and that, like, from now, you know, this was a brilliant defense.
I mean, seriously, it was such a risky defense, right? And obviously, we're both us and the eval bar. We weren't alone in saying, "What are you doing?" Right? You're giving white this massive advantage. But I wonder how deeply Alireza was looking ahead, right? Where did his evaluation? Because part of calculating is 2 parts, right? There's the I go there, he goes there, I go there, he goes there. You go as far as you can. And then at some point, you're evaluating in an abstract way a position that is not in front of you, and you have to make your decision about whether you can hold it, whether it's an increase of your advantage. So I wonder, like, did he just go to this point and just realize that, look, this isn't as easy as it looks? I know he has a draw, but there's no mate. And if he doesn't have a mate, I got a D pawn, right? I wonder what the abstract sort of goal was that he had in mind. If there was a chance to talk to him about it, we might ask him. We might ask him that if we get a chance to after the game.
So what is the position that we have in mind? Because, like, that's why I wanted to exchange rooks, you know, to win the D pawn and to keep both pawns. That's like something that I was aiming for. Is this something that we can obtain?
Yep.
So rook e3. Can we play? Rook d7 is a draw even after checks. Of course, we've established this. So how can we try?
Yeah, it's one of those positions where, again, the eval isn't telling the whole story, everyone, because, and I'm not saying there isn't a winning path here for white, but obviously Rapport doesn't see it, or he would have moved, right? And we don't see it. And even the engine, if you're running it on chess.com/events, like many of you might be, it says white's winning, but there's no concrete suggestion, right? I mean, the computer right now is basically suggesting to check and then go back.
But you know why? Because there is a concrete threat, rook f8. You know, you have to do something about it.
Yeah, when you go here, you're threatening checkmate. But my question is, the computer's suggesting this, but why is the rook on c7 any better than, like what's the next move, right? And you, by the way, the computer just proved my point. It's bouncing around again between rook c to g7 and rook h to g7. So the point is, sometimes you have positions where the computer is not wrong mathematically and is here to guide us, but converting this is a completely different story. And coming up with a plan that has risk, like activating your king to lose a pawn, you know, lucky for Rapport is this. He always has a draw.
Of course, but
always has a draw.
How disappointed is he going to be, and how inspiring it would be also for Alireza. You know, like he started the tournament with 2 draws. It's very difficult, especially on this level. So, and he played 2 very interesting games, and even if today, you know, it was more of a positional, you know, advantage for Richard. He probably escaped tactically.
Yeah.
So that's. But once again, you know, I want to play Rook F8 and take the pawn, but then you're mating me.
Yep.
So maybe Rook F8 is a threat, and then I will go back. So I don't know. Or maybe Rook F8 and then Rook E4, and I'm checking you, and that's a draw like this as well. So
it's not black to move yet, but
just let's say B4.
Okay.
I wanted, so let's say why not B4, then Rook F8, and then I'm probably checking you. So you know, so it's.
But you can come in, but now I'm just checking you forever. And actually, funnily enough, Rook.
So that's what I wanted to
White
show.
would love to play a move like this, but you just can't, and so it's just a draw. Wow. Well, ironically, the only game with a decisive result might be a game that we haven't given as much attention as we normally do with a superstar such as Hikaru Nakamura, but I think it's time for us to back up a little bit and go back over to that game. Hikaru's advantage seems to have increased against Radjabov after the time scramble craziness that was. We now have a position where Radjabov has been unable to get the pawn on h4, but Hikaru is threatening to win yet another pawn and then push him. So
so that was the reason, like behind the maneuver, like Rook D6, you know, Bishop C8 and Rook D5. So he didn't want to create a pass pawn. He wants to win the B5 pawn, and
then I mean, the knight centralized defended by C3 is really key. I think it makes White's chances of dealing with things here so well, right? The knight is just such an irritating piece in terms of preventing progress and having tricks. So I'm sure Hikaru is calculating for us lines now, like what does the race look like if I take B5, just race, and you take H4 and A4, and you know, you give a check or something and you try to push and I'm pushing too, right? I think that this is one of those positions where when you're looking at it, sometimes they're evaluating abstract positional improvements, right? Because you can't realistically calculate the game to the end in a middle game. You have to improve on your advantages. This is a position where you could go 20, 30 moves down the road, if possible, if you needed to. You know, you don't want to totally do that yet, but you're not outside the realm of calculating a very concrete forced variation if you're Hikaru here.
And also, yes, this is like a very important point, but also I wanted to say, like, if you would create a pass pawn by playing a4, b takes, it makes it easier also for black at some point to sacrifice the bishop, maybe to get 2 pawns, and that would be a draw, even like, so that's also like, I think he wants to keep the 3 pawns here.
It's a good point. He plays a little bit of tickle there. Let's bring up the analysis board so we can maybe show Almira's variation there. I think that it's important to show that you don't just want to play a move like a4.
Like before, like Rook D6 before. I mean, when the Rook was in D6, I think. So
okay, so a few moves before.
So here I suggested A4 because I wanted to create a pass pawn. So
right.
But even if it's a race, so you see, like, I'm not sure like how accurate it is.
Yeah.
Just in case. So even if I play A5, A6, it makes it easier for black to sacrifice the bishop and then to take the C3 pawn, you know, something like this. That was my idea. So makes it easier for...
I mean, if you, just to, not to say what happened, but just to say, like, if black sacrifices and gets something like this, you're drawing. And you see the table base just kicked in there and says it's a draw. Rook and knight versus king and rook, even if white is to corral these 2 pawns and win them for free, is not a win. So table base says draw. But that type of variation is exactly what Hikaru wants to avoid. On Almira's point is he's trying to corral this pawn in a different way, although he hasn't quite been able to do it, and he hasn't had the... Let's also look at why he didn't just take, right?
Because he played c5, bishop d7.
So you take it.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, maybe he feels that black has enough counterplay.
I guess so.
Because...
yeah, he's not sure. So maybe this is not going to be as easy to win as we thought. Something like check and the king moves and...
Okay, now check. No, maybe even check first.
Oh,
Where do you
check.
go? Yes, I want first to...
Yeah. Yeah, black's not really playing for a win.
To
That's
create,
a good point.
yeah, to
Yeah,
create
so
a few threats. And I mean, you
check and torture.
I know, check I can even take, but if you go king e4. Also, I was a bit afraid that after king e4, rook h3, king e4, white could run into a mating net, if it's possible.
With
the king on if, like, you have to be careful.
You know, here you could almost...
Maybe I can take?
Take. I mean, I don't really
Or
see.
run h4 also is possible. You see, it's not trivial at all.
Yeah, no, this is a really instructive point to show that it's funny because it's not even so much about the race. It's not that you're not taking this pawn because you believe that white can't win the race. It's partly because if black gets this pawn, it opens up all these chances to draw because of the checks, right? So Hikaru's sort of stubbornness to not just grab the pawn is he really wants to find a way to win this pawn on favorable circumstances. He can't let this rook get in a spot where suddenly he's got a whole bunch of draws.
And
a whole bunch of checks.
There was one moment, I'm so sorry, Daniel, like when the rook was on c5 and the bishop on d7 here. Another possibility was to take knight b5 here, but it's probably coming to the same position. Yes, like knight b5.
Probably you just take h4.
Yes, exactly. So and then your pieces are even farther.
Yeah.
So that's why Hikaru didn't do this. Okay.
Yeah, there's no, I mean, whether you push a4 or bring the knight back and directly transpose, right?
Then you go, yeah,
So-
rook h2. Okay, so then it doesn't work. So now we understand.
Now we understand. No, it's
So
good to
knight
understand.
f3 is a very good move.
Knight f3 protects the pawn, even more importantly, prevents potential counterplay for a draw of some kind. And unfortunately, if you're Hikaru, it also removes the knight from the central position that was threatening to win the pawn, so he's sort of back to square one. But I'm going to stay with my prediction that I think Hikaru is going to find a way here, because this is a two-result game for white. He's going to grind it. If he finds a way to get him and his opponent back in mutual time pressure, who do you take in a mutual time scramble, Hikaru Nakamura or the field? Right?
Of course,
it's not even a question, right? So I feel like this is Radjabov, incredible player, and if he's proving as we look at it that there's some sort of optimal defense here. I mean, look at this. It's kind of funny, right? There's some geometry here. The rook defends the bishop is holding, the rook is keeping everything at bay. It keeps the king out, right, of the e file. It keeps the knight back of guarding the pawn. So this is
knight f3 is like it's a perfect prophylactic move.
Yeah.
Like this is even though like it was very beautiful on d4, like I have this feeling of how important it is to deprive your opponent of any kind of counterplay once again.
Yeah.
Even in the endgame. So it's like I like this move very much. So he could keep on increasing the pressure and maybe even playing till the very end in the time trouble. So, and win the game in the time trouble because he...
I think that's what he wants to do, right? If he can find a way to keep this exact position and just put both players under 2 minutes, he'd be happy. That's what Hikaru would like. So, okay. Well, we'll see whether he can do it. If you're just tuning in, of course, we know that Richard Rapport is also trying to see if he can do it and deliver the birthday boy a very unwanted present with a loss there, but we've got a lot ahead. We had 2 games finish, and on that note, we also had an interview with one of those players earlier today, Liren and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. They played their game to a draw, and it came out of nowhere. Moments after the match, our own Dina Belenkaya caught up with Jan-Krzysztof Duda about the game.
Jan-Krzysztof, thanks for joining. We just had your opponent Liren here in the studio. You have heard everything that he said about the game. Is there something that you would like to object?
Yeah, Yeah, I'm not very satisfied with this game, to be honest. I prepared the idea in the opening, which of course didn't give me any objective advantage, but I hoped actually to get a playable position and outplay him somehow in the process. But the thing was that I wasn't feeling very comfortable in this position, and I mean, I basically didn't know what to do. So I think I was worse. I mean, I really didn't like my position and didn't know what to do, and yeah, but I think that he was better. He probably could have played something better. I think 8xb3 maybe wasn't the best move in the position. Yeah, but I mean, I miss a lot of stuff also in this game. Like, he played some moves I wouldn't have found in a million years, you know. So yeah, I'm quite content with the draw. Even in the final position, I guess it's sort of balanced, but I mean, he has two bishops, he's better, and I have to just, you know, do nothing and not to worsen my position.
So you're taking the road very smoothly, step by step, game by game.
Yeah, I mean, today's draw is nothing. I mean, yesterday, of course, I spoiled totally winning position and was very upset about this game, especially that I did see a winning continuation, but at the very last moment I changed my mind and I actually spoiled it totally. So yeah, yesterday was kind of painful. Today, I mean, it's just, you know, very boring game actually.
Recovering from yesterday.
Yes.
Right. You are actually the first player who knew he was going to play the candidates, so you had almost 1 year to prepare. How does it feel to finally be playing the tournament of the year?
Yeah, it's very nice. Actually, I didn't know how much time I had because the candidates weren't announced at the time I qualified to them. Yeah, I was actually very shocked, you know, that I qualified, and because it involved beating Magnus of the World Cup. So.
Well, interesting. It's a funny storyline we haven't thought too much about. He was one of the first players to know he was playing in the candidates, but he makes a good point. He didn't know when he was going to be playing in the candidates or the field of players before him. Once again, the results versus Rapport and Liren have not been updated, so this was the head-to-head pairings and schedule setup for Jan-Krzysztof Duda coming into the candidates. The biggest thing that jumps out to me, Almira, is that he's playing Caruana tomorrow. Your thoughts on how he might be feeling? He said to Dina, right? He said, okay, the first game was kind of tough, right? And now it's going to take some rest here. It's a quick draw, right? He didn't see what to do, so he didn't want to go crazy. Maybe he also did it because he wants extra time to prepare for that guy, Fabiano Caruana. What do you think?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. So maybe Fabi took this decision. Of course, he was a long time and the position was very complicated. But he also knew that he's having white tomorrow. And, well, let's have a look at the score.
Right.
So he is leading by 3 victories.
Right.
So it's, I'm not even sure that the players, they take the strategic decisions. So they look, so, okay, should I like push harder here? Like, is this a more important round? But this is certainly something that he's taken into consideration.
Yeah.
But while we were looking at this absolutely brilliant young man, you know, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, I wanted to ask you, do you think that this was the first Polish player to play the candidates?
I know you're quizzing me because you know the answer.
No, actually, I didn't know the answer myself. You know,
I don't. I'd have to think back of great Polish players. I don't know off the top of my head, but it is a great trivia question. Maybe for the chat. Maybe chat answer.
Yes,
before
actually
we do, chat answer. Was this the first Polish player to play in the candidates? Because I don't know the answer.
No, the thing is, like, it's not so trivial because, like, first, what do you consider the candidates? For example, if you're thinking about the London tournament in 1883, the candidate, like, historically, the first candidates tournament.
Kind of the candidates.
Yes, but you know that Johannes Zukertort is actually a Polish player. You know, so he won this tournament actually by 3 points margin, and then went on to lose like against Steinitz.
A lot of people thought Zukertort was maybe the strongest player in the world there for
well,
some time.
So exactly. So that's something very interesting.
Yep.
At the time, he was born like he was a Polish chess player, of course, but that was a Russian empire once again. But I think that's a Polish legacy, Polish chess legacy.
Yeah. No, great stuff. And obviously, Jan-Krzysztof Duda wants to continue to build on a Polish chess legacy and maybe help inspire the growth of the rebirthing or more, continued growth for a chess culture that, while it has a lot of history, hasn't had a lot of stars in the top of the world. I mean, that's why I didn't know. It was a great question because
I myself like
Zukertort, I mean, I can't think of a lot of great, I mean, like I'm saying like world championship level Polish players, right? There, of course, there are many great grandmasters from Poland, but Jan-Krzysztof Duda said in a quote that he had, we quoted, we'll bring it up again at some point, but he said he always thought he would be world champion. Like this guy believes that he's going to be the world chess champion, and he certainly would like to get that shot by winning the candidates. So.
But he himself was inspired also by the games of Akiba Rubinstein. You know, so that's like I feel that he has a great future ahead of him. So let's see first how he does against Fabi tomorrow.
For sure, because as Almir said, the first point in question we asked, remember, he has 3 losses. He has 3 losses to Fabiano Caruana. As we switch over here to the Alireza Firouzja game, we've had a move made, rook f7 check, and then king to g8.
No, it was a rook g7, king f8, probably rook g7.
But still
something
no,
like this.
no concrete action. And the problem with committing your rooks in that way, Almira, is that, okay, I guess it prevents rook f8, so maybe that was his idea, right? I was going to say, it limits your chances for other opportunities, because now the king is attacking both rooks, right? So there's never going to be an opportunity where you would move the rook to some other square to attack something or whatever. So
can you try b4 here? That was my plan beforehand. So does this work?
And the reason b4 might be good is because you're taking advantage of the fact that the d pawn can't push at this exact time, right?
So just want to push like b4, b5. So like, how do you defend here?
So what if black plays rook e1 check? Sorry,
rook e1.
So that he can threaten check. That was in my head. Oh, apparently that's losing.
That's like.
To what?
I don't know. Like I first of all.
You can now check and take. That's it. Okay,
That's the difference.
And you're threatening rook h8 among many other things.
Your king is now on f8, of course.
Yeah, the king is on f8, so there's no rook f8. Okay, so that's actually.
Can I try b4 here?
But that's a really instructive point I want to highlight again about rook f7. Maybe black can play rook f8, and we'll analyze that next, maybe instead of rook e1. But.
No, b4.
But this is a threat that you have. If black makes a mistake, you're now threatening to check and take here, which you were not threatening when the rook was still on g3, right?
So like I'm trying to find.
We see, by the way, we have another check played.
So if rook h8, then it leads to the same position than with rook d7. So it's the same. Rook h8, king g7, even if your king is a little bit farther. So it's like rook h8 here. What I want, like, I mean.
Oh, now?
Yes. No, I mean, so it leads probably to the same drawish position, even if your king is a little bit farther from the e-pawn.
Yeah.
So I think that maybe you can simply attack the b-pawn and take it. So this doesn't work, for sure.
Well, it's interesting because we were talking about maybe one of the only chances that Rapport would have to win this would be some sort of crazy king walk. And even though Hammer's not here, I actually want to show that crazy king walk on the telestrator real quick. You okay with that?
Of course,
I'm gonna leave you alone for just a moment.
You mean the game? It looks like this.
Leave you alone for just a moment and show that game.
It's an absolute jewel. Yes, of course.
One of the most epic games you could ever see in chess. Oh, hi there, everybody.
Position. Oh no!
we're showing the final position, but no, we can show a lot about this game. So this game's dominance is really a positional lesson about the power of having control over only one open file on the board, because white's rooks dominating the d file prevent black from doing anything to change the position here. The queen and bishop, as cute as they look over there, are actually threatening nothing on the king's side as long as the knight's on f3. And so, snapshot, you look at the position, and none of black's pieces can do anything. But only one white piece is not helping in the current attack. And it's actually this guy right here. So that idea inspired king h2. I remember the first time I saw this game, it blew my mind. The king starts moving forward, and when your opponent is shuffling rook c8, rook e8, when you're about to make the most epic king march in the history of chess, you know that you have problems here. And bishop c8 eventually played, but too little too late. White plays king to g5. Of course, you could take the rook. That would have allowed king to h6, and any move on the board is met with queen to g7, checkmate. That's kind of cool how it does that right there. I like this touchscreen. Hammer, I don't know what you were complaining about. This is awesome. I'm going to steal Hammer time from now on, but okay. This is an incredible game. Look it up. Also recommend John Nunn's Understanding Chess Move by Move. Does a great breakdown of the positional lessons of this game. Huge shout out to John Nunn for a great book. I'm going to head back over here because that was a lot of fun.
Well, you stole Hammer's thunder.
I did. I stole the bleep out of Hammer's thunder. That was awesome, and I am happy about that. That was so much fun. So, way to go, team, pulling up that game. Is that not in everyone's like top 10 favorite chess games like ever? It's a pretty awesome game.
Well, you know, the thing is, like, when you look at the position, and I can imagine Jan Timman. Like, of course, his position is hopeless, but when Nigel Short played King H2, I was not sure he realized. It's sort of like, okay, you make a move, you know, you're trying to improve a piece, but King G3, then you understand, then it dawns on you, you know. That's, I think, I always smile when I think about this game, because this is, well, the aesthetical beauty is very important to me, so like, this is so beautiful. An absolute masterpiece.
I love the point you made. Like, at what point did it dawn on Jan Timman, right? Maybe not on King H2, but the moment the king goes to G3, you're like,
okay.
Oh, bleep, right? Yeah, it's a great game. I don't know that Rapport is coming up with anything here. And talk about a great gift for Firouzja's birthday. If he were to hold this endgame in spectacular fashion with the very aggressive approach he took, an approach we were critical of and kind of shocked to see, but what an amazing defensive setup it would be unless Rapport has another idea. He's repeated moves a couple times here, so...
wait a second, like, that's what I'm trying to establish, like, Rook G7, King F8, so King F8. Okay.
I don't know.
No, it's not a threefold repetition yet, but he cannot. He can play. He cannot even play Rook H7 then, because then he will have to repeat, and then so. Okay.
That's what I was saying. The risk of this is okay. Initially, I was highlighting that the king is attacking them. Oh no, I think he is taking the draw.
No, he like took a.
He has to play this rook. The other rook would have been.
He will probably take on G6 then. I don't know, like.
Okay. Well, King H8 is the only move, so it'll be played here in moments. And we'll find out if Rapport has more than just a concession in his mind that we have peace.
And you see, Alireza is looking at the score sheet. Of course,
they're both looking at the score sheet.
Like, he's doing the same thing, because like Rook H7 still does not offer him the possibility to claim the threefold repetition, but so King H8. And
it's good that he checks, though, because sometimes you make mistakes, right? Sometimes you think it's not three-move repetition if you're Rapport, right? But you actually did mess up, and you know we can do a quick discount double check. So let's see. So
I checked it already.
So here we have this position here. Okay, this is one.
He goes for Rook G6.
2, and now 2. Okay, so actually, yeah, even this position here, and indeed he does take G6. So, okay, we still have action. That makes me happy. But again, shout out to Firouzja, right? Because even though the game continues, it doesn't mean that he hasn't already proven that he was correct, that he took a really aggressive defense. Even if there was something better for Rapport that he missed, we don't. I mean, we can look at it later.
Well, I don't know. I find it insanely difficult to play the Rook endgames. After having studied like maybe millions of hours, like I still don't know a thing. I have this feeling. So.
Which feeling specifically?
It's very difficult to play these Rook endings. I don't know. I feel like if I have an opponent, I will make a draw, and then like if I'm defending, I will lose. You know, so it's a very unpleasant feeling. So.
Well, he took a lot of time on that move. He's actually, in hindsight, managed his time well, even though he was under time pressure, Almira. How impressed have you been with his nerves just at this point, right? I mean, it's only 2 games in. We may be applauding a rather brilliant active defense, which you were saying earlier. Dvoretsky always talks about active defense versus passive. But, I mean, how impressed have you been with the young man's just poise at this point?
Actually, like, just active defense also very often implies also sacrificing something. Like when you activate your pieces, you usually give up a pawn or something,
Yeah.
but it's like sort of much better defense than a passive one. So for example, they have a material balance like until now. And I feel that Alireza still has to be very precise here, of course. So after rook g6, I was thinking about stalemate ideas, but I cannot create two crazy rooks.
Yeah, you can't sacrifice both rooks and a d-pawn
and
at
the
the same
d-pawn
time.
at the same time. So
The point, everybody, Almira is saying, if you just took away all of Black's pieces, it's a draw. The king is stalemated. But you can't get rid of everything at once, so you have to play a very precise move here. And okay, moving the rook, let me just make this makes
because
sense.
it makes sense because we want to play d3.
Yeah. Either rook e2 or rook e1 both make sense because you're threatening rook f1 check, first of all, and d3. Right, so I'm expecting him to move his rook to either e2 or e1. They both threaten kind of the same thing. And so the question is...
maybe rook e2 is a better option because you want also to take the pawn.
Okay,
Like,
so yeah,
so
so
it's
now we
like-
have a reason to favor
yes,
this one. So we
just,
favor rook e2 because it has a third threat. 1, 2, 3.
Well, at least when you're weighing the options, probably this
Yeah.
is the most rational one. I don't know if it loses on the spot or not. So,
And then the question is, where does the rook go to deal with this threat? Again, we're not considering lots of checks here, everyone, because Rapport has a draw if he wants. That's not what we're going for. Question is there some other way for him to coordinate? What if I save my rook and guard the b pawn at the same time?
okay, d3. That's
Now
my
d3.
idea. So, like,
Oh man, this is going to be so spicy. It's a spicy one.
so if you're not taking a draw here, it might be too late.
Exactly. That's why I said that.
So
I'm
it's
like, maybe now it's time for me to just check my way into a.
Okay, let's
check.
try. No, but we cannot. Like d2 is coming. Like there's nothing we can do.
No, I mean seriously, you might just take a draw with checks. And note the king is held back by the invisible fence. Electric fences haunted me as a kid, as many people know. You ever been shocked by an electric fence?
No.
You ever like touched an electric fence and like not know it's electric and get shocked?
You know, we are not bearing arms either. You know, so
That's happened to me more than a few times.
guns. It's like
It was a kind of an inside shout out to Fabiano and Hess. We talked about it at the World Championship. As a kid, I have a scarring memory of running away playing tag and jumping onto a fence because I was going to climb it and get away. And I jumped onto an electric fence and was like blown off of it. Yeah, it's a real thing. It happens. It happens when you're trying to keep out wild animals. Don't judge me. We're moving on from this conversation. Okay. Anyway, reminder, everybody, there are still 2 games left. This one here with Rapport and Alireza Firouzja.
But I really like your suggestion. So rook e2 and then d3. So there is nothing you can do against this.
Yeah, I think rook e2 is a great move from Firouzja. And
he didn't play it yet. It was like we were supposing it.
yep.
I think so.
Let's back out real quick and take a look at all 4 games as they were. Ooh, I like this view. This is my favorite view. This is fun. We got the players, we got all 4 games, we got results on the board. Hikaru Nakamura. Yeah, this is all right. So we want to go over to that game with Hikaru. Let's do it.
Yes, let's have a look because
Let's do it.
knight f3, king f7, rook d8 happened. Okay, so how does this improve the position?
All right, so I made predictions that Hikaru would win. Now it's time for me to put my money where my mouth is. What is a plan for white?
Exactly. So like
What?
how are you improving it?
Yeah, Radjabov has really shown how coordinated Black's pieces are, which is kind of where I left it. I was like, oh, bishop guards everything.
Yeah, and now this bishop and the rook on e4, it prevents you from playing a4 and having a postpone. So
The rook guard, it keeps the knight imprisoned, keeps the king at bay, prevents a4, guards the bishop. Like this is, very, well planned. Maybe he fell into it a little bit. Who knows? But either way, Radjabov's defensive setup is looking genius at this time.
well, one idea behind rook d8 is, of course, to play rook d4. And, well, there is nothing you can do. You cannot exchange the rook, so you would have to leave this e4 square, so the 4th rank. So I think that's what Hikaru wants to do.
He might go for that anyway.
That's why he played rook e7.
Yep. I like that idea.
Okay, and then, but now you're also threatening rook c7 maybe, and you will
So
be.
you're thinking rook d4, rook a7, just attack the pawn, and also you can't play a4 again because I've got.
Yeah, you have both rook c7 and rook a7 as well. So I was not so concerned about rook a7 because I always had rook d2. But rook c7, rook d3 is a little bit awkward already.
Yeah, that's another good defensive threat.
Mhm.
It's really important, just like macro view, to appreciate that how well placed Black's pieces are here. Because if this pawn were on a5, like if he had broken through the barrier, this is going to be a winning endgame, right? But everybody is perfectly preventing any way for Hikaru to use the extra pawn. Although there is one move we haven't talked a lot about yet, and that's c4.
Yes, but I want to take with a piece on c4. You see, that's like if I could play, yes,
I see.
that's very important. That's why I wanted to play rook d4, c4. But you're always you're going to prevent me for doing so.
That makes sense, and maybe that's why he's going for something like this. As slow as it looks, maybe this is the plan. Actually, the more I think about that, like, how do you stop that? That's interesting. That's a very slow, but. So Almira's point, everybody, is when c4 is played, if you take with the pawns, you've given yourself split targets, right? And the bishop is actually still very perfectly placed to prevent both. But if you can take on c4 with the rook, for example, you have two connected pass pawns. And connected pass pawns are way more powerful than split because they protect each other as they move up the board. And step by step, they're almost impossible to stop without some sort of counterplay or awkward blockade. So as slow as this is, threatening to play c4 and take with the rook, and Almira, like, if you get this and I threaten it, can you actually trade rooks?
No.
You can't trade rooks, so
This
that's
is
a really
this is a
important
lost
point.
endgame.
This endgame will definitely be winning for white. The extra pawn, you're activating the king is too much. So the reason I was showing that is because the point is, if you can't trade rooks on c4, how are you stopping this idea?
You have to put your bishop on f7. So then, well, I force you to take with the pawn.
So let's see, does Black have time for that? So king moves back to g6.
Somewhere, let's see. And then rook c2, bishop f7.
Very nice. And this would force me to take with the pawn.
And then I can attack your pawns.
Yeah, now we're back to a position where Black is in a much... Okay. But at least there's been weird progress, right? Because with the bishop on this diagonal, what have you left behind? This guy.
Yes, but your rook is on c2 now. Of course, I am adapting.
Okay, but now here I go. Now I might go for the race.
No, rook e5. No. Rook e5 first. Rook e5.
Okay, you're not going to let me go for the race?
Yes, we've been there before. Maybe rook e2, rook e2 now, rook c5, and rook e3. Okay, maybe you're gradually improving.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, I'm just gradually pushing. And once I'm here, by the way, what did we highlight about the rook on e8? Kept the king out? Not anymore, right? Now the king is threatening to get in, or even this way. So Hikaru has found a plan. I guess that's the point, right? I think Hikaru has found a plan to at least challenge Radjabov's perfect geometrical setup, right? We were highlighting all the pros and cons of where Black's pieces were to hold things, but that was under the circumstances where White was trying the other stuff we were looking at, knight d4, or the rook was behind the pawn. So this is a new idea. I think Radjabov sees how hard this position is about to be to hold.
Well, this position is hard as it is. Even if you feel like you found the perfect defensive setup.
Yeah.
There's always a way to improve.
Which was another reason why it's like I was, again, openly, willingly acknowledging I'm suffering from Hikaru bias-itis, but I'm like looking at the position, looking at the flexibility he has with the piece dynamic, knight versus bishop, the time on the clock, and it's just, so maybe Radjabov spends 10 minutes here, Almira, and comes up with a new defensive setup. And it might exist, right? But that doesn't mean White has committed to anything, right? And now you continue to maybe there's another way. And so these positions are just so much harder to hold than they are to keep pressing.
Yes, because it takes you so much time to find those setups.
Yeah.
Then you have to come up with a third setup. And then the position will change slightly. Let's say we create a pass pawn, then you will have to calculate in a time trouble.
Yep. as Beastman93 just said, this is exactly when Hikaru is this good, right? With this type of slight advantage to convert, where he can press and sort of poke and prod, kind of play with his food a little bit, if you will, right? He's going to play with his food. Didn't your mother ever tell you not to play with your food, right? But he's poking at it, right? He's just playing with it, moving it around the plate. He'll eat it when he's ready.
Well, I've been traumatized in different ways.
Different ways, okay.
Well, I had to solve like, I don't know how many chess puzzles, you know, a day.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I didn't get to eat.
Well, I don't know how many chess puzzles a day either, but I do know we've had 2 draws today thus far. Earlier, the 2 former winners from round 1 and 2 former candidates winners drew their game, Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Dina caught up with Fabi for a few minutes after that game.
Fabi, thanks for joining. When you saw Nepo took a pause, in a way got surprised, what was happening in your mind? Did you have like some kind of confidence boost?
Well, I knew that knight g4 would come as a surprise. I don't know if many people have analyzed this move. It's a novelty. I played the position myself against Wesley So in a blitz game or rapid game, I forgot. And I played knight h7, which is a common move. And knight g4 is borderline losing. It was a huge gamble. It's not losing. It's probably not even very bad, but it's definitely a very dubious move. But I was kind of counting on the surprise factor, and I also thought that he would go for what he did, which is the most natural way, putting his knight on g3 and everything. And then he shocked me with this rook a3 move. I didn't see that one coming.
So that was like a cold shower for you.
Well, you expect at some point that you're going to be surprised, and that was the moment when I had to start thinking very hard. But I thought my position was very good at some point. I thought I was much better, but I couldn't find the way to exactly coordinate my pieces, because I'm up a lot of material, but he has this very lasting initiative. My king is weak. I thought there should be some way to prove an advantage, but I just couldn't find it.
So now you're waiting until you get to the room to find what was the right way to finish him off.
I don't think I'll check the game.
Pretty fascinating comments there from Fabi. That was fascinating, right? He's like, he knows he played a bad move at the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess, right? And everything he said he thought would happen, happened. That's experience right there.
No, it shows you exactly what I told you, that because this first place justifies everything.
Right.
So like you have to go for it.
Yeah.
But what surprises me the most is just that Fabiano, and even here in the studio yesterday, I felt that he was so tired, and that,
yeah.
But he's like such a darling, you know, when he talks to you, everything is like so soft, and then,
yeah.
But when you sit across him, like on a chessboard,
not fun.
Sort of serial killer.
Yeah, I mean, he played knight g4, a dubious move, then predicted how Jan would respond, and predicted kind of the further response, eventually said rook a3 kind of took him by surprise, and of course, huge shout out to Nepomniachtchi. That's why he's also one of candidates, right? Because he was surprised but kept his cool. The game never got away from him, and ultimately it ended in peace, as you can see here on the boards before you, between the 2 tournament leaders. They will remain the 2 tournament co-leaders, because no one... Well, okay, Radjabov could win and catch them, but Radjabov isn't going to win this game. Nobody else could catch them to tie for first. Even if Hikaru Nakamura was to go on to win this endgame, he's much more likely to do so than Radjabov would be to win. So let's dive back into that game. Hikaru and Radjabov are where it's at, right? Radjabov is still on the clock. And what's he thinking about?
Well, we don't know who is helping Teimour Radjabov either. You know, it's like we are not even close, you know, to finding out who are the seconds, you know, of the players during this tournament.
That's true. That's true.
So,
I know a couple, but I don't know. Anyway.
Is there something that we like didn't find out at the opening ceremony? Like who else? Is there something new, a new information that's?
No, I didn't find anything new at the opening ceremony, but just like other things I had heard. But,
you've heard. Okay.
But
because
no, Radjabov did not have anyone at the opening ceremony with him.
No.
So, it's always funny when a second is revealed at an occasion, at a party, right? I mean, I think maybe sometimes they bring their second because maybe people already kind of know. But I think it's a funny story when, like, you know, someone is spotted on the site for the first time, right? And before that, you weren't sure who their seconds were, right? So there's some funny stories there.
No, I wanted to say that I think the main Richard seconds is his wife, Giovanna,
yes,
who is a very strong player.
Yep.
Like, and I actually had a question for him, so hopefully he will come to studio. I wanted to ask him if he shares, you know, his preparation with his wife, you know,
when she needs it?
or he not only like when shares, like ask her for an advice.
Right.
Yes, it's very interesting for me, like to find
she
out.
would be more than capable of giving it. So,
of course.
All right. Well, we still have 2 more games that are going. They will likely be going here for some time as particular players try to get a win. We're going to see, of course, how these matches play out. Don't go anywhere. More from Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 candidates. We are live in Madrid when we come right back.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the opening ceremony of the World Chess Championship Candidates Tournament.
No stranger to the candidates, Fabiano Caruana stands as a pretty popular choice for winning it all here in Madrid. Fabi won this prestigious tournament 4 years ago in Berlin. In his challenger match against Magnus Carlsen, Caruana came just one endgame moment away from his first World Championship.
I wasn't playing my best chess today, and Magnus, I think, played very well.
Soon to be 30, Caruana's chess resume is matched by few in Madrid. Born in Miami with dual citizenship, Fabi became the youngest grandmaster in US history at age 14. A decade ago, he made history at the Sinkfield Cup, winning 7 straight games on his way to a 2844 rating, the 3rd highest of all time. Precise calculation and deep knowledge of opening theory are Fabi's calling cards. The Italian-American used both to great effect in the FIDE Grand Swiss to qualify for this event. Caruana now aims to become the first player since Vichy Anand to win the candidates in non-consecutive years. But perhaps more importantly, Fabi looks towards another shot at the world title.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. Almira, you talked about how I would play in such a beautiful scenic location. How would you play in such a beautiful place?
Well, I would be looking at the ceilings. It's like you're in a Sixtine Chapel, you know.
Yeah.
This is absolutely, well, amazing, and how how privileged are we actually to cover the tournament in such location. So one of the, I think, one of the most important, I think, elements of the Greek tragedies is like the settings. You know, we have the characters, we have the drama, but we have an absolute perfect setting, I think. So like, let's see.
No, that's a great point, because you said the character, right? The plot, right? But then it's why, like, when you see in movies, the epic sword fight happens, you know, in like a stormy thing, and like a, you know, castle or whatever, right? It's like we've got a scene that is worthy of the gladiators who are here before us playing some incredible chess. This has been another amazing drama-packed day here, day 2. No decisive results yet, but still a couple of games that maybe could be. Almira, if you had to guess one of the 2 games that would end decisively, which would it be?
Well, it's not that I have to guess. I'm pretty sure that Hikaru is going to win.
Okay, you never said you agreed with me when I said that. So
I love to disagree just to for the pleasure of disagreeing with you.
We do. It's good. It's better content when we disagree. That's just the truth.
No. But here I'm really confident that Hikaru is going to win this, and it's well, we know that it is not easy.
Yep.
But I think that Hikaru is gradually improving. Although now they're repeating a little bit, so he's like. Shuffling.
Right.
Yeah,
you can shuffle all day, right? I could listen to that Spanish jam all day, by the way. Do you like the break music?
Yes, of course.
Like off camera, so you guys know we're just sitting here like playing air guitar because it's awesome. You know? The Spanish riff on the guitar is awesome.
we need this because, you know, while you're watching the 5 sets, you know, on the tennis court, you know, like sometimes we think all day.
Yeah, sometimes exactly. Like baseball, the boring sport of American baseball. Oh my gosh, I said it. Okay, I'm just kidding. Invented, like, did they invent the wave or no? No.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know actually. But if we could get the fans downstairs to do a wave at some point, now that would be interesting content for a chess tournament, first time ever. But all right, we know we have a couple games going. I think we're going to head back here to the Nakamura Radjabov game, like you said.
I dare you to do this in the playing hall. You know, it's like the silence is like religious silence. You know, you're going there, the arbiter is watching. You know, like. At every possible suspect, you know, everyone is a criminal there. So you're going there and you're doing something like you're dancing.
It's funny because when I was still playing, I had like fantasies of doing that at some point, like going to the top end of the room, because you know these like epic ballrooms, like the Grandmasters are always playing at the top of the room, right? So it would be a long way to get out, right? But getting all the way in there and then like having like a boom box,
exactly.
You know, just like press play and just super loud music and do something kind of crazy and funny, but. It's like a flash mob. If you could organize a group of fans to get in the playing hall and then everyone does the wave at the same time.
No, I'm in.
Yeah?
Like
okay, so we'll figure out a tournament to someday secretly organize the largest chess flash mob of all time. It will happen at some point at a major tournament. Hikaru nodding his head there. I think he thinks a victory is going to happen here. Right? He's like, that was... So there's two duck lips for Hikaru. Like one of them isn't quite. One of them is kind of just kind of purse, and then there's like kind of like frowning on his opponent's move, and then there's like, I got this. Like that's the very well-known one that's basically a meme for him. So
let's have a look. Okay, Teimour Radjabov is down to 17 minutes. Okay, is this the moment where, you know, where Hikaru has to start something concrete, you know, like a very concrete operation. So probably rook d4 now, once again, to kick this rook to the 7th rank.
Yeah.
And then to proceed with c4. Is this possible?
It's funny because
rook d4, rook e7, c4. He didn't go for it before, could he?
He didn't go for it right away. Could he have gone for it? Or
maybe
not.
No, because the rook was on d2. And
yeah, rook d2, rook e4, rook d5. Okay, so now there's an opportunity. Yeah, let's bring up an analysis board when we can and just show this line real quick, because I think that it would be helpful to show that, again, this whole plan we established of rook d2 is to come here, trade the b pawn for the c pawn in a way that allows white to maintain the 2 connected passers. So Radjabov defends against this with the move rook e4. But that was my point, is rook d4 could have been played here, but he didn't. Instead, he he hits the h5 pawn, forcing the king to g6, and that's why I was skeptical. I mean, or what was going on, because I don't see what white gains in that scenario. But either way, Almira's point is true, that you can play rook d4, and the point is now if the rook avoids the trade, you can finally get the goal we've been waiting for.
Yes, we have to be careful. I was thinking about if we are not losing the a2 pawn, so that's maybe the point. So c4, maybe rook a7.
So a little...
And rook d2, and then he forces you to take with the pawn. Okay, so that's the idea.
Perhaps. Okay, that would make sense.
Then rook d4, rook e7. Once again, so there is no perfect way for us to execute this. We cannot go knight d2, knight e4, because you simply play rook a7 once again.
Yeah, you can't even defend the a pawn,
yes.
so that's a
problem. Okay, you cannot improve the knight.
Well, again, shout out to Radjabov for setting up a deceptive way to defend. So sometimes we think of defense as like pure blockade. The other form of defense is the best defense is a good offense, making threats, right? So Radjabov he couldn't defend the c4 push with an ideal blockading setup of the rook and bishop, but he's preventing c4 because by doing so, you would allow counterplay against the weak pawn, and that's not something Hikaru can afford because having to defend it would allow the split of the pawns, and we've already established, and the eval bar agrees with us, this is not a recipe to a victory. So
no, but now I understand like what is the idea also behind the move rook d5, king g6.
The king? Okay. I'm glad you do because I don't. So what is the idea?
Well, because there are several ideas. Is that you need to exchange the rook. So you need to play rook d2, rook e2, and the bishop is not protected. So that's the idea behind the rook d5, like king g6. So now the thing is, like, the moment you will play rook d2, that's why Hikaru played it, like, he will go back king f7. So that's sort of...
It's funny, he played a3 first, which is also an interesting little way to put the pawn on a different square.
And also the thing is that the key to this position is also that the rook, the black rook, should stay on the e file. It's not like attacking the h4 pawn. It's like you cannot bring your king to the queen side.
Yeah,
that's a very important moment. So is there any chance for us to play rook? Well, he played a3, of course, but to play rook d2, rook e2, and then king e3. But then probably you will attack this, like the c pawn.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused about it, because from d2, from d2 and e2, the rook could establish the threat you talked about and defend. You can't do that now. If black slides the rook back to either e6 or e7 and starts to renew this threat, Hikaru must have some other I think he's changing plans again. Your idea of inducing the king to g6, let's bring back the analysis board, because again, that was super awesome. I'm just going to show it. Rook to d2 was the idea that Almira had, and if the king had gone back, that's maybe why he didn't do it, because then what am I doing next? I'm just repeating.
No, if the king would be on g6, let's say.
But if the king makes some other move, maybe now we can play this, given that the situation is... You'd have to, although now the king's so active, maybe it doesn't work anymore. I saw the eval bar slip, and I'm like, it's probably because of just a super active threat.
Now the black king, of course.
Actually, maybe that's another reason why. But okay, this is fascinating stuff for Hikaru to throw in a3. I want to go back to the first question you asked, and then we got lost in chess analysis, which was, is now the time to strike? Because speaking of time, Radjabov is now down to 15 minutes, right? And at some point, even if you haven't established what the clear winning plan is yet, at some point you have to cash in your chips. If you're the person, if you're the aggressor, right? You have to go for some sort of plan to capitalize on your opponent's time pressure where they might blunder. Is now the time, right? Is at some point he going to do something that objectively might be a draw, but forces Radjabov's hand?
Look at this. Like he glanced at his opponent, Teimour. You know, he glanced at Hikaru. And he's trying to find out what's the idea behind.
He's confused about
this
a3,
move. Exactly.
And I think that might be genius by Hikaru.
Exactly.
Take a couple more minutes off the clock. You know, I know I'm not going to win. I know I'm not objectively winning on the board. I've been unable as of yet to prove I have a clear plan. So let me just get you under time pressure. That's why it's a game.
So once again, he's not going for anything concrete because like he's maintaining the pressure and he's waiting for the time trouble. So 10 more moves to go.
I like it. I like it a lot. Sometimes I slip into an Australian accent.
This is Australian? So should I say something in German?
Absolutely.
Like,
what?
Something in German, like the...
You don't have to.
No, because there's...
Abso-friggin-lutely. King's about to go on a walkabout.
This is wunderbar.
What was that?
This is wunderbar. This is wonderful.
Was that a German accent?
No, wunderbar is like, this actually, Boniem is using it in the song, like, but they're saying like he is dancing wunderbar. So.
I like it. We can just start speaking in different accents. I don't speak too many languages, but I do speak, I am fluent in over 72 different accents. So, all right. Wow. Well, for those wondering, there's still 2 games going. There were 2 games in the book. Sorry, I was just having a mental reset of where we are. Where am I? I'm in Madrid. Hello, everybody. Two games have finished, and 2 games are still going. While we wait for Radjabov to make his next move and decide how he's going to deal with Hikaru's A3, let's take a look at the career he's had to get here. Remind you in our chess.com player profile of who the other boy from Baku is.
The oldest player in Madrid at age 35, Teimour Radjabov is competing for the 3rd time at the Candidates and for the first time in 9 years. Once ranked in the top 5 in the world, Radja qualified for the Candidates 2 years ago, but was unable to compete due to COVID concerns. For this year's tournament, FIDE offered Radja a wild card, which Radja accepted. Born in the same Azerbaijani city as former world champion Garry Kasparov, Radja beat Garry Kasparov at age 15. In fact, he has never lost to the former world champion. One of the peak achievements of Radjabov's career was his victory at the FIDE World Cup. In that tournament, he defeated the top seed Ding Liren in the final to qualify for the 2020 Candidates Tournament. In Madrid, Radja hopes that he can lean on his experience at the Candidates to post some impressive performances, even though expectations for him here are not as high as they once were.
You know, it was a funny last comment in the video that Danya says expectations on Radjabov are maybe not as high as they once were, but you think he feels that way? You think Radjabov feels that way?
Well, I don't know. Like I'm not in John Malkovich's mind, so not in Teimour's mind. But I remember this game actually when he was 15 and he beat Garry Kasparov, and I was so impressed because to beat Garry Kasparov in Linares, you know, at this age, you know, first of all, it's like you're you're killing a myth.
Yeah.
You know, and showing your strengths at the same time. So, so I believe this is also maybe a question of motivation, because like, what else is there to win? So the candidates tournaments. So once again, I repeat myself, but I think that he is trying really hard at this tournament.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because we keep talking about it. You know, he was a child prodigy, and I mentioned the other boy from Baku, and no disrespect to Radjabov, but literally Garry Kasparov is the boy from Baku, and Radjabov was kind of anointed as a young prodigy coming out of Azerbaijan, and maybe the expectations are different because he's just been around for so long, but we keep talking about the fact that if not for the fact that he stepped out because of COVID, he would be the other player here, like Fabiano Caruana, competing in his 4th Candidates Tournament.
Yeah, so this is his 3rd Candidates appearance.
It's his 3rd, but it's his 4th that he's qualified for, I guess, in a weird way. Although, I guess that's not totally fair because he was given the spot because he didn't play there. So, but it's funny because if he had played half that tournament, he'd be able to say that, oh my gosh, we have a big change. So this is exciting. All right, we have liftoff, everybody. The question we've been asking, would Hikaru Nakamura at some point cash in his chips?
A3. You don't have rook h2 and rook a2.
Ah, okay.
Okay, now
Very
he took the
nice.
pawn. Of course, that's the idea. Okay, he prepared everything to take the pawn on b5 to
Yep.
transpose to a rook game just in case, and there is no rook h2, rook a2.
And here he goes.
Now we
Puts
know
the
it
knight back on d4. He's going to try to advance the a pawn, and I really love this idea because, all right, let's go full screen here. We'll be able to analyze it in just a moment. We've got the point is. Previously, Almira, we weren't liking ideas where you took because there were not just checks that won the pawn, but checks that got drawing chances. But notice the bishop is worse off here.
Yes, exactly.
There's no way to keep the king corralled. You could check him into safety, but that's a very different story. So this is a fascinating change. If everyone remembers the variations we were looking at, something like this is not just gonna end in a draw anymore. Oh, okay, actually, LOL, I was kidding. I'm not gonna walk into that, but there are other ways to maybe get out of the checks too, and the bishop is not in a super active spot. That was my point, is that now this is going to become a pure race position of some kind. Although this still comes with risk, right? But what did we say? This is why Hikaru's doing it now. He could have done this exact same thing when they both had more than 40 minutes on the clock.
No, but what I wanted just to point out that on rook h2 you might win a tempi by playing king g3. And you cannot take the pawn on a2.
Yeah.
So there are just king g3 here.
We'll
king g3.
G3, sorry, the mouse slip. Yeah.
So that's I think that's the point behind the move. So there is the perpetual is not here. Well, you still have to defend.
And you can't attack the c2 pawn.
Because the bishop is no longer on the h3 c8 diagonal, so you cannot give these checks and.
Wow, that's amazing. If you go to a2, you can play a4. If you go to b2, you're not threatening anything because the knight guards it. And you can't go to c2 because the knight prevents it. So.
And once again, Hikaru has chosen this moment while Teimour is in the time trouble.
Yep. Yeah, and again, that's how you win games. That's why I made the comment. It's a game, not a science, right? It's not a perfect thing because even if a position is objectively should be able you should be able to hold. Holding it is a whole nother question, especially when you don't have a lot of time on the clock.
And try to hold it against Hikaru.
Against Hikaru Nakamura. That's not something I ever want, or get excited about. So here we've got, but Raja's pawns have momentum too. Okay, actually that's an interesting comment, Almir. We'll come back to that from Bosenberg. Raja's pawns do have momentum too. And we'll talk about why I don't think they're going to be as fast. But what were you about to say, Almir?
No, just that was a pure question. Like, if you were given a chance facing Minotaur in the labyrinth or defending this position against Hikaru, what are you choosing?
I mean, one of them maybe involves death, unless it's like a safe word. If there's like a safe word that I can get out of the labyrinth, then okay, maybe.
There's always a way.
Yeah, but the question is coming in from chat, and now my head is kind of spinning with calculation. How can Black's pawns compete? And so I think, first of all, just for the educational takeaway, one of the biggest differences is that White's king is in a position to deal with Black's pawns. Black's king is not in a position to deal with White's pawns. So just quick high-level snapshot why we like White. It's not even necessarily because White has 3 pawns versus 2, because in an endgame like this, it's not how many pawns you have, it's who's going to get a queen first that matters. So the quantity being greater is not the deciding factor of White's advantage, but it's the fact that White's king is in a position to slow down Black's pawns. White's knight and rook are in a position to help that, whereas it's not the same for Black, right? Black does not have any sort of ideal way. It's like Black's position is this. It's just a matter of time. It's not if but when these pawns will get rolling, whereas with these pawns, it's not totally clear how to advance with the king. Is that a fair reason why we would...
Well, yes, I understand. While I was thinking rook h1 or rook d2, and Teimour, yes, played rook d2 because he's threatening the immediate rook d3 and taking the pawn. So, like, I'm so sorry, I was calculating as well.
No,
at the same point,
even this is now possible.
But rook h1, on the other hand, was keeping the option of playing h4 in the next move. That's why I liked it. But I was not sure at all.
Maybe better, actually.
I was not sure because then your king is on g6 now, so I could play knight f5, knight h4. in case, if I wanted to capture this pawn.
Well, I'll just show that real quickly because it's a good example backing up what we were saying. Like white's king and knight are coordinating. So something like this maybe could be met by this. And Almiro's point is the knight and king are preventing progress, whereas there's no coordination by the pieces happening to prevent the progress here. It's just a question of can the pawns eventually get rolling? And here they go. Hikaru plays c4. That's I was talking about rook c5, but why not push it, right? This is the most aggressive way to defend the pawn. Rook d3 check no longer wins a pawn because the knight defends it.
And c4 protects also the rook on d5, so like...
so now you can move the knight.
Yes, you can move the knight, and maybe knight f3, knight h4. So like, you see, the king on g6 is actually very vulnerable.
Yeah, it's actually a bit of a precarious spot, not a spot you're happy about. There are concrete threats now. White is threatening to move this knight to either one of these squares. An exchange of rooks probably is not good. The knight comes to f4, and Hikaru might even be targeting these pawns. Okay, well, first of all, how big would this be for Nakamura, right? I know I ask it, thanks, Captain Obvious. Yeah, it'd be big, right? It'd be a big win. But even more so because he lost the first game, right? It would really show whatever it is about his perseverance, not just on the board. We talk a lot about that. He's resourceful, he perseveres, but perseverance off the board, right? Keeping your cool. All right, I lost to Fabiano. I was black. NBD, bro. No big deal.
But I'm afraid to make a mistake, but I think he started with a loss at the Grand Prix and he won it. I have no idea.
I know he lost to, didn't he lose to Levon in their first game?
I mix up now all the results, but I think that's a clear, probably, example of how you're winning the tournament.
There's been a lot of chess this year, so forgive us. But I know he did come from behind. Everyone knows he had to come from behind. He had to win on command, which was part of the drama of that day. So yeah, Hikaru had to come from behind in the Grand Prix. He did so, and in doing so, he punched his ticket to get here to the candidates.
So rook d3.
Wow. Rook d3 is played. We'll come back to this real quick. We're going to quickly get to Rapport versus Firouzja because even though, something has happened here.
What happened?
We left it, and Firouzja had been. He was close, we thought, to equality, but where did the game go? So after rook f7 check.
Yes, he played rook e2.
So this is what we predicted. And by the way, the computer also likes this for black. It was the best move. e6.
And here we were looking for d3 or?
Oh, he didn't. He played rook e8 instead of d3. But okay, computer says you're still holding. So what was the mistake? Rook f to f6.
But on the other hand, d3 e7,
Okay, so
just to have a look at this position, it's a crazy.
d3 e7.
e7.
Oh, the idea. I'm just looking at the computer here shamelessly. The idea was this crazy rook d4 check.
And what does
Because if you go up, I can just perpetual.
No, but if I go king f3.
Now d2.
Ah, okay. So after rook f8, okay, you control, and then d1 is going to be there with check. Okay, now I understand. Of course.
Yeah, we'll finish the line so no one has to do it in their head. If you go for this, in fact, it's actually Firouzja who would go on to win with this. So he must have calculated something that he didn't like, because what he played in this position was not only not d3, but he went for a very passive blockading setup here with the move rook to e7, and this is the one that the computer is saying no.
What?
Oh, this happens even among the best players in the world when they don't have the benefit that we have, not only of the eval bar, but the engine variations. If we even want to check them, they're right there. So Rapport plays.
But why is it so clear, after rook e7? Because I still want to.
Rapport plays b4. Apparently, the winning move was king f5.
So compared to the variation that we had, d3. Okay, let's calculate. So it's just, what do you do here?
Well, the first move that comes to mind is rook f8 check.
King h7.
That doesn't look. Yeah, this looks fine. So there's something else here. I think that one of the biggest issues, though, is the mating net for the black king. So some sort of idea like rook g5 to come over is interesting. Or maybe,
no, but I can check here maybe then. Rook g5, rook f2.
Yeah, rook g5, rook f2. So I'm trying to create a net. right? So again, yeah, something like this actually. Because now you stop the pawn and you threaten mate.
Okay, now, and
And
yes,
rook
and the
F2,
rook F2, yes,
king
then,
E5.
and okay, and the E6 pawn is protected,
Yeah,
yes,
if
of
you
course.
trade,
So
you're
rook
just-
G1 is like is a very beautiful move. Okay, rook G1 threatening mate, well, or
Okay, not rook F8, rook G1 threatens mate.
it's not
and,
yet mate. You still have rook H7.
Okay, my
But
apologies.
then my king is close, simply
Yeah, yeah.
closer, and I'm keeping an eye
Okay,
on the
we have a
d-pawn.
move from Alireza. It was D3 after B4, and we're back to a position that the computer says should be held. In fact, what a critical tempo that B4 is to lose, because the fact that the pawn is not protected, Almira, means you can't do any of that stuff. There is no rook down because you lose the pawn. So King F5 was a massively important move. And
But on the other hand, Alireza didn't play D3 like for 2 moves. So
yes, for sure. No, it's hard to, no reason to paint the storyline like it was a one-sided Rapport blew it, but the point is he did have a win there with that interesting King F5 idea. But these positions are some of the hardest in chess. Like from my perspective, like the open board, multiple pass pawns with rooks, these positions are just impossible for humans to calculate.
Because it implies so many variations,
Yeah.
like in a very direct sequence of moves where the whole board is like open once again. So like pawn endgames.
Yeah.
Very difficult to calculate.
Like rook versus pass pawn, those positions where you're trying to make a decision. If you can queen, your opponent's going to give up their rook for the queen, and then are you able to get back in time,
yes,
right?
Of course.
Like these are the positions that give chess players anxiety, because the engine here will make it look easier than it is. This is a super difficult position to calculate, and obviously, as we saw, in the open board with all kinds of checks, all types of racing going on, you're knee deep in the weeds, and it's hard to see your way through the forest. So I think it's going to be a draw now. I think that D3 is just in time. I think we don't be surprised if we see the bailout, meaning he plays, he brings the rook back, and we just get a big exchange. There's one outside thing though. If the rooks are traded on E6 and white wins D3,
yes, but
that endgame is actually winning for white.
Yes, but
because the king is too far from the B pawn.
the thing is, like, you have to deal with my D pawn. Like D2, D1 is a real threat. Of course,
so, okay, let's just show it real quick. So if rook to G3, the move has to be D2 probably. I'll show the line, because if rook takes, this is the point. If you take, everything gets taken, and then you take. Wow, the table base says this is a draw. Initially looking at this, I would think this is a winning endgame for white, because you're putting the rook behind the pawn and you're pushing. But I guess black is just in time. If you try this stuff, the king gets to F6 and you blockade. Okay, so I was assuming it was winning, but the king is actually just in time to shoulder the white king. Okay, wow. So that really says this is going to be a draw then. Because if you can't go for that, what are your winning chances if you're Rapport? Rapport? The Colbert Rapport? I keep putting different emphasis on a different syllable each time.
Richard Retzi, you know, so Richard Rapport. Yes.
I apologize. It's a.
Well, French, you know, they would say Richard Rapport.
I don't struggle with like Jan-Krzysztof or Nepomniachtchi, but then like Rapport.
No, but this is easy.
Okay, these are easy. Well, you're Russian, right? I'm not. So like learning to.
But Jan-Krzysztof is Georgian as well.
Okay, I apologize. You're right. But anyway, I don't know if I'm saying his name right. I'm just going to apologize to all the Rapport.
And also, like, I'm like half Ukrainian, half Armenian.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, and now he's Romanian. That's right. Well, he's playing for Romania.
No, I mean me. Like,
you,
yes,
as well.
like I'm this crazy mix. You know, you put this like.
Yeah. For those who don't know, it's not officially represented in this event because FIDE would have to acknowledge and approve the federation application to change before it becomes official. But Rapport has requested to change federations to Romania rather than Hungary. So interesting.
Well, I have a question, like, because like I had some thoughts on this. Do you think that the number of times that the player should be allowed to switch federations should be limited?
That's an interesting question.
Because I'm thinking that this is a very important decision for me and for the players, I suppose. So probably there is a moment in life where they have to take this difficult decision and to represent like another federation. That could be marriage, you know, you're changing the country.
Right.
So, but how many times could you do
be
it?
allowed to do
because like I was thinking maybe it should be limited to 2 times.
That would make sense. You know, you don't want someone bouncing around and kind of leaving a trail, you know, behind them in turn, because there's a lot that goes into that, right? Especially for top players, it affects the Olympiad team, it affects all kinds of selections. You know, when you change federations, you affect the top players in that country. If you're, you know, there were all kinds of controversies that I won't speak of, you know, when certain players switch to U.S. federations, right? Young, up-and-coming, talented Americans weren't totally thrilled about that in some ways, right? Denying them the opportunity to maybe compete, you know, on Olympic teams and these sort of things. So there's a lot to it. I don't think a player should be denied the opportunity, but I think it's interesting. I also think that we should get back to the Hikaru game.
Let's have a look.
By the way, it looks like, okay, Rook G3 was played by Rapport. I think we're going to have a draw very soon. So we need to switch back to the Hikaru game as soon as we can, because the advantage has gotten bigger for Nakamura.
So he went with his king to h4. Okay.
Yeah, so after we left it, it was Rook D3 check, King H4. It's funny because if you could put the bishop on this diagonal, checkmate. Anyway, that's not a thing. Bishop F7, Rook D8, and now Rook D1. And again, what do we have? Less than 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes for how many moves?
Yeah, we should actually check into the format of that. I think it is move 60, so it's 2 more moves. 2 more moves, yeah. So in 2 moves, he will get more time, and we quickly remind everybody that 60 minutes was added after move 40. Another 15 minutes will be added, plus we finally have an increment on the clock at that benchmark. So reaching move 60 is a huge threshold for Radjabov to hold this, because once you start getting 30 seconds back on the clock with every move, you know, not to say that the position might be losing, but at least the clock is way less of a stress.
To be honest, I find this time control like very logical, especially like when you're adding the 30 seconds only at the last stage of the game. So because like what was the purpose of the increment initially? So like you wouldn't lose it when you're a queen up, so we convert to win an endgame. So like it's not to assure that that would be such an easy way through a time trouble.
Yeah.
So I think if you see it in this way, so this, for me, this is very logical.
Yeah, it makes every one of the time control moments, the time pressure moments, more exciting and more dramatic. It obviously puts more pressure on the players to manage their clocks better, as our partner Hammer was saying, right? So I agree. I think I'm coming around to it. It's interesting and a little different than what we've seen for the last 2 decades or even three decades of top level FIDE chess, but it makes sense. And again, not Dina, excuse me, I'm reading Dina because we have an interview coming with Dina soon, but not right now. So as Almira was saying, the whole purpose of increment initially was to kind of get away from the rule we used to have of insufficient losing chances, right? Where a player couldn't just get flagged, right? And that was a big thing, because before we had digital clocks, we had big analog clocks. I've been flagged before in a drawn position. Doesn't feel good, right? And so increment was designed to ensure that what was on the board would ultimately be the deciding factor.
To avoid this kind of absurd situation, and probably not fair as well.
And so Almira's point is great, that it only really makes sense that you have to have increment should the game go to very long extent, like after move 60 when you're in an endgame. I agree. It makes a lot of sense. Insufficient losing chances is a rule that is so unique to chess. All right, Rook H1 check. The king quickly moves to G3. Here comes H4. Shout out to our Twitch user who said, well, what about black spawns? Well, here they go. The problem is that now we'll see King G2, I think, with tempo, or do you just go to F4, actually?
F4?
I like King F4 better, because I just want to point out something funny, that if you play King F4 and black plays H3, black isn't even really threatening H2, because white can just come back to G3, and black is stuck. Right?
Yes, I agree with it. It's like I was considering King G2, of course, naturally. So King F4 is probably more active, really. Like if this works, h3, king g3. But our chances of getting dinner are slimmer.
Rhyme time. I'm normally the host who forces unnecessary rhymes onto a show.
Well, I was not even sure that was a rhyme before. It's like how
Chances
tired.
of a winner is slimmer. That's definitely a rhyme by today's modern standards of the urban art form known as hip hop, R&B, and rap. Yes, I would believe that a winner and slimmer rhyme.
No, it was actually dinner.
Oh, you said dinner?
Dinner.
Dinner also rhymes with both. All right. Well, we've got these two games going. By the way, I think we're probably moments away from a handshake in Firouzja Rapport. But while we wait for these final moments, we're going to squeeze a few seconds. And we mentioned, of course, there was a draw earlier between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Ding Liren. We saw one interview with Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Let's see what Dina and Ding Liren got up to earlier in the afternoon.
Thank you for joining us. Please take us through your emotions during the game.
Oh well, it's a quiet game, but quite interesting. I think at some point I thought I was better, but he played a very good move, Rook B1. I think that's a very good idea he found. So it looks my move G5 is not that good, but I don't know where I went wrong. It turns out my position is slightly worse in the final position, I think. But I don't know how to process for white. At least comparing to yesterday. Yesterday I played, I think, one of the worst games recently in my career. But today I feel much better. I think the draw is a quite good result for me.
So you're going like betweening. After a loss, a draw is a good result.
Yeah, especially after yesterday's defeat.
And do you think for your opponent, draw was also a good result, judging that you had 3 times repetition afterwards?
At first I thought he is slightly better, since maybe he can try for more, but I don't know.
All right, on another note, we were wondering, what were your first thoughts when you realized you actually could be the candidates, that you actually had a chance to be in the candidates? What were the first things you thought about?
Well, at first, they told me that I only need to play 30 games to qualify. Even if I lost all the games, I can still play the candidates. But then somebody told me that it depends on the average ratings. So I not only need to play 30 games, but I need to get quite good results. So I feel I'm not sure if I'm going to play these games, but after in the end, they convinced me that I had good chance here. So I just.
So you didn't accept immediately, but you had a thought.
Yeah, but in the end, I take the challenge. Yes.
Do you?
He sticks to the challenge.
He's so sweet.
He is. He's the sweetest, right?
Yes, but at the same time, once again, he's one of the strongest players in the world. He's the top seed in this tournament, and I'm actually glad he did.
Yeah.
He was. So he qualified for this tournament and he has a chance.
When you look at the rest of his matchups, and we know how strong he is, we know he's trying to right his own ship, right? What do you think the biggest challenge is ahead for him?
Well, I have to look at the bigger screens. So, it's disappeared. I can barely see the results. Yes.
A great score against Caruana.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes, we already mentioned this, yes, especially that it would be tough for Fabi. He's a very tough opponent for Fabiano. So I think this is something that he should count on. So,
what do you give to the, speaking of Soviet chess school, the theory of you never lose 2 games in a row, right? And he talked with Dina. Obviously, we all know he got off to a tough start. Of course, again, we will update that record as we go, reflect that he lost to Nepomniachtchi. But How important do you think it was for Ding to come into this game and just stop the bleeding?
No, it was very important, of course. If you can, it's probably if the position would allow this, he would play on. But I think that to make a draw with black in this tournament is very important, and so you focus on your preparation.
Yeah,
it's a very important psychological moment as well.
Well, and he did it. Ding Liren delivered with the draw, stopped the bleeding, right? And of course, he remains in the hunt. We have Alireza Firouzja on camera here. We have a game that I believe is about to end in a draw. Table base announces a draw. Similarly to what we were looking at, although it was even a draw if the rook was in front of the pawn. Typically, this is not the ideal spot for the rook, but as we saw, even that was a draw. Here, Firouzja points out that he has a different plan. This is the ideal setup for the black rook, of course, where you can stop the pawn from behind and put the opponent's rook in a bad spot to have to defend it. So,
well, you want to bring your king, of course, closer to the b pawn, like with black, but your rook is also cutting the white king. So you're combining both ideas. So when the rook will leave the d file, your king will come closer. So I think it's a very easy draw.
Yeah, very easy draw. Sometimes when the king is cut off this many files, right, you actually have very good winning chances, but the big problem is this king is also cut off that many files, right? If you took the white king and just put it over here, this is a winning endgame for white, because the king and pawn can work together up the board inch by inch, and this rook can't stop them by himself, right? The king would have to get over there. So the point is, because this king is cut off so many files, but white's is also cut off, it makes this a pretty easy draw.
Well, and you will have to defend the b pawn in a way. So you will have to play either rook b2, rook d4, rook d6, or rook b6, and then so.
Yeah, makes sense. So I think Firouzja knows it's a draw. The only reason I'm like focused here is I have this feeling we're about to just see a draw offer and just see the final moment, you know. But okay, it may not happen. And the much more exciting game for sure is the Nakamura battle with Radjabov. So I don't think we're about to see a final result. I don't know, body language not saying so. So why don't we head back over to the game that has a lot of spice to it. Hikaru did not play king f4. He played king to g2.
Yes. But I told you that was the first move I was considering. It's a very human move, king g2, like
the much more human move for sure.
So king g2. Well, what to do here? Rook b1, rook d1.
So let's just say you come over.
Rook d1. Let's say we continue. Hikaru played a4, a5 now. So what can you do here? There is no way for you to stop the a pawn.
And if you check me a whole bunch, you're just checking me back, or actually just a3, even better.
Yes, here I can play rook d2, king h3, of course. So
it's actually a serious problem, right?
Can you bring your king for like king g5, for example, to play something like this, or no, knight f3. Sorry.
Knight f3.
Okay, it was a bad try. Then maybe king h5. Okay, that's the wrong square.
Oops. So rook d1. King h5.
Yes, I want to bring the king to g4 and push a3, so that's my only chance, of course. So what can I do? A6, of course.
Why hold back?
Okay, now I have to play. Okay, but then maybe not rook d1. Rook a1 was a more stubborn defense. I don't know, like you see how difficult it is to defend this position. So
you put the rook on a1 because at least this slows down the pawns, but now we push the other pawn.
Oh, yes, c5 is coming. Okay.
Really important that this bishop cannot get active. That all of white's pieces are perfectly placed.
Okay, then this is a very easy win because...
Yeah, I mean, this is...
You cannot advance.
Yeah, you can't stop it. Radjabov may have gotten 15 minutes back on the clock as they reach move 60, but he hasn't gotten a better position. And that's a problem. So he is facing a very uphill battle right now in this game with Nakamura. What a huge win it would be for the American. And by the way, we do have a result, as we can see on the live screen. The kings put on the squares e5 and e4. That means we had peaceful result. So, you know, what would you be doing emotionally if you're in Richard's camp, right? Do you look at this game and say, especially once you turn on the computer, that I messed up, that I had a win? Or do you feel like, okay, this was very complicated, unreasonable that I was going to solve this, and a draw is a draw?
Well, I would certainly analyze, but I wouldn't draw all these conclusions. I think that, okay, you had some winning chances, you missed it, but I think that it was very complicated, first of all. And once again, you have a game tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it's very important to focus on your next challenge. So you have dinner with your wife.
That's what you do. You have dinner with your wife,
yes,
and then you think about it. No, it makes sense.
You have
I mean,
a romantic dinner. Like, it's much more important than to analyze with computer.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, yeah, it's just interesting because for those just tuning in, there was a very exciting moment in that game where Firouzja took this active defense that was at the time looked like a decision that might cost him the game, and ultimately it proved much more difficult, right, to convert, and so it's hard to beat yourself up. I would agree.
Firouzja is here with his family.
Yep.
His whole family came to Madrid, so now probably they will have a well-deserved celebration.
Yeah, well, a great draw on a great birthday. So I guess because this might be our last chance to talk about it, happy birthday, Alireza Firouzja. A good present you gave yourself, defending what looked to be a tough spot in some moments. So he is still in a great position with 2 draws to start his first ever candidates campaign. So, all right, let's, well, we're going to have one more game, and that's where our full focus is going to be. Let's give a quick shout out to our Chess Kid team once again, here doing amazing stuff in Madrid, if you can hear me downstairs. But Chess Kid is excited to announce the first ever FIDE and Chess Kid unrated girls only tournament. Girls only in this event. The tournament is free to attend and takes place on July 10th. 2022. There will be 2 editions of this event, an Eastern edition and a Western edition. You can join at chesskid.com, visit our main website for more information, and sign up. You're a young lady chess player today, or if you are a young lady watching this, go sign up yourself. So shout out to Chess Kid for that event with FIDE, and shout out to this last game remaining. We got to get back to it. I saw you pointing. What were you excited about there with King G?
No. So I was actually excited about the events. I think it's a wonderful initiative. So, but I wanted to get the board.
Yeah. We'll dive in here
to get back to the board. So,
what can Radjabov do? What are his last chances? Let's dive in and see. So, we have King on G2 attacking the Rook on H1.
So we have to find the way to sacrifice this bishop, you know, for at least 2 pounds, and maybe should be. We tried Rook D1, it's losing. Rook A1 is losing. Maybe Rook B1. Okay, let's. Is there any way?
Can we get the analysis board here? We need to pull up the big board so we can take a look. We've got King G2. So now you're saying Rook B1.
Well, we tried it all, so that's the only move which is left.
The nice thing about that move is, I guess if you play C5, I can take, maybe?
Yes. No, that's exactly what I was hoping for, but you're probably going to play A5 here.
A5.
And also it allows me to bring my king without being checked on F3. So maybe that's because we've tried all the variations. So maybe here I can play King G5.
Yeah.
What do you think, Penny? King G5? If Knight F3, then I still have King G5.
This looks like you're getting aggressive. This is not what I want, right? So I don't like Knight F3.
And the pawn on B3 is like.
I just want to push until I learn that I can't.
Okay, now you're forcing me to play Rook A1.
And now that my B pawn is no longer attacked, my knight is free to do some.
But can you push C5 here? No, A6 is like hanging. Wait.
Well, it's not totally crazy because, I mean, it's not how many pawns you have left.
I'm threatening to take on A6. We forget.
With the rook?
Yes.
No, but I agree. The thing I'm saying, it's not a crazy idea in the sense that in the end, it's not going to matter whether you have any pawns left if you get a queen. So it's kind of a funny line, like C5 takes, C6. That's all. I agree with you. I saw it was hanging, but it's interesting. I think more likely you should try to do something like defend the pawn, and then look to give like some sort of check with the knight or something.
Okay, but now that's what I wanted to achieve. I will play king g4, and I want to push h3.
Yeah.
That's the only chance I have in this position.
The hardest part of the situation is it's easy for us to analyze, two brains together, an eval bar with it, right? Radjabov only has 8 minutes on the clock. And it's not going to make his task easy at all. Here it is, big moment, and he actually...
Where?
He chooses rook to c1, okay? So...
Ah, but now we know that...
now we already know that a5 is...
Yes, Hikaru can play a5.
Yeah.
Wait a second, but did we... what was the difference between rook b1, a5, and did we try, like... We can still try rook c1, a5, king g5 here. What is the difference exactly? That the b pawn was hanging, that you couldn't play?
Yeah,
so what is the difference?
Knight, the b pawn was hanging before. Although this is still a threat.
This is not clear to me, yes, because king g4 is still a threat, so I don't see what is the difference. Because we didn't try king g5 in this variation.
Yeah, we did. When the rook was on d1, we tried it, and then it was a blunder of a check.
Of course, I was blundering.
So you're right. This is definitely not something we've totally analyzed yet. So king g5, what does white do? Do you just push a... So what happens if I just push a6 again? Just push until I learn that I can't?
Well, rook a1. I have no other option.
Okay, yeah, we're back to that same scenario.
And
so we don't want to push too far away.
So maybe rook c1 also works. So it's the same idea.
Yes, it was the same idea that you had with rook to b1, but preventing the move c5, I guess, made a lot of sense. And Hikaru he was about to move there, it looked like, right? And now he's pulled back and he's reconsidering. So what if I play check right away? And my idea is that now you have to go to g4, because if you move elsewhere, I think I can take the pawn, now that your rook isn't here, I think.
Ah, yes, that was the difference, of course. So,
and now if you play here, I also have rook to d4, right? Yeah, okay. So, yeah, change the move order.
Okay, then knight f3, king f4, of course.
Knight f3, yeah.
I'm probably losing here anyway. I'm given this pawn, but I'm coming with my king. So now I simply check. Okay, where do you go?
Yeah, if I go here, you win. It'd be a very, very good birthday present for Alireza Firouzja. He would love to see that.
So rook c2, and where do you go now?
I run here.
Ah, yes, we run here. Okay, so I have to attack. I will have to sacrifice my bishop at some point. I'm obsessed with this idea, so I can give up my bishop, but I have to stop. Okay, rook a2 now. Bishop c4 doesn't work, I think, because you will have time. Okay, rook a2.
Rook a2. If you give some sort of check and you walk this king up, you're actually maybe getting yourself in trouble.
Knight e1.
Knight e1, king e3. There's no checkmate here with the knight on e1, but it doesn't feel good to be in this spot.
Well, you can still give rook d3 check, but it's it does not achieve anything.
But you also have to guard the a-pawn, right?
You cannot protect it.
So I think if we back up, I think Hikaru this is not an ideal winning plan, right? To go for this pawn.
Once again, we're going for the active defense. We're like giving away everything.
Is great. That's how you want to defend these positions actively, and don't let your opponent Hikaru Nakamura grind you down to where you end up beating yourself on the clock.
Okay, 8 minutes left.
8.5 minutes left, 26 minutes. If you're just tuning in, all 3 other games in round 2 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament have ended in draws, which means that should this game prove victorious for Hikaru Nakamura, it would be the only decisive game of the day. So,
and
a long day. What?
No, because I we know that this is a new function where you can predict the results now on the site. So how many people were right yesterday? I wanted to know. Do we have the statistics?
We'll pull it up as we go. I don't have it. We do. We do. And I know that our community team, shout out to everybody working hard on that, is gathering that stuff. So we will have standings and an update of who's leading the vote on the results thing as we go.
So it's good that you are not doing this for a living as well, yes?
I am not guessing. I am not gambling or guessing on chess results for a living. That is for
because,
sure.
like, you know, you're
my job is
close.
to be wrong on camera. That's my job. So I just, hey, Danny, go be wrong on camera. Okay. So thankfully, my job is not on the line about whether or not I predict the results correctly. But okay.
You see, I'm feeling like third days, we will be even better. So.
We will be even better. At some point, I do think you get a little better when you're in the flow of it. You're no longer just guessing for content. In the beginning, I'm kind of just guessing for content. Like, hey, although I did predict a Hikaru win here today, for the record.
Well, okay, this is your lucky guess.
It is my lucky guess. I don't remember what I predicted in the other games. I predicted a win for the birthday boy. I was wrong about that. So, but I think the other games I predicted a draw. So, all right. We know so many fans are tuning in from all over the world to watch Hikaru Nakamura throughout this entire event, and right now, of course, they'd all like to see him get the dub. So while he thinks about how he can continue to maybe press his advantage, let's remind everybody of who Hikaru Nakamura is. His community doesn't need a reminder, but it's fun to see their star highlighted in our next Chess.com player profile.
In qualifying for the candidates, Hikaru Nakamura ratcheted up the level of interest in what is already considered the most important tournament in chess. With millions of followers as a popular content creator, Hikaru brings along his sizable community while also attracting more casual chess fans. Although once ranked number 2 in the world, most believed Nakamura's best days competing in classical chess were behind him. That changed when this Japanese-American Grandmaster leaned on his exceptional calculating ability to win the FIDE Grand Prix. The unexpected victory earned him a bid into the candidates for the first time in 6 years. A 5-time US champion, Hikaru has stayed sharp of late by dominating in speed chess formats. Nakamura is currently ranked by FIDE in the top 2 in both Rapid and Blitz. A chess giant on Twitch and YouTube, Hikaru brings a special buzz to a tournament that already holds the keys to becoming the next world champion. And there are certainly those who have yet to rule out Hikaru from catching lightning in a bottle here in Madrid.
I have definitely not ruled out lightning in a bottle for Hikaru Nakamura to win this tournament, for sure. I mean, he's playing arguably the best chess in his career right now. Shocking as that might be for those who thought he literally didn't care. Almira, he does care, right? And what would be your thoughts on his chances, especially if he rebounds with a victory here?
Well, first of all, I think that his motivation is very different. He wants to win this tournament in order to bring happiness. You know, this is absolutely incredible. So it's something which motivates him more than anything. Even probably when he was the number 2 in the world, we should not forget this, that he has achieved everything. So it's probably, and now he has another shot at the candidates and probably at the world title. So
it's interesting, and you know, yesterday you talked about it, and I agree. He's playing for more than himself, right?
Exactly.
And that's not a knock before. I mean, chess is a very individual game. Players for a long time are playing for their own ambitions to prove to themselves and get as good as you individually can. And that transition that happens in anyone's life here, it's almost like having a family, right? Hikaru has this community. He has a family, right? And he feels like the love and joy that they have from his success. And I think that's what you're saying. He wants to bring that joy to everybody who's cheering for him, right?
Yeah, this is something much greater than just a game. So I'm looking forward, to the end of this one.
Someone in chat asked, do you think he sees A5? I think he does see A5. I think Hikaru, at this point, is using his clock as a weapon. Shout out to John Bartholomew, who often talks about that, chess content and streamer. The point is, when you have a clock advantage, you manage it by play quickly when you know it, put pressure on them, think on the opponent's clock. That's the best way to get ahead, is you actually work hard on their turn. And then in the critical moment, make sure you pause and go as deeply as you can before you commit to a line.
Of course, no, I was looking at how much time does he have right now. So he has 20 minutes left. While his opponent is down to 8 minutes. But I was thinking, could he possibly bring it like to the moment where like he has like 5 minutes left, so he would play quickly as well?
It's interesting, right? So, I think that I would argue this. I think he knows that he doesn't want this game to slip into forcing variations while Radja still has 8 minutes. He wants that to happen when Radja has 4 minutes, right? So I think it's important that you don't just play A5. Okay, he played A5, but the point is, if he had just played A5 fast and we get in this bam, bam, bam forcing line, and maybe Radja had already calculated it, he did himself a disservice, right? He needs to make sure that if you're going for a forcing line, you better be winning. Otherwise, keep this game going as long as you possibly can to get your opponent into time trouble.
But once we, again, like, what did we look at King G5 here, yes?
Yeah, that was our main thing. Black can play King G5 because there is Knight F3, but there's no Knight F3 winning a rook like one of the first lines we looked at. So. I think King G5 is the most logical move. You can also play Rook A1 right away, by the way.
Well, you could, but then...
Actually...
Did we analyze this?
No, we didn't.
We didn't? No, we analyzed.
What happens on Rook A1 right away? Because you can't play B4 without C4 falling, right? The bishop is on it.
No, but I think we had... C5, then you take. But you were analyzing...
I did analyze some line.
It was another sequence, C5, C6, you know, so...
I don't know that it works, but we can try. Okay, we'll try it. C5. Ooh, the computer likes it. Okay. Yeah, that was why when you first suggested it and you were saying, oh, but the pawn's hanging, I was like, actually, at some point, that might be a key point for white winning, is you have to give up your pawns, because all that matters is who gets a queen here, not how many pawns you have left. And
but wait, now, can I sacrifice the bishop? So bishop D5, check, I will take the pawn, and can I win the B3 pawn? No, rook A3, rook B8, or rook D3,
or
even,
D3.
yes, okay.
White's in time, so it doesn't work yet. But okay, rook A1, C5, rook A5, C6.
Bishop D5 is forced.
Is it? Can you play rook C5? Or bishop D5 is forced?
Well, I wanted to...
I want bishop D5, but I was trying to do it without sacrificing.
No, but rook C5, B4.
Sorry, say that again?
B4, simply
okay.
because I want to play B4 anyway, B4, B5. So.
Okay, that's very clear. Okay, you're right. So yeah, rook C5 would allow B4, and again, everybody note that there isn't even a check here, which means you're moving the rook, here comes B5, and 2 pawns are too many for Radjabov. So bishop D5, king to...
H2, okay.
H2, we'll just say get the king out of the way. In fact, I think that's important because I think I made a blunder when I played king h3, because now that I see it, then my rook c5 works. Yeah. Because now you actually are threatening to give up the bishop and check and win the pawn.
Okay, so like king h2 is...
So you play king h2 to avoid that, and if rook c5 now, you can still play b4 and go on to win. So that's actually really key that the king is on h2.
So I will sacrifice, but then if you're keeping the b pawn, you're completely winning. So let's see. Can I play something like, no, rook c5, knight d4, protecting the pawn?
Yeah, the point is that white is just holding. And remember, everyone, the reason we're fighting so hard to keep that pawn is because rook and knight versus rook is not a forced win. It is actually a draw, which is important. So you have to make sure all these variations, if you're Hikaru, end with you keeping that pawn. You can't allow this bishop to give itself up for 2 pawns.
And I think that we have a move, or king h5. So he's using the same idea, like as king g5, king h5. He wants to play king g4 and create some...
But I think it's just way too slow.
No, not here. Like we have the king h5 on the board.
Oh, we're back. We're back to the game, you're saying. Okay, yes, so sorry, I misunderstood. King h5 was played, just like king to g5. It has a threat.
And the variation that we analyzed started with the a6, rook a1, like sort of similar, and then c5 that you proposed. Rook a1 and c5 here. That was the variation that you proposed. So.
Yep. Oh, big moment for Hikaru. Still has a time advantage, right? Up 10 minutes on the clock, but is he going to win and quickly write his candidates ship? What do you think, chat? Let's ask chat. You know, on a rare occasion, chat knows all the answers. No, I'm kidding. Chat, there's a lot of people in chat, so they often come up with good answers, and I'm curious.
So it's like this, you know, wonderfully big computer, like where we can ask him about the sense of life, yes?
Yeah,
the meaning of life.
The meaning. What is the meaning of life, chat? That's a different show. But okay, seriously, not just whether Hikaru wins this game, but I'm curious if people have a feeling about whether you think he can catch lightning in a bottle, so to speak, or maybe you don't even think it's lightning in a bottle. We know how talented Hikaru is and how much he wants it. So let us know what you think about his potential to not just win this game and turn things around. But we'll read some of your questions on air.
So they got it. They put 42.
Oh, a lot of yeah, we see a lot of comments coming in. Give us a thoughtful answer. Get read on air. Who knows? Maybe I'll go full Oprah and start giving away diamond memberships for good answers. I do that sometimes.
Really?
I just like give away. I just like, you get a diamond membership and you get a diamond membership.
Okay, it's good to know.
Yeah. Everyone said, do you want a diamond membership?
Well, I think I have one.
I know. But if you'd like another one, just let me know. Okay.
What are the perks coming like with the diamond membership?
What perks come with the diamond? There's a lot of perks, but you know, but we won't get into that now because then I'm shilling. Right now I'm having fun, but I don't need to show. You should know the perks of a diamond membership. There are so many, chat. Anyway, all right. King h5. a6 allows rook a1.
Mm-hmm.
So we've been here before, and we keep playing a6, and the computer keeps saying that actually is not helping our winning chances after rook a1. Not that you can't play it, but that means there must be something else that the computer thinks is the best move in this position that we haven't found yet. Is it? There's no reason to check because you don't want the king to go here.
Exactly. So
we got our first one right there, Almira.
Oh.
I don't think Hikaru will win the tournament, but he seems to be in a great space mentally, and that can do wonders. I agree. For your physical health, emotional health, spiritual health, it's good to be in a great space mentally. I agree. No, but jokes aside, he does seem to be in a great space. Here comes the flower power. We had this from yesterday. We love it. Spam the flower power. If you are a Hikaru Nakamura fan or a subscriber to his channel, you probably have plenty of emotes to spam. Hikaru had this, I think. Hikaru has this, I think. It's a complex endgame, but I think the time crunch is in his favor. I agree. I think Hikaru is going to get this one. I will be surprised if Hikaru doesn't win this game. The whole candidate's another question, right? Radjabov will resign after Hikaru's pawn. B pawn gets to b7. Now that's calling your shot. That is an awkward call because the b pawn is far away from b7. So let's if Remy ZA ends up being right, that somehow Radjabov resigns after the b pawn touches b7, you are getting a lifetime diamond membership. Okay? I just gave you that's like a lot of value, depending on how old or young you might be. So, because that is a Babe Ruth call. You're telling me Radjabov resigns the moment Hikaru plays the move pawn to b7. If that happens, you get a lifetime diamond membership. Booyah. Okay?
Can we try it once again? Like just leave the king on g4, so maybe a6 once again.
Okay. a6.
Yes, rook a1, of course. So now, how did we continue here? c5.
We played rook d6 one time. The other time we played c5.
Mm-hmm. So,
but it doesn't work here. It's not because of rook a6, I think. Rook a6, we get similar lines.
So we're winning.
It's because of this move. And here we come with h3 and rook h2. And if you're not careful, by the way,
of course.
if you're not careful, you might even, okay, apparently it says why it's winning, but I was thinking maybe there's a mating net here or something.
No, you still have knight f5 here.
Oh, knight f5. Okay, so it's h3 check first. H3 check first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sorry. King g4, c6, h3 check.
So basically, this is a brilliant defense. You know, we were thinking about this, like bringing the king to g4 and, well, to threaten h3. Active defense pays out. It's like he created some difficulties for Hikaru to convert.
Well, Hikaru knows he's got to be accurate here. He's focused and serious, but this isn't the same kind of frustration from yesterday's game. He feels poised, I think, to get this one. We got another good comment here from Danny Mack, 2794. Hikaru should not be underestimated in this tournament. He has a knack of going on winning streaks. It's for sure. We've talked a lot about Jan Nepomniachtchi being the streaky player, Almira. But Hikaru is also one of those guys who, it doesn't matter who he's playing. He's his own worst enemy and his own greatest asset, right? He's either on a roll based on whether he's in form or not, in many ways.
Well, I've seen people making illegal moves against Hikaru. Like, basically, there's so much tension and pressure. So, like...
Ooh, by the way, Hikaru plays this move, King F2, which...
Oh my God, this is such a great move, actually. You know, like, first of all, the king is no longer on g2 because he's anticipating this king g4, h3.
Yep.
He's not, well, defining the position yet. So,
but what if black just... By the way, this clearly must have been... We stopped looking at the engine move here. We're using the eval bar. I want to see how it plays out. But this was clearly better than what we kept suggesting. We kept suggesting a6, and the engine kept saying... No, this is not what you want.
Then what does he have in mind after king g4? So it's the same, like...
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, what's the difference if king g4 is played?
So...
Why is this better?
So can we play...
Oh, I think I have...
we no longer have the check with the bishop d5, so maybe a6 is good now. Is it possible? So a6?
a6, rook a1.
And c5 here? Or it doesn't win at all?
I don't know. I had a different idea.
Okay.
I had a weird idea that because the king on g4 isn't threatening a tempo, and the king has left the bishop behind, you now have ideas with rook f8 to go just win another pawn.
Ah, we completely forgot about this.
And you can't, it's not a threat if the king's on h5.
Ah, so now if king g4 after king f2, you simply play rook f8. And you're collecting another pawn.
So king f2 sort of like, kind of like stops black in his tracks.
So, hold on there, Power Ranger. King g4, rook f8, bishop c4. Can I sacrifice it there?
You're sacrificing? You're obsessed with the sacrifice.
Yes, but I want to make a draw. I don't know.
It's okay. It's dynamite on c4. You're allowed to sacrifice on c4 because it's explosive. Sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I'll be here all week. Yeah, there you go. Explosive sacrifices on c4. Rook takes c4. But okay, this has got to be winning, right?
Yes, a6. Okay, yes.
Yeah, and you can actually take and defend at the same time.
Exactly, yes. Okay, it doesn't work.
Wait, what? That didn't work. Oh, because the rook takes d4.
Yes, you gave me the knight.
So what was the move? Oh, you have to play rook a8?
But this is not so
This is
obvious,
hilarious.
yes.
And then you play a7.
And rook g8 check, of course.
And you have rook g8 check. Oh my God, sorry, that was hilarious.
But you see, this is not so obvious.
It's not so obvious. And the table base shocked me back into my body here. I was, it's a long day. I'm kind of leaving it here, and here we go. It's that was a very, very forcing line. Wow.
Of course, it doesn't work, but it is like it's sort of psychotic, sacrifice. Like.
Yeah, but we have a very critical moment and a very nice idea from Hikaru that he found, and now Radjabov is down to 4 minutes. We're gonna quickly sneak in a call out here. We haven't taken a break in quite some time, and we're not taking a break because we're gonna be here with all of you to the end. But we had an opportunity to remind you that you can compete in the Chess.com Global Championship, play alongside the world's best players, be a part of history, entering the largest tournament we've ever done. Qualifiers have hundreds and thousands of players every Saturday and Sunday as people qualify for their chance. All the way through July 31st, you can compete in these events. Also, to take part in cash prizes, head to go.chess.com/CGC2022. Funny announcement. As as we come back to the game. Sorry, head to go.chess.com/CGC2022 for more info, to sign up today, get verified, and start competing in the chess.com Global Championship. But funny enough, we've had these great king walks today. Lots of king action. We actually showed on the monitor, if you missed it earlier, the legendary Nigel Short king walk up to h6. Fun fact, I'll just spoiler alert, Nigel Short accepted one of our wildcard invites, so he's going to be playing in the chess.com Global Championship.
Oh,
we actually made an effort, and I won't reveal all the names that have accepted. I'm so excited to announce the field when we get to the round of 64, because 32 players will qualify in the Global Championship. 32 are invited. And we didn't just do a 1 through 32 of the current list. We went to some of the champions and some of the players that people will be absolutely thrilled. Kramnik is another player who's accepted to play. And there are many others, and I'm not going to reveal more, but Short, Kramnik, and many others are going to be competing. It's going to be epic. So seriously, the round of 64 is going to be bananas. It's not just a current list. Not to say there's anything wrong with the world's current 32. We like them. But I'm very pumped about where we're headed with that. So, Rook F8, was that on the board? Yep.
Okay, so, well, now he
did it.
He did it, so he will win this game for sure.
But what a nice, I mean, we couldn't solve it. We didn't, we kept trying a6, right? We were beating our head against the wall here, and he plays this really subtle king of 2. What a trick, right? You get the king to leave g6. And when you do,
and especially it's not under attack. Like h3 is not coming with check, so king g4 and now rook f8. This is very subtle, and I really love this idea.
Super instructive and just super accurate, right? This is where Hikaru thrives. There was a comment earlier from Twitch chat that Hikaru thrives in these sort of slight edges that he can grind, get his opponents under time pressure, and guess what? That's exactly what he did.
I just hope that I will not be the last one standing here. Like, we're losing people.
We're losing people? Yeah, well,
well, I don't know. They promised Robert Hess to me. You know, you used it as a token, to...
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that in a little bit. There's obviously a lot going on with players, people wondering where Hammer is. But anyway, we have a lot going on here. We have this final game here. Who knows whether, I don't think we'll have an interview with either of the players, I'm being told. No, we won't have any post-game interviews, but either way, we'll definitely catch the final moments of this game. So, man, what a bounce-back victory this is going to be, Almira, for Hikaru.
Well, I'm super excited. It's like, this is such an interesting tournament from, many points. Like, if I was waiting for a move, so he was leaning towards the h pawn, so h3 was played.
He plays h3.
So he's just giving up the bishop.
After rook takes bishop and h2, I guess Hikaru will have to give up the rook for the pawn.
But no, first of all, I will give a check. Maybe I can.
Oh,
do you have a square? Because if you go to 4, then knight e2.
Oh, yeah, knight e2.
And knight g3, maybe.
Yeah, he takes the bishop. After h2, he's going to play check on g7. And if the king touches down on f4...
Because you cannot go to the h file, then I will check you.
Yeah. Yeah, if you go, just show that real quick. Yeah, if the king goes to anywhere on the h file, the rook gets here with tempo, and now you're stopping the pawn, because when the king moves, you simply go corral it. So indeed, Hikaru sees it already. He's given the check on the board. And after king f4, we will see knight e2 check.
And knight g3.
The knock and nod, never a good sign to the opponent. Agreed, agreed. That is knock and nods to himself, that he sees it. Knight to g3 comes. This protects the h1 square. Black is obviously, would be happy to promote, but not if the queen is immediately taken.
What a game, how many difficult moves Hikaru found, like a3, king f2, not even mentioning, the opening phase of this game. So he fully deserves not only this victory, but even
Well, you lose and you bounce back.
Yes.
You get a win, right? You are a half a point behind the lead. It doesn't matter how you got there. Scoreboard, as the kids say, right? All that matters is what the score is. and it is still anybody's candidates. And what an entertaining first 2 rounds we've had, right? The show has delivered, the chess has delivered, and will Radjabov resign, or will he play it out? I don't quite know. I mean, at this point, okay, he's hoping for one trick. There's one way to go wrong here. If you put the king anywhere but g2, there was rook takes g3. I'll just show it, right? And then you get a queen, and that's a problem. So, but Hikaru, of course, already aware of that, puts the king on g2. And after the next check, if it happens, oh, he took b3. If he checked again, the king could put itself on h1.
Okay, a6 even.
What?
You can even play a6 here.
Yeah, a6 looks good enough. Hikaru agrees with Almira. It's nice when the players agree with you. Right?
From time to time.
From time to time. From time to time, it feels good.
It's so polite, you know, on their behalf, you know, it's like...
Yeah, when they're winning and they agree with the moves you're suggesting, it feels good. Okay, a6 is played. I think we're going to get a resignation here from Radjabov in just moments. And, you know, I want to highlight one of the storylines to this game that could be forgotten because it of course, we'll probably get distracted here in moments with the resignation and congratulations, but before we let this one go, we should definitely highlight that we were talking about Radjabov, who had this incredible career. He has not won a classical chess game in 3 years. He's drawn a lot of classical chess games. It's really important when you consider the fact that in this game, he might have had a chance to put some pressure. There was a moment where Hikaru slipped a little bit in the middle game, and rather than going for the forcing line, he played not to lose. Right, and we were talking about the psychology, how you could almost classify every player as those who love to win and those who hate to lose. And, you know, obviously there's still plenty ahead in this tournament, but Almira, how much do you think Radjabov is going to be kicking himself about that? I mean, at some point, you have to push yourself in those critical moments to take a risk. As you keep saying, you have to bring it all to the candidates, right? And what do you think about that?
Well, I'm pretty sure about this, that he will, of course, analyze this game, but he will regret this bishop c6.
Yeah.
The moment where he could seize the initiative, probably. Like, I'm not sure, like, you know, once again, we didn't analyze it deeply, so maybe the computer analysis will prove us wrong.
But I don't know. I mean, we were on the position for a while. There were many other. It wasn't just bishop c6. There was also rook d5.
Yes, rook d5. There were 3 possible moves.
There were 3 possible moves, and he took on a position willingly that only Hikaru could win. Now, he did so thinking he can hold. Nobody goes for a position they think they're going to lose, right? But you get what I'm saying, right? He took on a position that he thought he was going to hold, but he didn't have any chances to win. And it's an interesting decision, right? Because there was a moment where he could have been the aggressor, and he didn't take the opportunity, so... But okay, it would have been unclear. I'm not saying he's winning, right? But it looked dangerous for Hikaru, and certainly it would have kept pieces on the board. So.
And Hikaru once again is taking his time.
Yep.
So he's completely winning, and he simply wants to be sure once again.
Yeah, you have to be, because there is an outside scenario of horrificness if you're Hikaru, where black wins this pawn and then suddenly gets here. And then rook takes pawn is a draw, right? So Hikaru has to be accurate right now. So how do you win this, Almira? Do you get the knight in to help?
Yes, we need to have the knight. We need to bring the knight into play. So how to do it? First of all, we have to secure that the king doesn't come to b6 as well. While our king is guarding the h-pawn, it's okay. We can always play king h1, so on the check. So knight f5, for example.
Yeah, he goes...
Okay, he did it.
Same idea. And after takes, I think that...
We cannot allow king b5, king b6.
Yeah, this is a draw if black can take the pawn.
So how do we do this?
So you could actually play rook b7. And if king c5, knight to e7, and there's no way to get king c6. So that's one way. I don't know how you went from there. Maybe it's knight to c8, knight b6 or something. Where eventually you try to get a queen.
But when you play knights, okay, let's have a look at this position. It's a very interesting endgame.
Okay, oh, by the way, he does play rook to b7. I don't want to take us away from the live board, so
Okay, let's, yes.
we're waiting here. But yeah, we'll analyze it real quick with king c5.
King c5.
I think it was 97. Okay, yeah, the
97,
computer
of
agrees. So
course.
that stops king c6. You know, black can make some moves. You know, you check and, you know, whatever. Maybe king d6. But the point is, I think the knight eventually comes to c8, which guards the pawn, and then you can play rook b8. That's it. Okay, so that's the clear plan. The knight is going to complete its journey on the c8 square where it protects the pawn and allows the rook to move forward. What do you think? You buy it?
It's perfect.
Perfect. Okay, our job here is done. Let's drop the mic and get out of here. There we go. We did it. Game over. Game over. Hikaru has the plan. He's...
As he said, like once said in an interview, so like finally you could have as many seconds as you want, but the players are, well, playing the game and they are working the magic.
It's true. And
this is purely, like this game, especially in the end game, this is a pure magic.
Yeah.
Like king f2 is probably the most difficult move in this game.
That was a brilliant move. I agree. King f2, and it was just a few moves back. We have the analysis where I'll show it. This was the move of the game for sure, and a move that we were really struggling to come up with the right way to approach it, and he found it. And now we're back. I turn on the engine. And indeed, that was the engine best move, and he took a lot of time and found it. What a crazy find! And while we're bouncing back and have the analysis board up, I'm just gonna leave us with that thought that we had again. It was this position here, the decision to play queen to d5 for Radjabov, rather than the engine suggested best bishop to c6.
So that was a suggestion by the computer.
Yeah, it's still unclear, but the computer, now that we're here, is suggesting that white just has to give back the pawn if you play it, and maybe that's what Radjabov didn't like, was takes and queen to b7. But here's the computer line, is that like the back rank is guarded and black has some pressure with this bishop. And if you just look at it from a practical point of view, this just doesn't look good for Hikaru. So okay, obviously we're just speculating, and certainly the...
No, but I don't like it at all. You know, it's like
white,
I
right?
would be worried.
Yeah, I agree. It felt scary, and because remember, we were kind of critical of Hikaru's d6. Rook d1, now that we're here, we can confirm was also the engine's best move. So you were right, Elmir. Rook d1 was the right move. And anyway, so it's just, you know, that critical decision to, for lack of a better way to summarize it, and, you know, our job is to educate and entertain and add a little drama, but it's a talking point for sure that he played not to lose. I mean, that's the truth.
Yeah, it would be also interesting to, well, to find out like what Hikaru thinks about like all these choices and, well, to have his insights. So is Dina going to have him for an interview?
Probably not, and we'll discuss that later. Yeah, but the situation, we're not sure actually, with some different news going on. So whether we'll have an interview or not, if we can, of course we will. But we finally get 97, and when will Radjabov realize that there's no way to stop this plan that we highlighted of knight c8 and rook b8? Oh, right now. I asked the question. Ask and you shall receive an answer. Both players smile. Radjabov has asked Hikaru a question.
Here you are. The arbiter is staying on the other side of the board.
By the way, look at that. They got the cue. So I wasn't crazy to say it out loud. Someone was watching the show and maybe asked the arbiter to go to the other side of the cameras. Thank you, mythical person who was watching the show and delivering messages downstairs. We appreciate your efforts.
But to come back to my question, I think you would have better chances against the Minotaur.
Than Hikaru?
Yes,
in a slightly worse position?
in this position.
Okay, thank you. That's an insult to my chess, but I will take it as a compliment to my ability to run for my life from a Minotaur in a labyrinth.
To fight.
Wow. Well, huge win for Hikaru. We cannot understate this moment, right? He lost game one. in a game that he played well, right? I mean, he played really well against Fabiano at one point, was maybe even a little better as black, took a risky decision, ultimately lost, but it didn't knock him down. He perseveres, he's right back in it, tied for second with a number of other players with plenty of chances to become the candidate who competes for the World Chess Championship. So, clean win for Naka, as chat says, completely agree. A start to finish victory. Naka is so happy right now. He should be. He should. This is a. It's not to say you wanted to lose game one, Elmira, but how big is it to win after you lose, right?
Well, first of all, I really liked the way he played yesterday. We talked about this game and how complicated it was, and once again, like the level of, like, what is he showing? Like, is really incredible. Yeah. Well, anyone can lose against Fabiano with black, you know.
But he came right back.
Well, and he was even better at some point once again. So.
Wow. Well, huge win for Hikaru Nakamura. You see, he was the only decisive game today in our four-board view, and now you see it in the results table before your eyes. Rapport and Firouzja drew. That was also a very interesting battle. Shout out to the birthday boy for holding that endgame. Nakamura beat Radjabov. Nepomniachtchi and Caruana also had an interesting game. Duda and Liren. Almira, your thoughts? The game of the day, obviously the decisive game, but any other thoughts here?
Well, I nurture some regrets about the results of Nepomniachtchi against Caruana, so I really want to have Fabi's thoughts on this one. So he will certainly analyze it, and so maybe we can ask him if he was considering the exchange sacrifice or like what is the computer evaluation of this position. So
for sure,
this was such an interesting game, and it's like we didn't have a chance like to to go through it till the end. So I feel like something is clearly missing.
Yeah, no, and for those who don't know the moment, there was a very interesting opportunity for that game to not end in a draw. Ultimately, they did choose to repeat moves, Nepomniachtchi and Caruana. So surely we'll catch up with them at some point about that game. But we see the results from today. What does that do for the standings? And where do the players now sit? Let's move over and take a look at our co-tournament leaders, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana, but followed closely by several players at one point, Elmira, including the only winner of today, Hikaru Nakamura.
Well, anyone can win this tournament still.
Yeah.
Once again, the race is open, and we are going to be here tomorrow.
We surely are going to be here tomorrow, and let's talk about Sunday's matchups, right?
Yes,
I mean, I think at the standings, it's weird to have Hikaru as the one on the bottom of all those tied for third, just because he was clearly the man of the day. But again, the tie breaks at this point are irrelevant because what matters is that there are plenty of players with chances to win. Our head-to-head matchups for tomorrow, as well as their lifetime records against each other, are before your eyes.
Well, all I have before my eyes is Firouzja Nakamura. You know, this is
oh man, you're right.
Well,
this is the game. I think also Caruana Duda from the perspective of look at that 3-0 score.
Of course.
But by the way, let this sink in real quick. Fans watching all around the world, from Twitch to YouTube to everywhere you are. Firouzja and Nakamura have never played a classical game of chess. I knew that coming in, and it was one of the talking points, but seeing it now before, it's like dawning on me, because I have commentated on Firouzja versus Nakamura games so many times, right, over the last several years. These are arguably the two best bullet players on the planet. Okay, all due respect to Magnus Carlsen, right? They've had incredible matches. At one point during the peak of like the chess boom and PogChamps, I mean, Hikaru was just streaming random matches with Firouzja on a Wednesday to 36,000 viewers. People love to watch these two throw down. Firouzja and Nakamura is the epic battle of titans, and we have never seen them playing classical chess. I want to go to bed right now so I can wake up and tomorrow comes faster. I'm like a kid on Christmas here. That is going to be epic. Cannot wait.
So, are we done?
I think we are. Almira, you did an amazing job. We'll remind everybody real quick of when it will be. Of course, it is 3 o'clock local time here in Madrid, 6 a.m. on the West Coast, almost midnight if you're in Sydney, Australia, down under. I only slipped into that accent a couple times today.
I want to have a few countries like added in this memo.
Okay, let us know if you have countries you'd like us to add. We definitely will. Almira for sure.
Moldova, like the country where I was born.
Yeah. Okay. So we will. So we'll add some countries, but either way, right now, just mark whatever time zone you are closest to. And for my partner here, Almira Skripchenko, for myself, International Master Danny Wrench, and everyone working super hard here every day, we're going to continue the coverage. Round 3 for the Madrid 2022 Candidates Tournament will be here tomorrow, and we will see you then.